The bird that struggles to fly, the Lord finds a low branch. How many times had those words come back to Grace in her 28 years of life? It had to be true. How else would she have been able to live without a mother or a permanent home, or siblings or aunts or uncles or cousins? She'd never had any real family to call her own, beyond this father who once stood tall and strong as an oak. And now even he was withering quickly before her eyes. "Damn this blasted leg!" Grace paused from wrapping the wound and looked up at Daniel Ware. His blue Irish eyes were glazed with pain. 2 years had passed since he'd been badly injured leading his regiment of dragoons against the English at Waterloo, where so many innocent lives had been wasted. He'd lived, as tens of thousands had not. But the colonel's leg had never been treated properly, and his wound had continued to fester. He'd fought it, and ignored it for a long time. But on this journey back from America, infection had again begun to spread. The knee and the entire lower leg were now bloated and discolored. "Where is our bloody carriage? We must continue on to Brussels. I have no desire to tarry here." "The carriage is coming from the trunks of the ship," she assured him, motioning to the valet to give her father another dose of the laudanum. "This is taking too bloody long." The colonel tried to stand, but sank back in the chair. "Father, you must sit still and let me finish." Grace worked hardly to bind the leg. Traveling through rough seas and frequent rain squalls, the journey from America had been grueling, to say the least. Their cabin, one of only 20 on the ship, offered far more comfort than steerage, where poor travellers huddled together in the darkness and the damp. But her father had still suffered greatly. He'd only been able to leave their room once, carried in his chair by 2 manservants to the deck. Grace looked after him while he was awake, but whenever he slept, she'd escape to the deck. There, even in bad weather, she found respite and occasional conversation with fellow travellers. "This medicine is too weak," the colonel complained. "I need more." Grace shook her head and gestured to the valet to put the bottle away. "You know the laudanum requires several minutes to take effect. I've given you 2 teaspoons, and that's all you can take." "I'll have it, by God," he snapped. "You won't," she replied. "Don't doubt me, father. You must give it time to work." Before preparing the concoction of opium and alcohol herself in Philadelphia, Grace had read every medical treatise she could get her hands on. She had the unique ability to recall every word she read. She could quote the dosages verbatim. She knew how strong the medicine was and how to use it, and she'd packed enough bottles in their trunks to last until they reached Brussels. "Think of something else," she said more gently. Grace knew he had plenty to occupy his mind, aside from his own health. Although Daniel Ware didn't speak of it, he was carrying a message from Joseph Bonaparte to his wife, Julie, in Brussels. Since the Emperor had been imprisoned on St. Helena, his brother, the former King of Naples and Spain, had been living in America in the guise of the Count of Sevilias. Messages went back and forth all the time between those still loyal to the Bonaparte family. He frowned fiercely at her. "So where's the blasted carriage?" She smiled back at him. "That's my courageous father." The doctors in Philadelphia had offered no hope for recovery. They told her that his leg should have been amputated immediately after Waterloo. That was the only thing that could have saved his life. Tough and obstinate, the colonel wouldn't allow it, and now they both knew it was too late. They had half a day's carriage ride remaining to reach Brussels, and Grace knew it would be hell for him. She pulled the stocking up over the dressing. She touched her father's brow. His skin was clammy and hot to the touch, and his pulse was too quick. The fever had been growing worse for days. She'd questioned his decision to continue immediately after arriving in port, but he'd been adamant. She feared for him trying to manage this final stage of the journey. A fist tightened around her heart, but Grace stubbornly blinked back tears. She didn't want to lose him. She couldn't imagine her life without him. But she couldn't think about herself right now. She had to be strong for him. An unsteady hand reached out, and he touched a strand of her hair.
"Even in these dingy rooms, your hair glows like gold," he said gently. "You've come to look so much like your mother."
It had been so many years since Janet McPherson passed away. Grace had no memory of her. But in recent months, as the wound continued to slice away at her father's vitality, he talked of her more often.
"Have all our things been conveyed from the ship?"
His words slurred as the laudanum started to take effect. She was glad of it. There was no point in him suffering needlessly. "I've taken care of it."
"Of course," the colonel said. "You manage everything so well. What a fine officer you would have made."
Before they left, she had orchestrated every stage of the journey, from packing their 6 chests to hiring the boatman in Bordentown for the trip downriver to Philadelphia, to the arrangement of the cabin for the ship's passage.
"Do you have my directions?" he growled in a low voice. "Portugal code."
"You know me, Father. Your orders are locked in my memory." Under the effects of laudanum, his mind was again wandering back to his fighting days on the peninsula. She was one of his subordinates, and he insisted on her knowing the orders. Grace kissed his hand and nodded at the valet, who was waiting to help her father into his boots. Above the din rising through the open windows outside, she heard the wheels of a carriage approach. She glanced at the 2 manservants standing ready to bring the colonel's chair down to the street. Going to the window and looking out, she espied the vehicle she'd hired. Something's wrong. Drat, she cursed silently. No luggage had been secured on top of the carriage. She peered down at the driver. It was definitely the same man with whom she'd arranged for their transport. She'd directed him to take charge of their chests as they were unloaded from the ship, but he hadn't brought them. "Wait here. Don't bring him down yet," she said to the valet before touching her father's hand. "I'll be right back." Grace stormed along the dark, winding hallway. This was unacceptable. She wanted to be on the road to Brussels now, while the laudanum made the trip easier for her father. She descended the battered back staircase to the odorous, garbage-filled alley that ran along the side of the inn. As soon as she exited the building, a gang of street urchins left off their play battle for a barricade of broken crates and ran to her. "Hello, boys," she said, taking a breath to calm her rising temper. It didn't matter if she were in Antwerp or Naples or Madrid or Paris or Philadelphia. These ragged children of the streets existed everywhere. She pulled a handful of coins from her pocket and distributed them as she strode quickly toward the front of the inn. The boys moved with her to the end of the alley like a swarm of bees, thanking her profusely. When she reached the carriage and looked inside, the driver climbed down from his perch and joined her. "What happened to our trunks? I told you to bring them from the ship."
"But I was told they were to come in the other carriage."
"I hired no other carriage." Grace felt the blood pulsing in her temples. They didn't need this complication. Now they would need to return to the pier and locate their belongings. "Who told you such a thing?"
"The other gentleman."
The driver's face fell.
"You mean he wasn't amongst your party, milady? He said he was travelling with you. They seemed to know you. His servants took the luggage."
"I gave you explicit directions. Instead of following them, you gave our trunks to a stranger."
"I'm so sorry, milady."
He looked helplessly back toward the docks. Grace quickly ran through her options. She'd send one of their manservants running ahead to the pier. Perhaps this other gentleman had realized by now that he made a mistake and had returned the trunks. She glanced up at the windows of the inn, knowing that was too much to hope for. "Wait here," she ordered. Grace went down the alley and took the back stairs. Her mind was racing as she hurried along the dim hallway. Turning the corner by their rooms, she slipped on something wet and nearly fell. She held onto the wall. Her father's valet lay motionless at her feet, his blood pooling around him. Bile rose in her throat. Horror locked her knees. She stared, stunned and chilled, unable to fully comprehend what had happened. From inside she heard the muffled sound of men's voices. Fear for her father slid like a blade between her ribs and pierced her heart. Grace forced herself to step past the valet and looked in. They'd been travelling under an assumed name, but trouble had been waiting for them here in Antwerp after all. Men were searching the room, chairs were upended. One of the manservants lay sprawled across the table, and the other had rolled against the wall. Directly ahead of her, she stared aghast at the body of her father slouched in his chair, his blue eyes staring lifelessly at her. The room tilted and began to spin. She could not tear her eyes from the center of the maelstrom. He was dead. Her father was dead. They'd killed him. But it couldn't be. She'd spoken to him only moments ago, touched his hand, tended to his wounds. Denial battled with the truth. Anger roared in her head. A fierce and urgent desire to attack and slash at these villains rushed through her, even as the peril struck home. She was powerless against these killers, and frustration fueled her fury. A man's curt order cut into the moment. "Get her!" They'd spotted her. Grace turned and raced down the hall. Taking the stairs, she tripped at the bottom and tumbled out into the alley. They were coming after her, their tread heavy on the steps. Instantly, the battling street urchins were beside her, pulling her up. "Hide me!" she cried out to the wide-eyed boys. Without another word, they took her hands and began to run. They raced through a warren of alleys and boatyards, between grey stone buildings and rotting timber shanties. Grace was like a stolen trinket in the hands of experts. She could hear her pursuers behind them, shouting and cursing at the obstacles the boys were throwing up every chance they had. The boys pulled at her, keeping her going as they bounded across rickety wooden bridges and into the shadows beneath low arches. Soon she began to tire. She felt the helplessness of a forest animal running pell-mell ahead of a raging fire. Still they forged on, her young crew crying out to her, encouraging her. Stinking alleyways filled with refuse became passages to freedom, if only she could make herself run faster. Smoke from cooking fires, derelict houses, and backs of shops crowding her on every side became a watery tapestry of blurred colours and shapes and smells. Somewhere in the edges of thought, Grace wondered how her pounding heart continued to function. A hot, jagged blade of loss had lodged itself in her chest. Tears coursed down her face. Tears for her father, and for the other men who lay dead around him. But she pressed on, struggling to keep up with her gallant helpers. As they followed a crumbling wall along a narrow canal, the shouts behind them rang out louder. The killers were almost upon them. "This way!" She hurried with them, up a set of slimy steps and into a sunless alley. They crossed a cobbled road and out onto a long pier lined with buildings. As the other boys ran on to draw off their pursuers, one pulled her into the low side doorway of a warehouse. Grace looked around her. The place was filled with barrels and crates of all sizes. Planks were stacked along the walls, and a smoky fire burned at the far end of the barn-like structure. Just outside two large open doors, a loud and boisterous crowd of men stood and smoked. She could see a ship tied to the wharf beyond them. The boy motioned to a large open crate on a cart. "Hide in there till they go." He pulled aside a tarp to reveal a huge basket. Without hesitation, she climbed in and sat. "I'll be back," he murmured, covering her and sliding the top of the crate into place. "Thank you," she whispered in the dim light. Her relief was short-lived. Running footsteps past her hiding place, calls and responses. 2 men stopped beside her crate. The voices were muffled.
"Search everywhere," the leader said in English. "We can't let her get away."
Grace held her breath, praying the boy had escaped. Other voices reached her. She hoped it was the workers coming back into the warehouse. Almost immediately, the sounds of hammering and sawing began. Cartwheels rolled heavily across the stone floor. In the distance, a crash and curses. A shout came from somewhere above her, and another answered. The cart jostled as someone climbed onto it. Terrified that she was about to be discovered, Grace stifled her cry for help. The killers could still be nearby.
"Seal it up!"
The concussion from the hammer nailing down the top of the crate stunned her for a moment. Then the reality of her situation seized her. The thought of dying in the hold of a ship at sea had to be a far worse fate than fighting for her life here in the open. Panicking, she struggled to push back the tarp. "Wait! I'm here! Wait!" Chapter 2. Baronsford. The Borders, Scotland. 5 days later.
"My property must be protected, Greysteel, and I employ my bailiff and gamekeeper to do that."
Hugh Pennington, Viscount Greysteel, Lord Justice of the Commissary Court in Edinburgh, stared in silence at the line of wooden toy blocks on his desk, trying to retain his composure. The burly, often overbearing Earl of Nithsdale wasn't making the task any easier. Hugh rarely attempted to resolve legal disputes at his family estate of Baronsford, but today was an exception. He could not allow an obvious wrong to linger on for a fortnight before a lower court had a chance to review the case. The thought of letting an innocent man sit 1 day longer in the local jail was too much for him. The Earl of Nithsdale, newly arrived from London, had come immediately to Baronsford in response to Hugh's invitation, and then, seated across the desk, had filled the next 10 minutes with all the fabrications his people had plied him with. Just as he would have done in court, Hugh listened dutifully. In the walled gardens outside his study's tall casement windows, a sporadic rain was falling on the late spring flowers. At the end of the gardens, where the meadows fell away to the lake, a fog had settled in, partially obscuring the trees of the orchards and the deer park beyond.
"What message would I send to my employees and to others if I don't support them now?" Nithsdale asked.
Hugh turned his gaze on the Earl.
"It comes down to this. Because of the actions of your gamekeeper, you are responsible for a man being wrongfully imprisoned for 11 days. I... responsible?" the Earl stammered. "Mr. Darby was sleeping beneath a tree next to the road when your employees attacked and carried him off to the bailiff. I was told he was trespassing. He'd been denied a room in the inn of your own village." "No one even mentioned that," the Earl replied, his tone reflecting his surprise. "I was told that he was poaching." "According to Darby, he'd eaten nothing but some cold bread he carried with him. There is no evidence of a poached bird or fish or deer. For most of the year, I am in London. You understand that I must support my gamekeeper's word over a vagrant." "Darby is not a vagrant," Hugh said shortly. "He was only in the area because of an offer of a position by your own neighbour, Lennox. He carries in his pocket at this very moment a letter of employment." "I know nothing of any letter."
The Earl's embarrassment showed in his reddened face.
Darby showed the letter to the bailiff while your own gamekeeper was still in the room."
Nithsdale stood and walked to a window, and Hugh waited. The Earl could sometimes be a pompous arse, but he wasn't a villain.
"That bloody gamekeeper has done this before,"
he said finally, returning to his chair.
"Heavy-handed and rarely forthright when it comes to the details." "What do you plan to do about it?"
Hugh asked. Nithsdale spread his hands in a sign seeking reconciliation.
"You know how difficult it is to find good workers. The man is not of the highest calibre, I'll grant you, but he served in my regiment on the peninsula. Lost half his toes to the frost there. We're all struggling with the availability of workers."
Hugh picked up his pen and wrote instructions to the bailiff.
"This is how we shall resolve the situation. Darby will be released immediately, and you will compensate him with a month of the gamekeeper's wages." "He will be incensed."
Hugh's critical stare had the Earl rethinking his response.
"That's fair, I suppose," the man grumbled. "And in return, I shall not have your gamekeeper bound over for battery and wrongful imprisonment. I leave it to you how you want to handle your man."
Nithsdale began to say something but stopped. A decision had been handed down, and no one in this region, regardless of their position in society, their education, their influence, or their friendship with the family, would dispute Viscount Greysteel's dispensation of justice under the law.
"Not exactly the welcome that I was expecting on my return from London," the Earl said wryly, standing. "Perhaps a quiet day of angling down on the Tweed will put everything right." "That is a capital idea, Greysteel. Fishing would be just the thing to put this business and the annoying bustle of London behind. Care to join me?" "Thank you, but no."
Hugh stood and walked his neighbour to the door.
"I need to go back to Edinburgh for a few days."
He opened the door, but before Nithsdale could go out, a dark-haired woman appeared.
"Lady Josephine."
Nithsdale stepped back as Joe came into the study. "My lord, I heard that you and Lady Nithsdale had returned from London. I hope you found the entertainments of the season enjoyable."
"To be honest, I'm happy to be back in Scotland, but it's always a challenge dragging my wife away from the social world. She would stay till the bitter end, as you know."
"Well, I'll be calling on her, so I'm sure I'll hear all about it."
"Indeed you will."
The Earl threw a glance at Hugh.
"I, however, have some very important business to attend to down at the Tweed. Good day to you both."
With a bow, the Earl went out, and Hugh went back to his desk.
"I'll be with you in a moment, Joe."
As he sealed the letter for Darby's release, his sister moved to the window and looked out at the rain. Hugh went to a side door, called for one of his clerks, and handed him the order with specific directions. "This was all due to the fact that Mr. Darby is of African descent, isn't it?"
"Unfortunately, despite the law, bigotry lay at the heart of this case."
Hugh joined her at the window. Long before he'd entertained any thought of becoming a judge, long before his time at Eton and Oxford, and the years before his service as a cavalry officer during the French wars, personal values regarding the rights of a man held by him and his 4 Pennington siblings had been firmly fixed. If he didn't stand up for men of different races, who would? "And I see you still have your spies in the local jails," Jo continued, her dark eyes dancing with pride. "Ensuring that justice is not tampered with."
"Well, not trampled on at any rate, and not only the local jails."
"Who told you about Mr. Darby's misfortune?" Hugh shook his head. He never divulged the sources of his information, even to his family. He noticed the rain spotting Joe's dress and changed the topic.
2 days back from Hertfordshire, And you're already restless? Out walking in the weather, were you?
Not a walk. My supervision was required for a certain shipment that has just arrived. I wanted to make sure it was delivered to the old carriage barn and not carried into the ballroom. Hugh started for the door.
At last. I've been mad with worry that it would be lost.
I'm glad you admit there is madness involved here. Joe hurried to keep up with him. You do understand that I was sent up here with a dozen directives to stop this insane hobby of yours.
This is not madness, and it's not a hobby,
Hugh reminded his sister.
Ballooning is a sport, a passion. It's the future.
I believe the residents of Bedlam use much the same terminology for their interests. She put a hand on his arm as they walked. You must concede that there is an element of risk in this latest sport of yours.
You said the same thing when I took up pugilism.
True, but this is worse, she asserted. Looking at your bloodied and battered face after each fight and wondering how long it would take you to come around after so many bare-knuckled blows to the head is not quite the same as planning your funeral.
You're only a year older. That doesn't make you my keeper.
Keeper, sister, call it what you will, she said softly as they reached the door to the yard. I wish you'd put a stop to this death wish of yours. I don't want to lose you.
Flying reminds me that I'm alive, Joe.
He pressed his sister's hand.
But for your sake, I promise to be diligent about my safety. And wait until you see this basket. It's built by one of the best craftsmen in Antwerp.
She scowled as Hugh accepted an umbrella from one of the footmen and pushed it into Joe's hand. If anything happens to you, she grumbled, our parents will be holding me accountable, to be sure. Her dark eyes reflected her unease with the way he chose to spend his free time. He couldn't lie, not to Joe. He couldn't deny to her that he invited danger, welcomed the risk of death. And they both knew the reason. 8 years had passed, and still he mourned. Of all his siblings, she understood most clearly all he'd been through. His past and the pain that accompanied the loss of those he loved. But Hugh had no true death wish, in spite of the dangerous pastimes he enjoyed. With fighting, he lost himself in the speed and physicality of the sport. Flying provided a different kind of thrill. Soaring into the sky allowed him to leave behind the clutch and grind of daily life. It provided a sensation like no other. And far above the earth, he was reminded of his own insignificance in the face of the majestic splendor of nature.
I'll give you a letter absolving you of all responsibility before I go aloft again. Or you might come flying with me.
I think not, she retorted. If man were meant to fly... The two of them skirted the formal gardens and descended grey stone steps toward the stables and the carriage barns. Following the gravel path past the kennels, they reached the building he now used for his workshop. 3 years ago he moved everything out of here, but he was beginning to think he'd need to be constructing a larger space to house his equipment. The brick floor was nearly filled with crates of folded silk cloth, casks of linseed oil, and larger barrels of sulfuric acid and metal fillings. Coils of rope and netting, and the draping silk balloon itself, hung from the overhead beams. In one corner, a badly damaged basket sat propped up on blocks of wood, the casualty of a rough landing on a gusty day last autumn. Dragged across field, wall, and hedgerow for 1/2 mile, Hugh had emerged unscathed, but for a few scratches and bruises. But the basket hadn't fared so well. It was broken up beyond repair, unfortunately serving as a worrisome reminder to Joe and their parents. Hugh told himself he had to have it removed. Looking the shipping crate over for damage and seeing none, he retrieved an iron crow from a workbench. Joe was standing inside the doors, eyeing the box doubtfully from a safe distance.
Come closer, it won't bite.
Not a chance. From the smell of that thing, a person would think you're importing cadavers. Have you also taken up being a resurrectionist as a hobby? He patted the crate affectionately.
This sweet thing has been sitting in the bowels of a ship from Antwerp. You know what the hold of a ship smells like?
Actually, I don't. She held a handkerchief to her nose and drew closer. But I think you're correct with the reference to bowels. Hugh took the first nail out.
Well, stand back, since you've become so prissy. Though I recall a younger version of you leading the rest of us through bogs and marshes that smelled no better.
Of course. But as I recall, we had frogs and turtles and the occasional dragon that needed hunting, she replied with a smile. Very well. Open it, and let's see this treasure of yours. Prying off the top took him only a moment. Throwing it to the side, he pulled back the tarp that covered the basket, and then stared curiously at the dark green rags bundled at the bottom. Leaning in, Hugh's enthusiasm evaporated as a horrid realization settled in. This was no pile of old clothing. A shock of blonde hair, a shoe, a hand. The body of a dead woman lay curled up in the gondola.
Bloody hell!
What is it? Immediately, Joe was at his side. Good God! Hugh climbed in and crouched beside the body. He took her hand. She was cold to the touch. His heart sank. The crate had been shipped from Antwerp. To be trapped for so many days with no water, no food, in the cold and damp of the ship's hold. He had no idea who this woman was, or how she came to be in here. The thought struck him. Perhaps this wasn't an inadvertent act. Perhaps she was murdered and her body had been dumped into the crate. Dismay and alarm clawed at him as he pushed away the matted ringlets of gold hair. She was young. He lifted her chin. The body had none of the stiffness of post-mortem. He stared at her lips. He may have imagined it, but they seemed to have moved. Bryce. The whisper was a mere rustle of leaves in a breeze. The fingers jerked and came to life, clutching at his hand.
She's not dead,
he called to Joe, relieved.
Send for the doctor. I'll take her to the house.
His sister ran out, calling for help, and he lifted the woman. She emitted a low groan. Her limbs had been locked in the same cramped position for so many days. Hugh propped her over the side of the gondola.
Stay with me, he encouraged. Talk to me.
Holding the woman in place, he clambered from the basket and then gently lifted her out, cradling her in his arms. She weighed next to nothing. As they went out into the rain, he feared she was about to die. The exertion of trying to breathe showed on her face. He'd seen this on the battlefield, the final effort before death. Starting up the path, he stumbled, not realizing the woman's skirts were dragging on the ground. He staggered, but caught himself before they went down. Her head lolled against his chest, her face grey and mask-like. She appeared to be slipping away. It would be a shame that she'd survived the crossing only to perish now. A dagger point of anger pierced Hugh's brain as he recalled another dismal day when he'd lifted 2 other bodies, wrapped in burial shrouds, from a wooden box.
Talk to me, he ordered. Say something.
As he made his way up the hill toward the house, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above Baronsford. Thunder shook the ground, and the sky opened, unleashing fierce torrents of rain on them. His wife, his son. Hugh hadn't been there for them. They died as he and the British Army were being chased by the French across Spain. He'd been trying to save his men's lives, not knowing that those most precious to him were suffering.
You've survived a horrifying ordeal. Give me the chance to save you.
The woman struggled weakly in Hugh's arms, and her head tipped back. He watched as her lips parted, welcoming the wetness of the falling rain.
We're almost there.
Right, she murmured. He looked into her face and saw she was trying hard to open her eyes.
Yes, brighter than that crate,
he said, encouraged by her effort. Any movement, however small, gave him hope.
And you've been in there for Lord knows how long.
Her breaths were shallow, and the wheezing was not heartening. In spite of it, she was trying to talk. "Oh, Mother, adieu forever." A gust of wind swept in from the west, and raindrops became stinging barbs on his face. Adieu forever. The words triggered another memory. The wind at Corunna was blowing into their faces when the lines of French infantry opened fire. So many young men standing their ground never had the chance to come back to their mothers, their wives, and children. "I am now on my dying bed." Her murmurs rose like a prayer. When was it that he'd forgotten how to pray? Was it on the cold, hard march after the standoff in Astorga? How many days had he sent prayers skyward, only to have the cruel heavens above turn a deaf ear to his entreaties? A cough rumbled deep in her chest, and the sky followed suit. Thunder rolled across the fields and enveloped them. "If I had lived, I'd have been brave." The haughty words of untried youth. And what followed for so many but death, dying in the first assault before they could show their courage. A strong gust battered them with rain, and Hugh stopped for a moment, turning to shield her with his body. "That you are alive now is a miracle. You are clearly a tenacious woman," he whispered. "And tenacity requires courage." A flash and an immediate crack of thunder startled Hugh. "I droop. My youthful head." He resumed the steady climb toward the house. They were completely soaked. "Our bones do moulder." She was talking about war. That blasted war. Bones were mouldering in fields and graveyards across the continent. Every man, woman, child from Moscow to Lisbon had been affected by it. Everyone. "Weeping willows over us grow." A grove of willows that stood at Waterloo. The trees, so graceful before, reduced to splinters by a Prussian cannon barrage. He remembered the cries of the dying soldiers amid the wreckage. "Nearby." "What's nearby?" he asked, focusing his attention on her faint words. Perhaps she was trying to tell him who she was, or how she'd been trapped. "The swelling ocean." "Yes, you've crossed the sea," he encouraged. He stepped into a rut filled with muddy water, but he kept his feet under him. "Tell me more. Talk to me." "One morning."
"One morning? Tell me what happened."
He heard a commotion down the hill behind him, and turned to catch a glimpse of one of his grooms riding off at breakneck speed toward the village. Finally. "In the month of June."
"It's still May, but June is coming,"
he said. He would say anything to have her continue. As long as she was talking, she was alive. "While feathered, warbling songsters." Her eyes remained closed, but Hugh recognized what she'd done. She'd unearthed memories long buried. He almost never spoke of the war. He tried not to even think of it, but the nightmares remained. He struggled to stay in the present, focus on her. He needed to make sense of what she was saying.
"What are you trying to tell me?"
"They're charming notes." She was determined to continue, regardless of her difficulty breathing. Her voice trailed off into a cough deep in her chest. When it subsided, blue eyes squinted up at him. He looked back at the rain-darkened hair, at the high cheekbones and straight nose.
"What is it? What are you trying to say?"
"Bright." Another bolt of lightning flashed in the direction of the river, and he looked at the house looming up ahead. They'd nearly reached the east wing. A footman appeared around a bend, running toward them and carrying an umbrella.
"We need to settle you into a bed. My sister will get you the care."
"A bonny bunch o' roses. Oh." Understanding came with the ensuing clap of thunder.
Blast me if that doesn't sound like a poem. You can't even breathe, lass, but you're reciting a poem.
Her chin lifted slightly, the eyes once again trying to focus on his face. She struggled to say something under her breath. He couldn't make out the words. When he shook his head, she repeated it. "A ballad," she whispered.
Oh, my apologies. A ballad.
Her eyes had again closed. Had she really just corrected him? A half-dozen footmen and maids were waiting for them at a service door. His sister pushed through them.
"I have her. Make way,"
Hugh ordered, sailing through the entry.
"Go straight up the stairs,"
Jo told him. Mrs. Henson, the housekeeper, appeared at the top.
"We've opened the first bedchamber, my lord."
Servants bustled around them while others ran ahead. The woman coughed, a dreadfully painful sound, and gasped to draw air. A fear ran through him that he'd been right. She'd used all her strength to recite a blasted ballad. A footman held open a door. As Hugh carried her through the sitting room into a bedroom beyond, servants pulled back covers. He laid her down on the bed. As Jo gently patted her face dry, the young woman coughed again, tried to breathe, and her lips moved.
"The rest of the ballad?"
he asked. He brought his ear close to her lips. A faint sound emerged. "Where am I?" Hugh drew back and looked into the blue eyes, trying to bring him into focus.
"Scotland,"
he said.
"You're safe."
She lifted a hand, moved stiffly, and tried to rise, but her limbs hadn't the strength, and her head sank back onto the pillow. The eyes began to drift shut, but she started to whisper again. He stared at her lips and moved closer. "Send me back." Chapter 3. Grace had no idea how long she'd been wandering in the fog. She didn't know what lay ahead. Tall trees looming overhead shut out all light. Tangled undergrowth dragged at her shackled feet. Eyes of predators fixed on her from the shadows. Too exhausted to care, she sank to the ground. The smell of earth and pine filled her senses. Confusion took hold of her. Her stomach clenched as the green world around her began to spin. Voices echoed from a distance. Around her the forest dissolved, falling away like a painted canvas. She was not in a forest, but rather a bedchamber. The words became distinct.
"Her lungs have been affected, my lord, but from what you tell me, that's only to be expected."
Grace peered at the man sitting on the bed beside her. Thick spectacles sat in a bed of bushy white brows atop a red, pockmarked nose. The ruddy face bore the deeply etched lines of advanced years. She tried to draw a breath, but couldn't. Why didn't they move the rock that was sitting on her chest? She was dying. She'd been imprisoned in that basket, sealed up alive in that tomb of wicker and wood, lowered into the grave of some ship's hold. Her cries had gone unanswered until finally she had no more will to call out, no more strength to fight against the feelings of desperation and anguish. The hatches were sealed, the darkness was complete, and time lost all meaning. How many days or weeks she'd lain in that basket she didn't know. Thirst and hunger tore at her insides for a while, but those afflictions too disappeared, only to be replaced by a vague desire for the end to come. But that silent release was still far off, and painful thoughts of her dear father came back over and over. Finally, to combat the madness that she was certain would come, her mind conjured another world. Pages of books lit the darkness, lines of poems and ballads appeared before her eyes. Everything she'd ever read came back to her now. Her father called it her talent. Grace remembered everything, names, faces, numbers, and more. Her friends saw it as entertainment. They tested her and laughed as she recited chapters of books she'd read through only once. She could name the position of any card after having the deck displayed for only a moment. Some who knew of her talent referred to her as an oddity. A French scholar had once insisted on studying her, but her father would not allow it, and she was grateful for his intervention. On that ship, locked in what she assumed would be her coffin, Grace had begun to recite aloud the words locked in her memory. Line after line, poem after poem, Irish ballad and French textbook and novel, each one reminding her that she was still alive. But her voice had eventually grown quieter until only the pounding sound of the sea remained, the creaking of wood and the sloshing of water below. Finally, even those sounds disappeared, and silence claimed the darkness.
"He'd be sorely remiss in offering any words of optimism," the old man said.
His face moved out of her line of sight.
"I can bleed her, my lord, but I don't know what good it'll do her."
No blood. Grace had seen too much of it in Antwerp. The blackening pool around the valet, the deep red stain on her father's chest. While she'd been confined in the crate, her mind had returned to those moments. Awake or asleep, it didn't make a difference. She kept seeing the dead. Even now, Grace's eyes burned, but she doubted she had a tear left to shed.
"No,"
another man replied.
"No letting of her blood. She's not strong enough."
She'd heard that voice before. The same deep and commanding tone. The man who'd lifted her out of that wicked tomb and carried her through the rain. She'd recited an Irish ballad for him, confused him with her words. Safe, he'd said so confidently, placing her in the bed. If he only knew how wrong he was. Grace tried to focus on the tall, dark-haired blur hovering in the distance. Broad shoulders encased in a black coat dominated the wall beyond. She could hardly make out his features, but she heard the concern in his tone. She tried to breathe again and struggled. Coughing racked her body, and a searing pain ripped through her chest. Where was death now? Where was her release? Hadn't she suffered enough? When the spasms subsided a little, someone lifted her head from the pillow and spooned bitter medicine between her lips. Grace choked on it, and her body responded violently. She gasped in vain for air, and then the room went black around her once again. Hugh had seen enough death. He didn't want to witness it now. Watching this woman gasp for breath brought back again the haunting memories of his loved ones, dying so far from home. She'd been murmuring lines from a ballad. He didn't know the work, but it sounded like the farewell of a soldier dying on the battlefield. "Oh, mother, adieu forever. I am now on my dying bed. If I had lived, I'd have been brave. I droop my youthful head. Our bones do moulder. Weeping willows o'er us grow." Hugh battled to suppress, for the 1000th time, his bitter anger at the French tyrant and his bloody war. He stared at the woman, wondering who was missing her now. Like the mother in the poem, who was waiting for her, anguishing over what had become of her, not knowing if she was alive or dead. Hugh hadn't even known his wife and son were suffering until it was too late. Amelia had brought their precious child across the water to Spain without sending word to him. As Hugh and his light cavalry fought their way across Spain, she was waiting for him in Vigo. While he and his men protected the flank of the British army on that horrible retreat through snow and freezing rain, Amelia and his 3-year-old boy were dying of camp fever, racked with pain, gasping for air, and clinging desperately to life. But it was no use. They died there in the seaside village near Corunna, with no one to care for them, no family to comfort them, in the squalor of that god-forsaken place, cut off from help and overcome with pestilence. and he'd not been there when they needed him. Hugh cursed the French again, as he had 1,000,000 times. Later in the fields of France and Belgium, he'd made them bleed for it, even as they continued to cut down his comrades around him. So many times he'd thrown himself into the thickest fray of battle, never caring if he lived or died. How many times had he wished he had died? The woman drifted into a restless sleep, if that's what it was. If she died now, he didn't want to see it. Hugh strode out of the room and stopped. Looking down the hallway at the long, unused rooms of this wing, he felt the pain coursing through him with the same fierceness it had the day he learned of his wife and son's deaths. This part of the East Wing had once been a place of joy for him. No longer. He still came up here, in spite of the pain it brought him. He had to. It was all he had left of them. He looked back at the door where the woman lay, gamely struggling for breath. She was a fighter, to be sure, but he couldn't fathom how she'd come to be in that blasted crate. He descended the stairs and went out into the yard. A light rain was still falling, though the lightning and rumbling thunder had long ago moved off to the east. He followed the drive down past the stables to the carriage barn and went in. Staring at the open crate, Hugh tried to calculate how long she must have been trapped in there. The basket was shipped from Antwerp. Someone had nailed the box shut. How was it possible that she would go unnoticed, unless she had intentionally hidden in there? She could have been drugged or knocked out and secreted in the basket. If that were the case, she'd been left in there intentionally to die. Or perhaps someone else had failed to intercept the shipment and let her out before she left Antwerp. The possibilities were numerous, but none of them left him feeling any easier about it. Hugh inspected the crate. Nothing out of the ordinary struck him. Looking into the balloon gondola, he considered the torment of being confined in such a space. It was amazing that she'd survived it all. Something caught his eye in the bottom of the basket. Several coins. Climbing in, he picked them up and held them to the light. American coins. Chapter 4. For over 4 decades now, management of Baronsford had resided in Walter Truscott's capable hands. A cousin to Hugh's father, Truscott was widely respected as the reason the Penningtons' estate served as a model of care and accomplishment in this corner of Scotland. Hugh was kept abreast of everything, but his position in the judiciary kept him busy. So Truscott oversaw the work of the steward and the farm managers, and made all operational decisions. Whether the issue pertained to the home farm or the tenantry. No cottage was built or mill repaired without his authorization, no livestock was bought or sold, and no field was ploughed without his knowledge. No farmhand was hired or fired without his final approval. It had been Truscott's suggestion to offer a job to Darby after he wrongly spent time in the local jail. Having made arrangements with the Lennox steward, Walter had offered the blacksmith a position at Baronsford the morning after being released. Upon returning to Baronsford after 2 days in Edinburgh, Hugh found Darby had taken them up on the offer. Standing by a stable door, Truscott gestured toward the nearby smithy.
"Hard worker, intelligent, and capable in his trade," Truscott told him. "He'll be an asset for us." "You never guess wrong, Walter."
Hugh handed his horse over to one of the grooms.
"Living arrangements for him are taken care of."
The French wars and migration by many workers to cities like Edinburgh over the past 2 decades had diminished the numbers of cotters who worked and farmed around Baronsford, as well as the population of Melrose Village. More and more Irish vagrants were showing up in the area, but many cottages sat empty.
"He has also requested a few moments of your time," Truscott says. "Says it's important that he speak with you. I thought it might be less intimidating for him if you heard what he had to say out here, rather than in your study."
Hugh was impatient to talk to Jo about their mystery patient. He assumed she was still alive. He'd received no word to the contrary while he was in Edinburgh. A few moments wouldn't make a difference. Leaving Truscott behind, he strode to the open doors of the smithy. The tall man was working alongside a soot-covered helper.
"You wish to speak with me, Mr. Darby?"
Seeing him, the blacksmith hung up his leather apron and came out. Hugh motioned toward the kennels, and they moved across to the low building. Whatever he had to say, the man might as well have some privacy doing it. A dozen small hounds came across the fenced-in enclosure, tails wagging.
"First off, I wanted to thank you, my lord."
The blacksmith took off his cap, clutching it in two hands.
"I know I'd still be rotting in that jail if not for you. No need to thank me. I like to think we do a decent job of dispensing the law in this region, but what happened to you was wrong. That's my life, my lord. I was born and raised in the East End of London, a tough place," he added. "Coming north for this job, I was hoping for a change. I can assure you that you'll be treated fairly at Baronsford, and paid according to your worth. Mr. Truscott is a fair man. To be sure, I already see that."
The cap continued to twist in his large fists. Hugh had spent enough years on the bench to know when a man was building his courage to say more. He leaned over the fence and petted the dogs.
"I'm grateful for your generosity, my lord. I've met with only kindness from everyone since I arrived yesterday. But—"
He paused, his gaze scouring the ground between them.
"I wish to bring no trouble to your door. You've been kind to me, so I'd like to be square with you. Your neighbour, who was to employ me, didn't know everything about this. I'm no murderer or a thief, but there are folk who look down on— I'm aware of your previous arrest in London, Mr. Darby," Hugh said, facing him. "After the Sparfield riots last December, you spent 26 days in jail before being released. No charge was brought against you."
This past December's riots had been the culmination of a decade of discontent over high prices and taxes after the French wars, and London's poorest were not the only ones who went out into the streets demonstrating. To the surprise of many, a large number of aristocrats joined the so-called rabble.
"You know this, and still you took me on." "Protesting against the government is a time-honoured right."
He didn't want to mention the laws Parliament had enacted since those riots. The blacksmith stopped abusing his cap and let out a relieved breath.
"We have a need for tradesmen here,"
Hugh said, changing the topic.
"And Mr. Truscott tells me you're an able blacksmith." "I work hard, my lord."
A different man stood before him now, one who was free of the shadows of the past.
"Excellent. In fact, I could use your help with a certain project of mine, if you're willing." "I'd be happy to help, my lord." "Good. I'll arrange it with Mr. Truscott on when he can lend your services to me."
Hugh needed a metal worker to assist him with his ballooning, and he had no doubt Truscott was thinking just that when he hired Darby. A few moments later, when Hugh reached the house, Jo was waiting for him. Her brisk greeting and troubled expression indicated that she needed his attention right away.
"Library?"
he asked. "The downstairs library will be fine." She turned to one of the footmen standing nearby. "Please ask Mrs. Henson to send in some tea for his lordship." Not waiting for him, she walked off in that direction. Hugh shed his hat and cloak and followed her. She was pacing the floor when he entered. Jo was generally calm in temperament. She was a natural peacemaker, patient in dealing with the nuisance of mundane disagreements. The only time her emotions surfaced, it was because of the family. When the need arose, she became a lioness protecting the pride.
"You're wearing a path in the carpet, Jo."
He closed the door behind him.
"What is it?"
She stopped, facing him.
"It's about our guest." "What about her? Has she died?"
"No, she's still alive, though she continues to float in and out of consciousness. Dr. Nanby was here at noon. He still says there is little hope of her surviving. He's also worried about contagion because she was subjected for so long to the noxious vapours of the ship's hold."
"Is this what has you worried?"
She shook her head. "I've been with her since we brought her to the house. Anna's been the only servant helping me. We've seen to her care, and we're both doing fine after 3 days of it." Knowing his sister wouldn't stop pacing until she said what was on her mind, Hugh sat on the sofa. "Were you able to find anything about her while you were in Edinburgh?"
"I went down to the shipping office at Leith and asked a few discreet questions about the handling of the crate," he told her. "No one had an inkling there was any problem at all. So I sent my clerk, Aston Mackay, to Antwerp to find out what he can about any missing American woman. We should hear back from him within a fortnight. Until then, I'm still hopeful our guest will awaken and tell us herself how she ended up in that crate. In the meantime, I wish to bring no extra attention to her while she is recovering."
As a judge familiar with the darker sides of human nature, Hugh was well aware of the ugly exaggerations and falsehoods that could spread if her situation were made public. She was ill and had no way of protecting herself.
"Did you ask Dr. Nanby to keep her situation private?"
"I did, and he agrees. She should be spared unnecessary excitement." Jo resumed her pacing. "She's been talking in her sleep." Hugh smiled to himself at her poetic recital and her insistence that he understood it was a ballad.
"Has she divulged anything useful?"
"Her manner of speech is quite refined, and I've heard her murmur or call out not just in English, but in German and Spanish and French. It appears she's proficient in those languages, and she likes to recite poetry." He himself was a constant reader, not so much poems and novels, but the law journals and anything pertaining to history and science. He respected women who read, and it appeared this one did.
"So she's well educated,"
Hugh commented. "And well born, I think. The quality of her travelling dress says much about her station." Jo faced him again. "But that isn't all I've learned." The servant bringing in tea interrupted their conversation. After dismissing her, Jo poured a cup for Hugh and sat next to him.
"What else?"
he asked. She placed a velvet pouch between them on the sofa.
"What is this?"
"It might be the reason why someone was cross with her."
"If someone nailed her into that crate, they were more than cross. They were trying to kill her. What's in there, and where did you find it?"
"The pouch was sewn into the padded waistline of her dress. We found it when Mrs. Henson took the garment down to be laundered." Jo shook a large opaque stone into her palm. A diamond, uncut, the largest he'd ever seen. Who carries something this valuable, Hugh thought. He put the teacup down.
"Let me see."
"Have you ever seen a gem this size?"
"Heavy,"
he commented. He stood and moved to the window, holding it up to the afternoon light. "Do you think it's a diamond?" she asked. Hugh placed the stone against the window and scratched a small X on the glass. The condition they found her in had to be directly tied to this. He'd ruled on crimes committed over minuscule amounts of wealth.
"Yes, it is a diamond, and I would guess it's worth a fortune."
"I thought as much," she said. "It was sewn into this pouch and secreted within enough layers of fabric that it was impossible for anyone looking at the dress to know it was hidden there."
"You opened the pouch?"
he asked, his tone sharper than he intended. Jo blushed. "Perhaps I shouldn't have, but I hoped it might tell us something about our guest."
"I'd say it does,"
Their guest spoke a number of languages. The coins indicated a connection with America. Now this precious diamond. All pieces of a puzzle. She could be a victim or a thief, or an American heiress like those Cation sisters. He would withhold his judgment, however, and not jump to any conclusions until he had all the facts. Hugh walked back to his sister and placed the diamond in her hand.
You should show it to her as soon as she awakens. If it were mine, I'd be quite concerned about it.
And you think this could be the reason she was shut in the crate? Joe asked. Perhaps someone was after the jewel. But is it hers? Or does it belong to someone else?
We won't know until she regains consciousness. For now, keep it safe.
Hugh had as many questions as his sister.
All we can do is wait. She's the only one who can give us any answers.
Chapter 5. Grace's body was on fire. Hot sweat ran from her brow in scalding rivulets. Heat rose in waves from within, piercing her skin with the sharp pain of 1,000 needles. Her back, her scalp, her chest burned. Every inch of skin ached. She struggled to take cooler air into her lungs. A weight held her down, making it impossible to breathe. She was confined, her arms and feet trapped beneath a thick shroud. She kicked at it, pushed it with all her failing strength until it fell away. She rolled and landed with a thud on her hands and knees in the darkness. She was in a strange place. Her fingers tentatively traced the wooden surface. Panic urged her to get up and run, to flee, but her limbs were too weak to follow directions. Finally, with great effort, Grace managed to push herself to her feet. Clinging to a bedpost, she tried to breathe and looked about her in confusion. Her chest was heavy and pained her dreadfully, but she was too afraid to cough, fearful of making any noise. Where was she? In the deep shadows in the corners of the room, formless dangers stirred and came to life. Unable to move, she watched them edge out through the dark, inching threateningly across the gleaming wood floor like a living fog. They curled around her legs, tugging at the glowing white nightgown covering her. Heat continued to radiate off her body, and waves of terror washed through her, paralyzing her. Something moved by an open window, and Grace stared at a hulking figure there. It took a moment before she recognized the shape. A woman, seated in a chair, a quilt placed around her. Moonlight threw her features into dark relief, making her eyes look sunken and black. The coverlid rose and fell rhythmically. She was sleeping. Grace had never seen her before. She'd never been in this room. Was she a prisoner? Her father. She had to get to him. He needed her. Her legs wobbled as she made her way to the door. Finding it slightly ajar, she pulled it open and slipped through. No candle or lamp shed any light in the wide hallway, but a window in the stairwell drew her toward it. This was not the inn they'd stayed in after... When was that? Where? Fragmented images of a ship's cabin flashed through her brain. Ragged boys crowding around her. An endless, foul-smelling ditch running between tumble-down buildings. But where was her father? The dressing on his leg had to be changed. Who was seeing to his dinner? Her mind was incapable of finishing a thought. Holding tight to the railing with 2 hands, she slowly descended the stairs. A wheezing sound froze her until she realized it was her own ragged breathing. The heat of a few moments ago suddenly turned to a chill. Following the winding stairway down, she pushed her loose hair back from her face and gathered the nightgown tighter against her damp skin. Light from a larger window streamed across the black and white checkered floor below. All was quiet. She shivered violently, but she forced herself on. Her father was surely in pain. He needed her. She went down another step, and the light suddenly grew very bright as everything around her tilted. Grace groaned as she opened her eyes. The floor was cool and smooth against her cheek. She was lying at the bottom of the stairs. Feeling about, she clutched at the newel post and pulled herself upright. The darkness whirled around her, and she held tight until her eyes focused. Across the floor, she saw a line of yellow light at the base of a pair of doors. Father. The doors were about a mile off, but she had to get to him. Forcing herself to stay on her feet, she made her way slowly across the floor, counting the black and white blocks as she went. She looked ahead. 30 steps to go. 10. 5. She took hold of the knob, pushed it open, and staggered in. The room was lit by a single lamp across the room. A dark-haired man stared at her from behind a desk, a look of astonishment on his face. No one else was in the room.
"You're awake."
But was she? Hugh wondered, trying to keep his voice calm as he stood. She was a wraith, thin and ghostly. Wild blonde curls descended in waves to her waist. Bare feet poked out from beneath the billowy nightgown. Large eyes dominated the classic symmetry of her face. She blinked and peered at him, but it appeared she could not focus. She was shivering violently, her chattering teeth audible from across the way. Where is my... Hugh guessed she was looking for Joe or Anna.
"Upstairs,"
he said, coming around his desk. He motioned to a nearby chair.
"Why don't you sit, and I'll call for my sister."
She shook her head and turned to leave, but came face to face with the wall of books along the wall. She paused, her fingers running momentarily along the leather spines. I haven't read these. That was no surprise to Hugh. He doubted the volumes of commentary on English law would provide interesting reading for her. But there was no point in mentioning it, for she swayed and he caught her as she began to fall. He put an arm around her waist to steady her. Let me go. She struggled weakly. Need to find him.
"Whom do you need to find?"
he asked. She burned with fever. He could feel it through the thick nightgown. This close, he saw the trembling of her lips, the patches of red in her cheeks. The fever seemed to be scorching her from the inside. Blue eyes the colour of sapphires struggled to focus as she looked up into his face. Where is he? She asked, her voice now edged with panic.
"Tell me his name, and perhaps I can help you."
His medicine. The wound. I have to see to it. She pushed at him to get free, and he released her. He thought of the jewel that Joe showed him. She would not travel alone, carrying a treasure the size of that diamond. There had to be a companion, a husband, father, brother, or a suitor. She walked away a few steps and then faltered. She looked over her shoulder, stretching a hand toward him. Room. Spinning. Hugh reached for her again, and this time she fell into his arms, clutching at his shirt. Her face pressed against his chest, and he breathed in the scent of rose and lavender. As her soft curls brushed against his chin, his senses lit up with memories. His wife, the way she insisted on being held constantly during the difficult days before he returned to his regiment on the peninsula. The feel and smell of her hair, the salty taste of the tears he kissed from her cheek. Those were their final moments together. He'd wondered so many times since if Amelia knew the end was coming. If she did, she must have envisioned it to be his death, and not her own, not their son's. He also recalled his impatience. He could not understand her panic, her grief. If he could only go back in time. Blackstone. He had no idea what she was talking about. She must know someone by the name of Blackstone. Perhaps it was her companion's name.
Is that your family name?
William Curry, she said, pushing away from his chest far enough to look up into his eyes. The realization dawned. She was speaking of a volume she'd just seen on his shelf. He wanted to smile. Feverish, confused, in search of someone she'd lost, her mind was following two paths. She'd done the same thing when he carried her up to the house.
You're welcome to read it, Hugh told her. But first I should take you back to bed. I'll get Joe.
She looked around her, her body tensing, once again recognizing she was in a strange place. No, she protested. I must go. Find him. He can't manage.
You're not well,
he said quietly, supporting her and leading her out of his study.
You're in no condition to go anywhere.
Dr. Namby would be back mid-morning, but Hugh feared that might be too late. The woman's fever could kill her. Joe would know what to do, and he'd send someone to the village now. Where am I? She'd asked the same question the very first day.
You are in Scotland, in Barnsford.
He helped her to take a few steps. 2 volumes, she said, on fines and recoveries. She was referring to books on his shelves again. He was no expert when it came to afflictions of the mind, but he'd seen distracted soldiers withdraw into their own worlds and cling to what they could take comfort in. Have you read them? She asked. Hugh smiled. If she didn't feel like a hot poker in his hands, he would have sworn she was testing his qualifications.
I don't know. I might have.
She raised her face close to his. Who are you?
Who am I as in, why don't I recall reading those books? Or who am I as in, who is it standing beside you now?
Kindly answer the question. There was a confidence in her tone that transcended her present condition. She was accustomed to getting answers.
Hugh Pennington, he said. And what is your name?
Grace, she whispered. 7 days at Barnsford, and they finally learned her name. Considering all the danger she'd survived, the name suited her.
What is your family name, Grace?
Her face took on a guarded look as she gazed at the dark stairwell ahead. Hugh felt her thin shoulders tense, and she braced herself, unwilling to take another step. Can't go up. They're after me. Those men.
Who's after you?
They'll kill me. She huddled against him, clutching at his shirt. This was the fever talking. She didn't know where she was. One moment she was speaking about the books on his shelf. In the next, her nightmares were coming to life.
You're safe here, he assured her. I won't allow anyone to hurt you.
Upstairs, waiting. I hear them. They want to kill me. She looked up, her eyes wide. Run! We have to get away! The sudden burst of strength was surprising. She jerked herself free and backed away from the steps. This time he wasn't fast enough. She fell hard to the floor. Hugh crouched by her side. She winced in pain. He brushed back the tendrils of hair from her face. The nightgown had ridden up. As he pushed it down, his fingers brushed along the curve of her ankles. Footsteps echoed down a hallway, and a young footman appeared, holding a taper.
I heard voices, my lord. Do you need... Tell Mr. Simons to send a rider to the village for Dr. Namby, he ordered as the lad came closer. Now!
As the servant ran off, Hugh lifted Grace in his arms and started for the steps. She was burning up and shivering at the same time. She burrowed against his chest. "Bain's Institutions of the Criminal Law."
"I know. 4th shelf," he said, gathering her closer. "You'd like to read it?"
Fingers moved inside the neckline of his shirt, pressing against his warm skin. "Murray of Glendoch?"
"Yes, Acts and Laws of Parliament. Another captivating read," he answered, trying to ignore the caress of her hand on his chest. Her words became incoherent murmurs. From the little he could decipher, she was reciting a page from a medical journal. Perhaps she was travelling with a doctor. Perhaps he was dead or injured. She was running from someone, but whom? And who was she? He knew her first name. She'd been in Antwerp, and he'd found some American coins in the crate. And she had a good mind and an interest in reading. But all they knew was that she was in possession of a valuable diamond. Light appeared in the upper hallway. Anna met him at the top of the stairs and led Hugh back to the bedchamber.
"I'm sorry, my lord."
She held up a candle.
"I must have dozed off. Opened my eyes and she was gone."
Hugh carried Grace in.
"No harm done," he said. "Leave a candle and go wake Lady Jo."
The woman did as she was told and ran off. Flickering shadows danced on the walls. He laid Grace gently on the bed, pulling the covers up to her chin. Tears glistened on her cheeks. He sat beside her and touched her forehead. Too hot. He wondered if they would lose her after a week of trying to nurse her back to health. Perhaps he should have brought an Edinburgh doctor back with him. "Blood."
"Hush, lass. This is all a nightmare."
He liked it so much better when she was naming the titles on his bookshelf, or reciting some poem. "I can't leave him. He needs me. I must go back." A tearful sob turned into a rackling cough. He looked at the door, feeling helpless. Fighting the urge to escape, he lifted her head and offered a sip from the cup on the bedside table. She swallowed a mouthful, once again able to breathe. He brushed away the droplets she'd dribbled on her chin. For a brief moment he found himself staring at her chapped lips and the long, dark lashes fanning high cheekbones. Hugh tried to pull away, but she caught his hand. Rolling toward him, she held it against her cheek. "Hide me."
"I've told you. You're safe here," he said. "No one will hurt you. I won't allow it."
Lines deepened on her forehead. She wasn't hearing him. Whatever demons had been haunting her, they were back. She rubbed her cheek against his palm, and what he'd tried to ignore in the stairwell rushed back. An unexpected pang of awareness charged through him. In the 8 years since Amelia's death, Hugh had been no saint. As a widower, he was considered fair game for those in the marriage market. Families put their daughters in his path, thinking he would marry again. They were wrong. Still, he was no monk. He was a man, and he knew where to find women when the darkest moments came. But beyond the oblivion that sex provided, his memories and guilt remained. He'd even kept an occasional mistress, but none of those women ever saw the inside of Baronsford. This house belonged to his family. Here his memories of Amelia and their son resided. Here he grieved. But now, feeling her cheek against his hand, recalling the warmth of her flesh through the nightgown, Hugh felt his body responding in a way that surprised him. "I shouldn't have left him." He shouldn't wonder whether she was married. It didn't matter, he told himself. Her eyes were closed, but her hold on him remained strong. Fresh tears dripped onto his hand. "Take me back to him," she pleaded.
"Take you back to whom?" he asked.
"To my father. Help me find him." At the sound of footsteps, Hugh looked up. Joe hurried in with Anna on her heels. He pulled his hand out of Grace's grasp and stood.
"She's burning up. I already sent for Namby."
He backed out of the room as his sister took charge, ordering Anna to fetch more drying cloths and a fresh pitcher of water. Descending the steps, Hugh frowned, realizing that he'd actually been pleased when she mentioned a father and not a husband. Chapter 6. For the first time, Grace's head was clear. Her senses were sharp. The fog that she'd been wandering in was gone. The blur of passing days and nights retreated. The nightgown they'd put on her stuck to her skin, but she wouldn't push back the covers. Keeping her eyes closed, she listened to the two women moving about the bedchamber.
"Well, at least she's not burning with fever this morning," Joe whispered.
"Looking much better she is, milady,"
the maid responded in a soft voice.
"But she has a long way to go, I'd say."
A cup rattled, a blanket was shaken out. Footsteps creaked across the floor. "We need to build her strength. Anna, tell the cook to send out something more than broth for Grace today. Perhaps some bread and jam." They knew her name. She'd heard Joe whisper it in encouragement whenever she was pushing medicine or water down her throat. She must have told them herself. She worried how much more she'd revealed. Grace focused on everything she knew about her hosts. She was in Scotland, in a place named Baronsford. From snatches of conversation, she guessed the estate must be within a day's ride or so of Edinburgh. The family name was Pennington, an English name. That alone was enough to keep her silent. A rustle of skirts, and a window opened across the room. A warm morning breeze drifted over her like a caress, carrying the scent of early summer. Grace couldn't pretend to be asleep for much longer. But first she had to decide how much to say about who she was and what had transpired. It was quite possible her life depended on it. She couldn't tell them she was the daughter of an Irish colonel who'd fought on the side of the French against the English, or that her mother's father was Macpherson of Benmore, a Scottish Jacobite who escaped to France to avoid hanging. Her family tree had been filled with traitors to the English crown. The Macpherson land and their wealth had long ago been seized by the king. Beyond that, she knew nothing of her family, if any still existed. She'd never stepped foot in England or Scotland. She had every reason to fear what the Penningtons would do if they were to discover any of this. Could she be jailed for the so-called crimes of her family? They might view her as a spy who tried to slip into the country in a shipping crate. "You're safe here." His words had been a line thrown to her when she was drowning in a sea of nightmares. Those moments when she couldn't tell day from night, when she didn't know if she'd been here a day or a month. His words had come back to her, soothing her troubled mind. That night when she'd found herself wandering, searching for her father, Hugh Pennington had tried to ease her fears. "You're safe here." Safe, she repeated in her mind, knowing she could put no faith in it. A heavier tread entered the bedchamber, and Grace recognized the voice of the man she'd heard them refer to as Dr. Namby. "She slept through last night," Joe said after greeting him. "For the first time. No coughing, no restlessness. And this morning it seems the fever has broken." As the physician's cool fingers touched her forehead, Grace could no longer hide behind the pretense of sleep. She opened her eyes. The bushy white eyebrows quirked above his thick spectacles, and a grin deepened the lines in his face.
"You are doing better, aren't you?"
he asked, lifting her wrist to check her pulse. Joe joined the physician at the bedside. Dark circles under her eyes bespoke the vigilance she'd maintained. During brief moments of wakefulness and relative clarity, Grace had taken the opportunity to study her. With her high, rounded cheekbones, chocolate brown eyes, and lustrous black hair, Jo was a striking woman. but there was also a tightness in the lines around her mouth and at the corners of the eyes that hinted of a life not devoid of pain. She was Hugh's sister. She wore no rings. A spinster. A woman after her own heart. They could be close to the same age, too. Grace's priority in life had always been her father, never planning a future for herself. Then again, she could be a widow. The wars had produced many across Europe. Either way, she wondered who Jo took care of now. Her brother, perhaps.
"I take back everything I said,"
the physician said.
"It appears your patient will live."
Jo rested her hand on Grace's, giving it a gentle squeeze. The simple show of affection brought on a wave of raw emotion. She was grateful for what had been done for her. She hated the fact that she now needed to lie to someone who'd been so kind and attentive. The doctor and her hostess gently sat Grace up. He tapped on her chest, putting an ear close to listen to her breathing.
"The wheezing remains, but she's young. That should lessen over time."
When he was finished, Jo propped pillows behind her. Anna came in carrying a tray, and the old woman's round face beamed at the sight of Grace awake. The doctor moved across the room to a table that held an assortment of bottles, and Jo took his place at her bedside. "It pleases me to no end to see you improving," she said. "Even though you've been here for 10 days, we haven't had the opportunity for introductions. My name is Jo, and this is our maid Anna and Dr. Namby. Although you may not remember, you've already met my brother Hugh, Viscount Greysteel. We've all been quite concerned about you." 10 days. Grace looked at the faces that, in spite of her illness, she'd come to know. Missing was the man who'd rescued her from the crate, and then had carried her up here again when she went wandering through the house. Hugh Pennington, Viscount Greysteel.
"You should eat very little for a day or two," the doctor ordered, eyeing the tray. "We want to make certain you can hold down the food."
"Thank you," Grace whispered, meeting Jo's gaze. Warm hands rested on her own. "There were a few moments during these past days when I had little hope you'd stay with us," Jo said.
"Not you, my lady," the doctor said,
coming back with a dark brown bottle and a spoon.
"You never lost hope."
Dr. Namby poured the liquid into a spoon and reached over.
"Open."
Grace grimaced with disgust, swallowing the bitter syrup. Jo sat on the edge of the bed and motioned to Anna to bring the tray. "We'll start you with a little tea and bread this morning, Grace." This was the moment. Questions were sure to follow. She would need to devise her answers in a way that would raise the least suspicion. Her only route to safety lay in getting to Brussels, where she and her father were going before. But she had to regain her strength first. "Grace?" she finally replied. "Is that my name?" Jo's head turned away, searching for the doctor. Namby was already on his way to the bedside. A look passed between them.
"Allow me, my lady."
Jo stood, but hovered over his shoulder. Grace hated herself for doing this, for acting this way after everything they'd done for her, but she had no choice.
"What is your name, dear?"
the old man asked patiently. Grace stared at him for the space of a few breaths before darting a look at Jo. Anna stood wide-eyed at the foot of the bed. She finally turned her attention back to the physician. "I don't know. But you called me Grace? Is that my name?" A heavy silence fell, the only sound being the breeze pushing at the curtains and a bird chittering somewhere outside.
"Tell us what you do, remember,"
Namby persisted.
"Anything, any person, Can you tell us where you live, perhaps?"
She stared into the intent faces, grateful that no one could read her mind. But his scrutiny alone was intimidating. Her throat began to tighten as she worried about lying. It would certainly go worse for her if they found her out. "Nothing. I remember nothing. But tell me, is my name Grace? What am I doing here? Help me." Jo sat on the edge of the bed, speaking softly. "As I said, you've been here 10 days. But 3 nights ago my brother found you wandering downstairs. You told him your name is Grace. You were afraid that someone was after you." The men pursuing her in Antwerp had followed her into her fevered dreams. In those nightmares, her father was still alive, still needed her. She vaguely recalled stumbling into the room where Hugh Pennington sat behind a desk. Grace couldn't recall what she'd said or how much she'd admitted to.
"When a person battles a fever," the physician said, "the mind responds in ways we don't understand."
"Do you remember being aboard a ship?" Jo took hold of her hand. "You arrived here inside a crate. It came from Antwerp. Do you recall any of that?" "I recall darkness." Grace shivered. She pulled her hand away and drew the blanket up to her chin. "I couldn't get out. I cried out, but no one heard me. It felt as if I were trapped in a coffin. No light or air. Nothing but the dank, terrible smell of death." Emotions overwhelmed her. She was not acting. She struggled to breathe. She'd lived through that horror. The fear was real. She'd prayed for death.
"Easy now."
The physician motioned for Jo to give her a drink.
"We need to go slow. Give her time. After what she's lived through, we shouldn't be surprised."
A cup was lifted to her lips. Grace took a sip, thankful for it. In her entire life, she'd never pretended to be anything but what she was. She couldn't do this. She had to get away. She had to get to those she knew in Brussels. But how? After riding down to the lake to inspect the old dam, Hugh and Truscott returned to the house and handed off their horses to the grooms by the front door.
"So we know what must be done," Hugh said. "The dam needs to be repaired before the autumn rains. If it lets go, the flood downstream will take out the mill and the miller with it. We can't pull men from the farms right now to do the job," Truscott said. "We don't have the extra hands."
Hugh looked out past the cattle and sheep grazing in the meadows, toward the fields stretching out in the distance. The cotters had just begun the haymaking, and needed to finish if the barley and oats harvest were to happen on schedule. If they got behind now, the farmers would be looking at a lean winter.
"We'll need to hire from outside," Truscott suggested. "We've had a number of Irish workers coming through lately, looking for work. Is it in our best interest to employ men whose value we don't know? What about the villagers?" "Workers are scarce everywhere right now," Truscott responded. "The Irish are transient, but they're available."
Something had to be done about the dwindling population, Hugh thought. If it wasn't the growing number of manufactories drawing men into the cities, it was the farm folk leaving Scotland after the blasted land clearances. Scots were leaving and the Irish were coming in.
"Let me think about it," he said,
turning toward the front door. The question of the Irish in Scotland was a growing concern for many. Around Glasgow, where most of them were disembarking and looking for work, problems with the local authorities had been reaching the public's ears, and the dock in his courtroom as well. Striding into Baronsford's wide entrance hall, Hugh paused and handed his gloves and hat to the footman. Here, at least, the place was alive with workers. Mrs. Henson's household staff were hard at it, scurrying in and out of the salons and the great ballroom. Preparations for the annual ball next month had begun. The tiny housekeeper spotted him and hurried over. With her pinched face, reddish hair, and constant nervous energy, Mrs. Henson had always reminded him of a crossbill that Joe found injured in the garden when they were children. She'd nursed the red bird back to health, and the creature had lived out a long life, fluttering back and forth from bedstead to chair to wardrobe in Joe's room. He could see it now, hopping along his sister's arm.
"My lord, Lady Joe was just looking for you."
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Any idea where I might find her?
"In the downstairs library with Dr. Namby. I believe he was hoping to have a word before he left."
Any change in our guest?
Hugh asked.
"I know she's awakened,"
the housekeeper told him.
"If I may ask, after your consult with Dr. Namby, perhaps your lordship might consider sharing any news of the young lady. The staff is somewhat anxious, I must say."
Hugh understood the concern. Numerous members of the household who worked here were the second or third generation to serve the family, and strangers in the house always raised questions. For some, the infamous accident that nearly killed Hugh's father decades ago was still a fresh memory. These were folk who cared about Baronsford. They were invested in its well-being.
"I'll see what the doctor has to say," he said. "And I'll be sure to share any information I can."
Heading to the library, Hugh realized he was very relieved to hear Grace had awakened. He felt responsible for her. She'd arrived in a crate that was addressed to him, and she was a guest under his roof. Still, he'd been trying to forget the surge of protectiveness he'd felt for her the other night as she clung to him, afraid. And that other feeling that was less comfortable to recall, that nether edge of awareness. It was unusual, but she'd already made an impression on him. He wondered if it was because of her peculiar interest in his law books, or reciting a ballad on death's door, or if holding her brought back dark memories and tore open old wounds. Winding his way through the hallways, Hugh reached the library. The door was open, and he entered without knocking. He'd always found this room to be one of the most comfortable at Baronsford, but it didn't feel that way now. Joe was pacing, and the doctor was sitting on the edge of a chair, eyeing his pocket watch. The tension was palpable. Namby stood immediately when Hugh entered.
"I'm so happy you've come," Joe said, brightening. "Dr. Namby has other patients to see. I've been trying to convince him to stay and take some lunch. And again, I thank you, but I cannot."
The doctor turned to Hugh.
"I have only a few moments before I must go, my lord, but I stayed to speak with you." "And I'm here now," Hugh replied. "What is it?" "Well, to begin, I'm happy to report that the young woman's fever has broken, and she's out of any immediate danger. She's awake, but extremely weak. Her youth will prove to be in her fever, however. I suspect, given time to mend, she'll regain her health."
Hugh recalled the limp and unconscious body he dragged out of the crate. She'd been barely alive, and after carrying her back to bed the other night, he still didn't think she would make it. He thought the fever would take her.
"And her memory?"
Joe asked.
"What about it?"
Hugh asked, looking from his sister to the doctor. From the moment he'd walked in, he'd known that something was bothering her.
"It appears your guest is repressing memories of her past,"
Namby said.
"What does she remember?"
Hugh asked.
"Nothing at all. We asked a few simple questions about her past, but her mind appears to be a blank slate regarding everything before her time in the crate."
"She doesn't even know her name or her family,"
Joe added.
"She recalls neither where she came from nor where she was going. She can't even remember the little she told you when she wandered into your study."
"Nothing about searching for a father?"
Hugh asked. Jo shook her head.
I'm hardly an expert in the afflictions of the mind, Namby said, looking steadily at Hugh. But I have recently read about this. It occasionally happens in soldiers, my lord.
Grace might not be a soldier, but she's certainly been through an arduous ordeal, Jo said in defence of their guest. The physician agreed.
Indeed, loss of memory is sometimes the result of a sudden shock or a blow to the head, he explained. Other times it may occur during or after extended periods of suffering. In this case, if we add to that the delirium that accompanied her days of sustained fever, I'm not surprised at some subsequent disorder of the mind.
The need to forget. Hugh had seen it himself. Men whose minds shut out the horror they'd witnessed in battle. They were the lucky ones.
Will she recover from it? He asked.
Perhaps, in time.
The doctor glanced at the clock standing against a wall.
But it may very well be a slow process. She must be handled with patience, gently coaxing her along. It's quite possible she may begin to remember important details of her life, family, for instance, as well as how she came to be here. When that will happen is another question entirely.
Listening to the doctor, Hugh was now more impatient than ever to hear back from the clerk he'd sent to Antwerp. He hoped Mackay would find something that would explain Grace's condition. Perhaps if she were reunited with her kin, he thought, her memory would return more quickly.
I can make arrangements to have her taken to my house in the village, the physician offered. As you know, my wife is always looking for a project, as she calls it. Your young woman would be well looked after. And my 2 apprentices will be more than happy to assist in her recovery, I'm certain.
Thank you, sir, but no. We can keep her here, Jo asserted. Her gaze flew to Hugh. Of course, that is, if you have no objection. What he was feeling didn't matter, he reminded himself. Though he served as master of Baronsford, in his mind the house belonged to the family. This was the place they returned to celebrate, to mourn, to heal, and to gather. The tumult of the memories stirred up in him by Grace's presence could not be the priority. He looked at Jo, the person who would be most affected.
If that's what you want.
Thank you. I do, Jo said, turning to the doctor. We'll keep her here at Baronsford until she's regained her strength.
Very good, Namby said. Then I'll check back in a few days, unless you need me sooner.
Before walking through the house to his study, Hugh listened to the doctor giving instructions to Jo about what to do and look for while caring for Grace. Namby had mentioned his wife's projects. Jo needed them as well. Dividing her time between Baronsford, Melbury Hall in Hertfordshire, and the townhouse in London, she was devoted to the family. But for her entire adult life she'd kept herself occupied with causes she felt were important, especially since the debacle of her broken engagement 15 years ago. The Tower House charity that she ran with Walter's wife was an example of it. Perhaps having Grace stay at Baronsford would be a good thing for Jo, too, for however long she needed to recover. In his study, Hugh found the orderly stack of papers on his desk waiting for him. His secretary was a good man for prioritizing items requiring his attention. Invitations for the upcoming annual ball needed to be sent out this week, and the list of guests was on top of the pile. Picking up the list, Hugh fought down his annoyance, in spite of the fact that he knew how important the ball was for the family and for the community. Still, he frowned at his mother's gentle insistence that his name should be on the invitation as host, rather than that of the Earl and Countess. He understood her motivation. Since he returned from the wars, she'd been striving to keep him involved and make him feel a sense of ownership of Baronsford. He sighed in resignation. The ball was a family tradition, and he'd once again do what he must. He called for his man. The secretary appeared, spectacles in hand.
"Yes, my lord." "The list is fine. Send the invitations."
As he was about to hand off the paper, however, a name on the list caught his attention. Melfort. He paused, a flash of temper heating his face.
"Wait."
He stabbed the list with his finger.
"Why is this name included?"
The young man stared at the paper in confusion.
"I'm sorry, my lord. Sir John Melfort has recently purchased Highfield Hall. He and Lady Melfort are currently in residence. I assumed that she'd wish to include them." "You assumed incorrectly,"
Hugh said sharply. He reined in his temper, realizing that his secretary had no knowledge of the history between the Penningtons and the Melforts.
"Take them off." "Of course. Immediately."
The young man took the list, eager to escape the room. Hugh called to him as he reached the door.
"Wait. Has my sister seen the guest list?" "No, my lord. Lady Jo has been too busy. She requested that you approve the invitations." "Good. Keep it that way. And don't mention any of this to her."
Jo hadn't seen Melfort's brother win in 15 years, and the last thing Hugh wanted was to hurt her by reopening old wounds. No, the Melforts were not invited at Baronsford. Not this month. Not ever. Chapter 7.
If I was the baby Moses floating down the river in a basket, there'd be no better place to wash ashore than here. Indeed, a lass could do far worse than leave her bairn at our door.
Anna shook open a drying cloth and held it out. Grace stepped from the tub that had been set up for her in the bedchamber in front of the fire, and the maid draped the towel around her shoulders.
If I were a gossipy woman, I could tell you some stories,
Anna continued.
But I'll just say, if a body was in trouble and needed help, Baronsford would be the place for him. Why, I remember this one time about 10 years ago.
Grace had no need to encourage her with questions. The plump and affable woman liked to talk. Anna's parents had both been in service here, and it was clear that in her view, Baronsford was paradise on earth. She and her family had always been treated well.
Same as everyone belonging to the place.
And she proudly sang the family's praises. Between the pitchers of warm water poured over her head, Grace had learned the histories of all 5 Pennington siblings. She was also told of the Earl and his wife, Lord and Lady Ayton, who spent most of the year at their country estate in Hertfordshire and their townhouse in London. Though she'd never seen the place, Anna was certain they were the grandest houses that side of Hadrian's Wall. But the most alarming news had come from the maid's cheerful revelation that the eldest son was the most respected judge in Scotland. A judge? Grace shivered, cursing her luck. Viscount Greysteel, the man who had introduced himself simply as Hugh Pennington, was not only a peer of the English realm, but also Lord Justice of the Commissary Court in Edinburgh. Malchance. Of all the crates in that warehouse, why did she have to climb into the one being sent to a British judge?
Respected and feared he is, and he's much talked about, and written about too,
Anna crowed.
His lordship's mother, Lady Ayton, keeps a folio album chock full of writings about his law doings in the upstairs library. Bulging it is.
Here in Scotland, Grace wondered, would a daughter be punished for the treason of her father or grandfather? As an Irish patriot, Daniel Ware never accepted that he was a subject of the English king, and she'd go to her grave defending his name. But she didn't want to think about any of that now. She'd survived Antwerp and the crossing to Britain. No one was accusing her of anything. They had no reason to. She'd done nothing wrong.
The fire is warm, and it's a bonny day out, but you're sure to take ill again, standing about like that.
Anna draped 2 more towels around her. Dr. Namby was quite progressive regarding the benefits of hot and cold water in the treatment of fevers. And Grace had been washed regularly with sponges soaked in rose and lavender-scented water as she lay in her sickbed. Still, she'd asked for this bath. She needed to immerse herself, hoping to eradicate the ship's odour that continued to fill her senses. Shivering again, though not from the cold, she pulled the towels tighter around herself and sat on a straight chair. She wondered if she would ever truly recover from the nightmare she'd been through.
"The best of it, mistress,"
Anna went on cheerfully as she patted dry Grace's hair,
"is in about a fortnight you'll have the chance to meet the rest of the Penningtons. What with everyone growing older and going off to find their own way, the summer ball at the end of June and the Christmas assembly are the only times that we can be sure of the entire family gathering at Baronsford."
A fortnight? Grace prayed to God she was not still at Baronsford then. She didn't want to be here one more day than she needed to be. It was one thing to have Joe and Anna and the doctor believe her, but she couldn't imagine trying to fool the entire Pennington family. "What day is it, Anna?"
"Why, I keep forgetting that you don't remember anything, mistress,"
the maid said gently, coming around to face her.
"Today is Saturday, the 24th of May. It's just 2 years next month since the fall of that wee French tyrant."
She wondered how kindly this woman would be if she knew Grace had only 2 months ago left the home of Joseph Bonaparte, the wee tyrant's brother. May 24th. Grace and her father had been expected to reach Queen Julie's villa outside of Brussels by the middle of May. They'd travelled under false names, but her father had been carrying correspondence from Joseph to his wife. Someone knew their real identities by now. The bloody scene she'd run from in Antwerp came into her mind's eye. The horror of it was as fresh now as then. The question of what had happened to the bodies of those good men, and whether they'd been given a decent burial, tormented her. As much as she wanted to send a letter to Brussels and tell Queen Julie about it, she knew it would be intercepted before it left this house. Even if she could find some way to send such a message safely, she had no way to pay for it. A thought occurred to her. She had a little money in the pocket of her dress when she was still in Antwerp. She gave a few coins away to her gallant street urchins, but she had some left when she climbed into the crate. Even if she found the rest, however, she doubted it would be enough to convey a letter to Brussels. "I believe you may have left your bed too soon." Grace blinked. Joe was watching her. She'd been too caught up in her thoughts to hear her come in. "Not at all," she replied. "I'm doing much better." Grace stood to greet her hostess, but the room tilted. Anna and Joe caught her by the arms as she was about to go down. "One more day of bed rest would be wise, I think," Joe suggested. "Thank you, but I couldn't bear it," Grace protested. "I need to be up and about, to breathe some fresh air." She needed to walk, grow stronger, and prepare herself to leave this place. "Let's venture just as far as the sitting room, then," Joe suggested, motioning Anna to continue dressing her. "The windows are open there, and a nice warm breeze is wafting through." The undergarments and the lovely dress of pale blue muslin sagged on her, but Grace was happy for the change out of the nightgown. "I'm sorry to say your travel dress was ruined," Joe explained. "These clothes belong to my younger sister, Millie. She's the closest in size to you." "I'm grateful to be wearing a dress again." Taking her arm, Joe led her into the adjoining room. "You're thinner than Millie, but I'll have the seamstress come up this afternoon. We'll alter this to fit you, and she can take measurements for some additional dresses." "This one will do nicely. I really don't need more," Grace replied. "I don't want to abuse your family's kindness. You've already done so much for me." Nonsense. This is our way. In the spacious sitting room, a fine Persian carpet covered the floor. Several upholstered chairs had been tastefully arranged around the fireplace. A writing table was situated to take advantage of the light from a window. The walls were adorned with brightly coloured papers depicting rows of leaves and flowers, and the mantel held delicate painted figurines. Grace breathed in the scent of cut hay coming through the window. She couldn't get enough of it. After all the days in that crate, this was heaven. The coughing spasm came on with no warning. Sitting on a cushioned bench, she gratefully accepted a cup that Anna brought to her. Grace sipped the drink. Cool, weak tea with a taste of honey. It soothed her throat, and the coughing subsided. She looked wistfully at the patches of the blue sky outside the tall casement window. "You shouldn't tire yourself too quickly," Joe admonished gently. "I long to get out." Feeling stronger, Grace stood and moved to the open window. A walled garden stretched out below, a pleasing design of green paths, fruit trees, and well-tended flower beds ablaze with red and purple and yellow. In the distance, a wide meadow rolled down to a forest. Glimpses of a river showed through. Baronsford was idyllic, to be sure. A rider appeared in the distance, galloping up through the meadow. He continued right to the house and stopped by the garden wall beneath her window. As the man swung down from his glistening black stallion, Grace's gaze fixed on his broad back. Servants came running, and their immediate response told her he had to be Viscount Greysteel. He was much taller than the lanky groom who took the horse's reins from him. Something in his build, in the way his black jacket fit, made him appear larger than most men. Tan trousers sheathed powerful legs, and his riding boots gleamed in the sunlight. Removing his hat, he ran a hand through longish hair the colour of night. Her vague memory of him did nothing to prepare her for when he turned. High, firm cheekbones, a strong, chiseled jaw. Intensity and confidence were written in every line of his face, in the stride as he walked toward the house. He was a dangerously handsome man. Alert to being watched, he directed his eyes upward to the window. He stopped, and she was stunned by the sudden heat rushing through her. For a moment, she remained locked in place by his gaze. Then, coming to her senses, she backed away from the window. His sister was standing by the unlit hearth. Grace sat again on the cushioned bench. "I can't imagine that you're a person who's accustomed to being ill," Joe said, taking the seat next to her. She wasn't. Grace never had time to be sick, especially in recent years. Her increasingly infirm father relied on her wherever they went. She was not only Colonel Ware's daughter and nurse, she served as his secretary, arranging his travels, coordinating his schedules, managing his correspondence. In short, doing what needed to be done. She could never afford to be ill. "Do you have any recollection of ever being sick?" Joe was obviously trying to elicit some response regarding the time before her journey from Antwerp, and Grace knew she'd be constantly tested for as long as she stayed here. She shook her head. "I feel no change in what I remember. I still don't know who I am or what I'm doing here. I just asked Anna the date before you came in. I have no idea why I am here." This was, in part, the truth. She really didn't know why they'd been attacked in Antwerp with such cruel violence. "Dr. Namby has suggested that seeing something from your past might perhaps stimulate your memory." Joe went into the bedchamber and returned a moment later, carrying Grace's deep green travelling dress. "You were wearing this when you arrived." She laid it on the bench. "The skirt and the bodice are ruined, but I wanted you to see it." When she ran down to the carriage at the Harbour Inn, Grace hadn't taken the matching police coat or hat, her gloves or reticule. She thought she would be returning immediately to their rooms to finish preparing for the final leg of their travels. She ran her fingers over the torn, stained hem of the skirt. "I don't know. This seems like any other dress." "But a fine one," Jo corrected. "Look at the quality of the taffeta, the high, padded waistline and the embroidery. A great many hours must have gone into making it." It was indeed a fine travel dress. This garment and the clothing packed in the lost trunks had cost a great deal. But in their travels through the courts of Europe, it was required that Grace dress and act and speak in a manner consistent with the haut ton. "I'm sorry. I wish I could remember." Disappointment registered on Jo's face as she took the dress and laid it over the back of a chair. "There's more that I want you to see." Jo picked up a beaded reticule from the table and returned to the bench and sat. She held out a number of coins. "My brother found these in the bottom of the gondola." Grace stared at the American coins, copper pennies and a few half-dimes. She took them from Jo's hand, pretending to study them. "They're American. Perhaps I was there," she said, trying to sound hopeful. "But perhaps they belonged to someone else, and they somehow fell into the crate." Trying to use this money to send a letter to Brussels would be futile. How many people around here would take American coins in a transaction? Her secret would be discovered immediately. No, these coins were of no use to her. She shook her head, returning them. "I do wish I could remember." "We have to keep faith that it will happen." Jo patted her hand gently. "I'll have Anna take the dress away, if you've no more need of it. I think it's only good for rags now. It's far too badly ruined for anyone to wear." "Then be agreeable when the seamstress comes in," Jo ordered good-naturedly. "My brother insists that you have a collection of clothes while you're with us." Hugh Pennington. Grace squirmed at the thought of having to spend time in his company, now that she knew his profession. She tried not to think of him as the fiercely handsome man she'd just seen outside. "But there's more," Jo said. "The secret pocket we found in the dress." "A secret pocket?" It was her dress, and Grace knew there was nothing unusual about it. Certainly there was no secret pocket. "We found a pouch sewn into the waistband." Grace had worked with the seamstress. She had overseen the design herself, chosen the fabric and the trim, ordered the accessories. There was nothing about this dress that she didn't know. Curious, she watched Jo take a black velvet pouch out of the reticule. She'd never seen this before. Jo proceeded to take a large jewel out of the velvet bag. "This is what we found." Grace stared in disbelief at a huge diamond that Jo placed in her palm. Understanding brought a stab of anguish, and she fought back tears. She'd never seen this stone, but she could guess what it was, and now she knew why her father was killed. This was what those men were searching for. They'd been carrying a piece of Bonaparte's treasure. This diamond must have been from the vast treasure Joseph Bonaparte took with him to America. Her father had to be delivering it from Joseph to his wife Julie in Brussels. With Napoleon locked away on the island of St. Helena, treasure hunters were searching for Bonaparte's gold and jewels, even as the Emperor's loyal followers were organizing themselves to free him once again. One of those factions was responsible for Daniel Ware's murder. Why hadn't her father told her what they were secretly carrying? It made no sense that he would hide this from her when he trusted her with so much more. Grace thought how differently she could have planned their journey if she'd known. They would have been travelling with more men to protect this treasure. She'd have been far more cautious. And this dress, she'd just suggested that it be discarded for rags. The diamond would have been lost forever. Cold sweat broke out on her back. Perhaps that would have been best. Considering everything she'd lost, she wished the jewel was never discovered. Realizing she was being watched, Grace let out a frustrated breath. "I've never seen this before. I can't tell you how amazed I am." "No memory of it at all?" She stared at it and shook her head. "If it was in the dress, then I suppose it must be mine. But I don't recollect having it." Grace put the diamond back into Joe's hand. "Can you keep it safe for me?" The tight lines around Joe's mouth softened. Her gaze gentled and her face showed her astonishment at the trust Grace was placing in her. "We can lock it in my brother's iron chest. That's where it's been since we found it." "Thank you," she said. Joe slipped the diamond into the velvet pouch and dropped it back into her reticule. Grace stood and went to the open window. The Viscount and his horse had disappeared, and she looked out at the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Everything had changed. Before the discovery of this diamond, she had simply been the daughter of a so-called traitor. Now she was a conspirator. In carrying this jewel, she had become an agent serving Napoleon and his family, and there was no way she could ever convince these people otherwise. Chapter 8. Hugh stood back and wiped the sweat from his face with the back of his hand. He was making progress in the carriage barn, but the afternoon sun was crossing the sky too quickly.
"So what do you think?"
he asked the grey-striped cat, watching him from its perch atop a barrel by the door. Taking a deep breath, Hugh threw himself back into his task. Truscott had promised to make Darby available to him 2 afternoons each week, and tomorrow was to be their first day together. Hugh wanted everything in order so they could get to work. For all his effort, the barn was only half emptied. What was left was still a chaotic tangle of barrels, rope, netting, and pulleys. Some things he wouldn't remove. The unworkable parachute apparatus hanging on the back wall, the old silk envelope suspended from the rafters, the long crate containing the new envelope, varnished and ready to inflate, the new gondola. Hugh dragged a coil of rope from a corner, raising a cloud of dust and sending a handful of mice scurrying in every direction. He glanced over disdainfully at the cat, who was licking its paws and ignoring the situation. After rolling up his shirt sleeves a little higher, Hugh brushed the dust from his trousers and hauled out a roll of netting. He was always happiest when he was engaged in physical labour. Truscott and Simons never failed to look at him askance when he refused their offers to send him a lad from the stables or the kitchens to help move things around. And it was more than just the physical exertion. Hugh did his best thinking when he was active. To be sure, he had a number of things on his mind, cases and judgments. He was currently in the middle of deciding a case regarding the legitimacy of 2 daughters and their right to succeed to the estate of a peer. Then there was the upcoming issue involving a deaf mother charged with drowning her own infant in the Clyde. The case had been languishing in the lower courts for nearly half a year. Hugh would hear arguments in his courtroom on it in the autumn season. Outside of his work at the judiciary, he had to decide on the matter of fixing the dam. Truscott needed an answer from him about hiring Irish vagrants. Not that they had much choice. The dam needed to be repaired before the autumn rains put additional pressure on it. And his family's imminent arrival was pulling on his attention as well. The household had been hard at work preparing for them, but he wanted everything to be perfect for their stay. Inevitably, the one image he'd been trying not to think about flashed into his mind's eye. Grace, looking down at him from the upper floor of the east wing when he rode up to the house yesterday. The moment had startled him. Unable to look away, Hugh stood motionless as a schoolboy, gawking at those loose ringlets of gold drying around her shoulders. He knew the eyes fixed on him were sapphire blue. Her lips fascinated him, and she had a deep richness to her voice that flowed over him like silk. And there were the things she said. Even in a feverish state, she intrigued him. When she moved out of his sight and rational thought returned, he'd been happy to see that she was well enough to stand by the window. Her body was recovering, even if her mind was not. Joe told him afterwards about Grace's complete lack of response in seeing the dress, the coins, and the jewel. And their guest had made no more mention of her father. Grace might not remember him, but Hugh imagined that a very distraught man was at this very moment scouring the dockside inns and warehouses of Antwerp. "I don't believe you're quite presentable enough for an introduction." Hearing Joe's voice, Hugh turned around. Seeing Grace standing with her in the doorway brought on that same unexpected surge of pleasure, just as it had yesterday. She was a hand taller than his sister, and thin enough to float away on a light breeze. A straw bonnet barely contained the braided, pinned-up blonde tresses. She was wearing a dark blue Spencer jacket over a white dress, and he tried to banish from his mind the image of her standing in his study in a nightgown. Where she stood, she was silhouetted by the bright sunlight behind her, making any close scrutiny of her face difficult. "Perhaps we should come back at a later time," Joe said, breaking the silence. "Introductions," he repeated, keeping his eyes on Grace. "Now is as good a time as any. Give me a moment." Hugh rolled down his sleeves and retrieved his coat from a peg. She was watching his every move. An introduction was unnecessary, but Joe went through the paces for form's sake. Not trying to hide her sisterly admiration, she spun out his title, military distinctions, and position on the commissary court, like a barker in the travelling sideshow. He was half expecting her to include bearded lady in her list of accolades. Somewhere in the course of this lengthy introduction, Hugh noticed their guest's gaze flick furtively past him to the contents of the carriage barn. She was obviously not as impressed as Joe was with his credentials. "Miss Grace," he said when his sister finished. "Lord Greysteel." He bowed, and as she curtsied, he noticed a blush colour her cheeks. "Since we don't know your surname, I hope referring to you as Miss Grace is not inappropriate." "That will be just fine, my lord." "I'm delighted to see you up and about. You're feeling better, I take it?" "Indeed. Everyone has been so attentive and kind. I couldn't help but improve." Seeing her now, he noticed more than her improving health. Her gaze was direct, her manner poised and confident. Her face had a serious mien. She was not given to smiling without cause. Though Hugh knew that many women employed it as a weapon to charm a new acquaintance, Grace was not one of them. "And you're feeling well enough to allow my sister to drag you out for a walk, I see." "Grace has been insisting on getting a breath of fresh air," Joe explained. "We thought we could go off in the direction of the bluffs overlooking the river. We don't want to go too far and overtire her." Hugh glanced at the mess around him. It would still be waiting if he joined them. "But before we get started," Joe continued, "would you be kind enough to entertain Grace for a few moments while I speak to one of the stable hands about horses for tomorrow?" "You ride?" he asked Grace. "Your sister suggested the outing. We'll find out tomorrow," she answered. "And I promise to be cautious. I want no broken bones that might worsen my condition or lengthen my stay at Baronsford." "I'll have the lads choose the gentlest mount for her," Joe assured him, leaving the two of them on their own. Hugh stepped out the wide-open doors into the sun. This close, she wasn't quite so brave in her open appraisal of him. She continued to gaze into the barn. A lock of golden curls had escaped the confines of the bonnet and now dangled about her lips. When she reached up to brush it back, he noticed the unadorned ring finger.
"You're too weak to join us in the dining room, but strong enough to walk to the river," he teased.
Last night she'd taken a tray in her room.
"I hope it's not the company that's keeping you away."
"I apologize, my lord. I only left my sickbed 2 days ago." She turned to face him. "I hope you're not offended. I don't think I would have been very good company." However striking he thought the colour of her eyes before, his estimation soared today. Delicate rings of gold encircled the blue irises.
"Hardly offended, though I can't imagine you would be anything but the best of company," he said. "You see, it isn't too often that we have the pleasure of so mysterious a guest here at Baronsford."
"You'll have to pardon me, my lord. But since I do not recall my past, I'd find it trying to be inspected and judged in strange company. After all, I can offer nothing of substance with which to defend myself." Whenever Joe was at Baronsford, dinner was part of an ongoing series of social visits and engagements. It had only been family last night, but they did need to decide on how they would explain Grace's identity and her presence here. Her reserve was reasonable. As a judge, she understood the strain felt by those who testified. She was suffering from her loss of memory, and cast among the strangers. Still, he was inclined to tease, hoping to soften the shell of uneasiness.
"You assume that people will think the worst, not knowing your name or background."
"Better the devil you know than the devil you don't," she said, looking away in the direction Joe had gone. "I believe that's the general attitude in England."
"Then it's a good thing we're in Scotland,"
he said lightly.
"But you're right. Still, isn't that human nature, regardless of where one lives?"
"You have me at a disadvantage, since I can hardly use my personal experience in the argument."
"True, but your comment would indicate that you're not English."
"You see? Even in this I can't defend myself." She turned her attention again to the carriage barn. Hugh recognized the depth of her discomfort and searched for topics that would distract her from her current dilemma. She made the choice for him. "Lady Joe told me you found the coins."
"Yes, I did. That first day. They were lying in the bottom of the basket."
Hugh wondered again if she could be an American. He had a family who called Boston their home. Pierce, his uncle, and his wife Portia lived there with the children. Now that the war with the former colonies was behind them, perhaps he and Joe could introduce Grace as an acquaintance of his American relatives.
"Those coins could be a clue to where you came from."
"Perhaps. I just can't say." He thought back to the day she arrived.
"When I was carrying you to the house, you murmured lines from a ballad. Do you remember it?"
"I suppose I must enjoy reading. I recall hearing my own voice in the crate, reciting lines of poetry. What works they came from, and when I came across them—" She shrugged. Hugh suppressed a smile, thinking of her feverish desire to read his law journals in the study.
"We have 2 well-appointed libraries here at Baronsford. You're welcome to use them at your convenience."
"Thank you, my lord. That's very kind of you." Grace's attention turned to the gondola she'd arrived in. "Is that the one?"
"Would you like a closer look?"
"Please," she said, following him into the barn.
"We cleaned out the basket entirely. Aside from the coins, there was nothing else to indicate where you might have come from, other than Antwerp."
Slowly she circled the basket and peered inside.
"This must feel like meeting an old friend."
"Actually,
I now know how Lazarus might have felt passing his burial cave. She shivered. Or how a former prisoner feels returning to view his cell. 5 days, he thought, captive, isolated in near darkness, knowing her surroundings only by touch, never knowing if she would ever see the light of day again. He motioned to the open doors.
Perhaps we should go. I don't mean to torment you.
You're too kind, my lord, but I asked to see it, Grace said softly. Looking back into the basket, she added, "And I'm fine now." As Hugh watched her, he wondered if she was searching for something that might bring back her forgotten past. He moved to her side.
Joe tells me you only remember the time inside the gondola, and even those memories are scattered and limited.
Limited in every respect. It wasn't his imagination that she was becoming paler.
I'm pressing you.
What stays with me being trapped in it is my response to what I thought was certain death, she went on. I suppose wishing for the end to come, praying that each breath would be your last, is too powerful an emotion to forget.
I'm sorry that an instrument of my avocation was the cause of your ordeal.
I might not remember the past, but I'm certain neither you nor this basket are responsible for any of it. Slowly she turned and glanced around at the other equipment. Are you a balloonist?
Guilty. As you can see, flying is my passion,
Hugh told her. Moving past barrels and piles of netting, she paused and looked at the knotted ropes dangling like nooses from the rafters. And that balloon is the only thing that keeps you up in the air, she said, pointing up at the deflated silk.
It's called an envelope. But yes, that and the gas that will fill it.
They say there is a fine line between courage and madness.
So my sister tells me, he replied, smiling.
Humans have been earthbound since the Garden of Eden.
That's true. Man has been aloft for scarcely more than 30 years. But we're learning more and more about flying every day. In this modern age, Daedalus and Icarus are no longer mythical beings. Men are taking to the skies and dueling with the stars.
And of course, what a better way to die. Grace looked at him with the hint of a smile. Her comment took him by surprise. Hugh couldn't stop himself. He laughed out loud. He followed her to a workbench, where she picked up a small block and tackle pulley. As she turned the wheel, his eye was drawn to the delicate curve of her ear, the soft shadow playing along her throat, the white ribbon of her bonnet lying lightly on the swell of her breast. I envy you, she admitted. So what is it like to see the world from that vantage point? He was charmed by her interest.
When you're up high, all you see is the beauty. The fields and woods are like a cotter's patchwork quilt. You see a vast pattern of geometric shapes, bordered with fringe, rolling away to each horizon. Myriad shades of green and golden brown meet the eye.
It sounds quite beautiful. He gazed into her eyes again. He'd only seen this shade of blue in the morning sky above the Eildon Hills. Are you ever afraid?
Only a fool feels no fear when it's warranted. It's reckless to ignore the risk of imminent death. At the same time, living in fear is a kind of death. It needs to be conquered, he told her. But we cannot stop living life to the fullest simply because death awaits us somewhere in the future.
Hugh stopped, realizing he was talking to himself as much as to her. If it be not now, she murmured. Yes, it will come.
The readiness is all.
She was quoting Hamlet. He was impressed. Hugh saw her gaze drift back to the gondola.
You faced fear in that basket, he said. Come up with me. Come on my next flight.
He was shocked at the sound of his own invitation. Grace wrapped her arms around herself. She was thinking about it, and he was encouraged that she didn't immediately refuse. Do you mean it?
I do. But I should tell you this is the first time I've ever invited a woman to join me aloft.
I have no memory of the past, she said, her eyes sweeping over the contents of the barn. But I believe I would recall ever doing something this reckless.
Then you must come. What better way to replace a terrible memory than with an exhilarating one?
You are a master of persuasion, she laughed. It was the first time he'd heard her laugh. Hugh decided he'd never heard a lovelier sound. She glanced up at him, her eyes flashing with interest. When are you planning to fly again?
I'm hoping to take this new equipment aloft in about a fortnight.
The sound of Joe's voice reached them. Then I accept. It took a moment for her words to sink in.
Truly? You'll go in that basket alone with me, high into the air?
I already said it's a good way to die. Her face was composed, but that hint of a smile was back. When you're ready to fly again, if I'm still here at Baronsford, I'll do it. Hugh watched Grace touch the basket one more time as they made their way out. Her words echoed in his mind, if I'm still here. He'd been thinking that the length of her stay would depend on how long it was before she remembered, or as long as it took for his clerk to come back from Antwerp with information regarding her identity. Now, for the first time, it occurred to him as he followed her out into the afternoon sun that his man might just return with a family member who would claim her.
Will you be joining us for dinner tonight? He asked.
I'm afraid not, my lord, Grace said. I can see I'm going to need to rest and build up my strength. He was disappointed that she wouldn't be joining them. Joe was waiting beyond the equipment scattered around the open doors. It's all arranged for tomorrow. I chose a lovely mare. You'll be safe. Hugh decided it would be best not to mention the balloon ride.
What are you planning for tomorrow?
I thought we'd ride down to the loch in the deer park after breakfast.
I'll join you.
Grace's gloves slipped from her hand. Hugh picked them up and waited until she met his gaze before handing them back. The warmth in her look confirmed his impulse.
Until tomorrow, then,
he said with a bow. Chapter 9. Drat. Double drat, Grace murmured under her breath. An English nobleman, a cavalry officer decorated for his actions in the war against Napoleon, a justice in the High Court, for heaven's sake. How many marks against him did she need? Grace gathered the shawl tighter around her and stopped at yet another set of stairs. She didn't think she'd come by these before, but she couldn't be certain. Dinner noises drifted up from the ground floor. Earlier she'd heard people arriving in carriages, family, friends, neighbours. It was none of her business. She peered down a long galley into what she was fairly sure must be the West Wing. She decided to risk it. Stealing a glance over the railing, Grace clutched the book she'd found in her sitting room tighter against her chest and hurried down the hall. With any luck, she'd find that library before it grew dark. 1 mark against him or 100, it didn't seem to matter. Every word and every look they'd exchanged kept coming back to her, and Grace couldn't calm the hummingbirds wreaking havoc in her belly. "What's wrong with you?" she muttered. "You're not a child." Outside the carriage barn she'd stood with Joe while the pier worked, unaware of his audience. Coat cast aside, the sleeves of his shirt rolled up over muscular forearms, sweat glistening amid the smudges of dirt on his face. His dark, uncombed hair completed the look. She couldn't help but admire the muscles flexing under the shirt as he lifted equipment. Even now, the recollection of his long, powerful legs and the trousers stretching over his strong buttocks made her go warm. And later, talking to him, he drew her in. He made her feel his passion. She'd even agreed to go up in the air with him. She'd clearly lost her mind. In her life, she'd known soldiers and courtiers by the score, high-ranking politicians, men of wealth and position. No one had ever offered enough to tempt her into abandoning her father's side. More times than she could count, she'd rejected men's romantic enticements. The affaire de coeur was the premier pastime among courtiers, both male and female, though often the coeur was left out of the affair entirely. She'd even turned down a number of serious offers of marriage. Curious that now, at the mature age of 28, she was swooning over a complete stranger. She knew the reason. Never, regardless of how dashing or handsome or powerful the suitor might be, never had she felt the spark that this man lit in her. She'd heard other women speak of desire in the most intimate terms at court. The thrill that coursed through you at the mere sight of him, the tingling sensation that raced along the surface of your skin, the liquid heat that pooled deep in your belly when he whispered in your ear, the erotic imaginings that filled your mind at the most inopportune moments. As she walked along, she wondered what it would be like to make love to him, to run her hands over his muscled shoulders and back, to take his weight fully upon her. She stopped dead in her tracks. Leaving Baronsford couldn't happen quickly enough. Hugh Pennington was too dangerous for erotic thoughts. Grace would beg or steal a horse if necessary to put this place behind her. She'd walk if she had to. She would make him keep his promise of taking her aloft. Napoleon used balloons to observe the battlefields. High above, she'd be able to see the best way to escape Baronsford. Moving quickly along the gallery, Grace tried not to be distracted by the paintings mounted on the wall. Baronsford was as grand as many of the great European palaces she'd lived in, and as complicated to maneuver through. She tried not to dwell on the difference between families like the Penningtons, where the history of past generations defined their lives, versus someone like her. Her family history had been all but erased. And it was the English that wanted her family erased. Where was the dratted library? At the end of the gallery, Grace followed a series of hallways that went up and down short sets of stairs and seemed to take her nowhere. She was lost, but not just this evening. With her father gone, what path lay ahead of her? She had no one left. And if she ever succeeded in reaching Brussels, no one would be waiting for her. Colonel Ware had served Napoleon and his family faithfully. He'd been of use to them for many years and in many capacities. Her father was a formidable cavalry officer when wartime required it. Since the Emperor's fall, he'd shown himself to be an astute negotiator between Joseph Bonaparte and President Madison. But Grace served no purpose in their employ. Passing open doors, she was beginning to think she might not be in the West Wing at all. Hugh had offered her the use of the libraries, and before dinner Joe explained the difference between the upper and lower libraries. The one upstairs was much smaller, but it was the favourite of their mothers. Grace didn't divulge to Joe what she learned from Anna about the Countess's folio of clippings about Viscount Greysteel. It wasn't frivolous passing of the time that Grace had in mind. A pre-battle strategy of her father's was to learn all he could about his opponent. That was exactly what she planned to do. Courtesy demanded that she stop refusing and start joining them in the dining room for meals. But tomorrow he would be coming along with them for their ride. With the brother and sister working together, Grace would be at a center of an inquisition. And each question, regardless of who asked it, was becoming more of a challenge. Grace wished she knew more about losing one's memory. She needed to decide to what extent she should play this dangerous game. Her identity, her education, her ability to play music or speak languages or remember the books she'd read. Consistency would be key to her survival, but she was becoming more panicky with each passing hour. In the carriage barn, Hugh had asked if she recalled the ballad she'd been reciting. It was a blessing that he didn't know the rest of it himself, since it was a tragic ballad she'd heard the Irish soldiers sing in camp. She might have been exposed before she even came to her senses. Today, Grace saw how easy it was to distract the Viscount with a topic that interested him. Tonight, she needed to learn more about the man so she could ask more questions, engage him in conversations, and keep the focus of every discussion on him. Deep in thought, Grace turned a corner and nearly bumped into a diminutive woman carrying a candle. It was the housekeeper.
"My apologies, mistress."
"No, it was my fault, Mrs. Henson," Grace replied. Joe had introduced them that morning. "I set out to find the upper library, and have lost my way entirely."
"It's not difficult getting turned about in this wing. Follow me. I'll be happy to show you."
Grace followed the woman's energetic steps, recalling Joe's comments about the dedication of the housekeeper. She never stopped from dawn to dusk.
"Did you find the dinner trays sent to your room lacking, mistress?"
"No. On the contrary, it was delicious. Please pass on my compliments to the cook."
"But you only tasted a wee bit of the soup."
Mrs. Henson's pinched face turned slightly, and she looked out the corner of her eye at Grace.
"The rest was untouched."
More proof that she was being closely watched. "I found the soup heavenly. The taste of almonds and cream was exquisite," she said. "I would have loved to finish everything that was sent up, but I'm still following Dr. Namby's directions about the need to start slowly. To be honest, I'm a bit timid about eating too much at one time."
"Bah!"
Mrs. Henson waved a hand in the air.
"For all his airs, our doctor is just a country sawbones. He did his job, and you're best done with him. Now you leave us to put some meat back on your bones, mistress."
"I'll eat more tomorrow," Grace offered. "I promise you."
"I'll tell the cook. She'll be pleased."
The housekeeper opened a door, and Grace found herself standing on the threshold of a large room, immersed in the darkness.
"Since his lordship prefers the large library on the first floor, we don't often air this one unless Lady Ayton is visiting. But the fire is laid. I'll light it for you."
"Do you think the Countess would mind me using this room?" Grace asked. "If it's a problem, I can—"
"Don't give it a second thought, mistress,"
the housekeeper said, cutting off her protest.
"Her ladyship won't be minding at all. In fact, I'm certain she'd be delighted to know someone else is using it. That's her nature. Great-hearted and kind, that's what she is."
The mother's nature definitely had been passed down to the next generation, Grace thought. Joe and Hugh had both been very kind.
"I'll have the room ready for you in a jiffy."
Mrs. Henson lit the fire and then scurried around the library, lighting candles and tying back curtains. The sky beyond the windows was an artist's palette of sunset colors. Each wall was covered with books from floor to ceiling. A writing desk sat near the window, and comfortable chairs and settees were scattered in corners. The rug, though elegant, showed the comfortable wear of frequent use. A display of painted fans and porcelain figurines sat on the fireplace mantel, and a great clock ticked away in a corner beside another door. Grace's gaze was drawn to a child's rocking chair sitting beside a matching adult rocker. A collection of wooden blocks had been stacked on a low stool nearby. A covered basket sat between the chairs, and she sensed that it likely contained more children's toys. This room wasn't the typical grand library of a large castle intended to impress. It was a place of comfort. Grace understood why the Countess used it when she was here. The housekeeper ran a finger across the table, discreetly checking for dust. The result appeared to pass inspection.
"Very well, mistress. Might I send up a wee tray for you? A bite of hot supper to tide you over, perhaps?"
"No, thank you." Grace smiled. "But I do promise to eat better tomorrow. You'll see." Satisfied, she started for the door.
"You can use the bell if you'll be needing anything."
"I do have a question, Mrs. Henson. Is there a child here at Baronsford?" she asked, motioning toward the blocks and the small chair. The housekeeper's forehead furrowed.
"Aye. Well, there used to be, but no more. A great tragedy for all of us."
Before Grace could pursue the topic, the housekeeper bustled from the room. 8 dined with them tonight. Their neighbours, Squire Lennox, Walter and Violet Truscott, the vicar and his wife, and 3 members of the Melrose Village Council. This was the way of dinners at Baronsford whenever Jo was here. She extended invitations to anyone and everyone who had a connection with the family. No one was slighted or forgotten, and no one was invited more than once in a fortnight. This suited Hugh perfectly. When his sister wasn't here, he rarely had company in for dinner, and even more rarely accepted invitations to dine out. Truscott and Violet, of course, were an exception. Tonight's dinner should have been no different from any other night, and yet it was very different. Their guests had exchanged pleasant conversation around the table. The women had retired to the drawing room for a short time. Discussions had focused on politics, the economy, and the most recent accident at the Lead Hills mine. And all the while, Hugh's thoughts had focused on Grace. Sitting in his study after the guests had gone, he realized it was not just tonight. Not that he hadn't paid attention to her before, but this afternoon her beauty had caught him off guard. To be sure, he enjoyed her wit and their conversation, but there was something else. The hint of her smile, the arch of her eyebrow, the graceful ease with which she moved. And her eyes, clear and blue as a sapphire sky. No wonder he couldn't stop thinking of her. And he'd offered to take her ballooning. Hugh couldn't help but wonder if she'd really join him on his next flight. Maybe she'd only said yes to be polite. Perhaps she never expected to be held to her promise. No one in his family, and no one close enough to be called a friend, had ever agreed to join him. Finally giving up on his effort to do any work, Hugh took a candle and started off for the West Wing. A good night's sleep would help clear his mind. There was no denying it, he was fascinated with her, drawn to her. The mystery of where she came from or what was to become of her was no longer the source of this attraction. They talked about ballooning, but his mind was now drawn to a different sport, one that involved a bed and skin and her long legs, and a few luxurious hours of giving and receiving pleasure. He pulled at his cravat and felt the crotch area of his trousers grow tighter. If they'd met under different circumstances, somewhere other than Baronsford, Grace was exactly the kind of woman he'd have enjoyed having an affair with. Moments later, striding along the gallery in the West Wing, Hugh paused before a portrait he'd gazed at 1,000 times. Holding his candle high, he looked into the eyes of Amelia and his son. As if someone had emptied a bucket of cold water on him, clarity returned. He was at Baronsford. He couldn't. He shouldn't. Guilt reinforced the thought. No, he couldn't go riding with them tomorrow. It was impossible. Even with Jo along, spending time with Grace would only inflame desire that he should not allow. Turning away, he made his way to the end of the gallery and started down the winding hallways toward his room. He made up his mind. He'd let Jo know in the morning that he wasn't joining them. The sound of a crash coming from one of the rooms down the hallway stopped Hugh dead. Chapter 10. The gilt-lettered volume was higher than she could reach. Rolling the library ladder along a wall filled with colourful editions of Ovid and Horace, Burney and Scott, Pope and Burns, Grace breathed in the comforting smell of leather and paper. She climbed to the third step, and the book she wanted was tucked under her arm when she looked down. The floor immediately tilted crazily, and spots of colour danced before her eyes. "Oh no," she murmured, grabbing for the ladder's side rail. She missed it. The book dropped with a bang as she flailed for anything within reach. Her body swung around like a loose shutter in the wind. Her back struck the shelves, and her clutching fingers found the tops of a row of volumes that immediately took flight. With a sharp cry, Grace followed. She crashed to the floor amid falling books, striking her head on the leg of a nearby table. Like a flock of wounded birds, volumes lay scattered around her and beneath her. One particularly sharp corner was sticking into her ribs. Her elbow had taken the brunt of the rough landing, and her skin burned from the rug. Groaning, she rolled onto her back and stared up at the empty section of shelves. Not good. Not good at all. She needed to get these volumes back on the shelves, and that meant she'd have to go up on that ladder again. Heights had never been a problem before. The lightheadedness had to be a result of not yet having recovered completely. Mrs. Henson was right. She needed to make herself eat more. By the time Grace heard the sound of rushing footsteps, she hadn't enough time to save her dignity. Viscount Greysteel's voice came from the doorway.
"Good God! What happened to you? Are you hurt?"
As she pushed herself into a sitting position, the subject of her hours of study dropped onto one knee beside her. He was still dressed in dinner attire, but the cravat was half undone, and his hair had signs of his fingers running through it. She flexed her arm and felt her heart racing, but it wasn't from the fall. He took hold of her elbow and gently ran his thumb over it. A shock of heat ran up her arm and into her belly.
"You're injured."
His voice had a huskier sound to it than she'd already become accustomed to. Grace followed the direction of his gaze. Her breasts were spilling out of the low neckline of her dress, one of the 4 the seamstress delivered to her room this afternoon. Feeling herself blushing, she adjusted the garment and glanced over at the shawl lying on the back of a chair.
"I'll send for Dr. Namby."
"No, please, don't send for anyone," she assured him. "I'll be fine in a moment. I simply overdid it today." She'd lost count of the hours her head was buried in the folio of clippings. She should have accepted Mrs. Henson's offer of a supper tray earlier. Grace didn't try to stand immediately. The room was still teetering slightly, the rug and furniture rolling in the heaving swells of a ship at sea. She felt around in her hair and found a small lump rising where her head struck the table. She closed her eyes and blinked a few times, willing her vision to focus. He stood.
"I'm sending for Namby this instant."
"I have no injuries to speak of. Please, I'm perfectly fine," she called after him. "I assure you, my lord, I have no need for the doctor." He paused and turned around. "Dr. Namby said this was to be expected, that my recovery would take a little time. He encouraged me to be patient," she continued. She lost one of the soft kid slippers. "Of course I didn't listen. I shouldn't have been climbing the ladder."
"Are you certain?"
he asked, coming back to her. His face showed skepticism.
"You seem bruised."
She searched for a graceful way of getting to her feet. The books around her would be a problem. "Right now, my dignity has taken more of a bruising than my body." Hugh pulled something from beneath a tinted volume of Shakespeare and knelt at her feet. Her slipper. "Thank you. I was looking for that." She fumbled with the slipper, feeling his gaze on her. His look alone was like a slow caress, following the movements of her fingers, fixing on the place where her skirt had risen up, showing a glimpse of stocking. She managed to pull on the shoe. She didn't trust herself to look up into his face as he stood. He extended a hand to help her rise, and Grace couldn't ignore the offer. His hand was warm, his grip firm. She was on her feet in one gentle motion.
"How are you feeling now?"
He didn't let her go right away. His fingers touched her waist lightly, like a dancer in a waltz. She told herself he was trying to keep her from falling again. But if that's all he intended, Grace's awareness was going a different route. She stared at the loosened neckline of his shirt. The scent of leather and Madeira filled her head. She was considered a tall woman in many circles, but he towered over her. And until now, her knees had never gone weak in response to a person's height. But Hugh Pennington clearly wasn't just any person. She looked up into his eyes and found him staring at her lips. I'm perfectly... Her voice belonged to a stranger. Thank you, my lord. Grace started to back away from temptation, but her heel kicked a book. She turned quickly, taking a deep breath and forcing her sanity to return. The volumes scattered around them came into focus. More had fallen than she'd been aware of. Precious books lay open, their packages bent and in disarray. She'd done damage here. Please accept my apologies, she blurted out. It was reckless of me to reach for the shelves as I was falling. I'll take full responsibility in putting this room right. I'll inspect each one.
You'll do no such thing, he said, cutting her off. They're just books, and you've done no harm.
He helped her move from the center of the mess, his hand resting on the small of her back.
However, he said, leading her to a nearby bench, I will allow you to sit right here and keep me company while I put them back up on the shelves.
Without her shawl, Grace's arms were uncovered, and they brushed against his jacket. She was too close to him. I'm a perpetual nuisance for you, she insisted, turning to face him. Please, my lord, you must allow me to straighten this chaos I've created. He seemed to be assessing her. His eyes meandered slowly over her face. Hers did the same, and this close he wasn't perfect. He had a faint mark on his chin. There was a long scar running down the line of his jaw. His nose was not so straight, and a bump on the bridge indicated that it had been broken and set at least once. Evidence of a stitched wound showed plainly above one eyebrow. This was not some soft English aristocrat. He was a battle-tested man of war, and his face reflected it. And she found him more appealing for every masculine mark and scar. In short, if she had any breath left in her body, Hugh Pennington would have stolen it away. Her gaze collided with his, and the hunger she saw in his grey eyes brought home the dangerous game she'd started.
Sit.
Grace hesitated and then froze when his thumb brushed across her bottom lip.
I think you need to sit.
She plunked down on the bench.
Much better,
he said. He moved away from her, but her heartbeat was slow to find a normal rhythm. As she struggled to recover some semblance of calm, she stared across the room, at the chairs, the desks, the dying embers in the fireplace, the darkness that had covered the landscape outside the windows. She stared at everything that didn't matter, to keep her eyes from locking on the person who had come to dominate her attention before he even entered the room. So many times Grace had heard her father lecture his protégés on the importance of knowing enough, but not too much. Learn his weakness, but don't develop camaraderie. She'd come into this library to learn enough to direct conversation when they went riding in the morning. Instead, in the hours she'd spent poring through clippings of published records of trials and copies of official court proceedings, she'd become an admirer. She respected how he conducted his courtroom. She was encouraged by his principles and his efforts to see justice honestly applied. Reading through those pages, it was easy to see him as a champion for those who were powerless in the world. But all of that paled in comparison with her feelings when Hugh Pennington caressed her lip. The risk of camaraderie was not an issue here.
Were you able to find anything of interest in this library?
Yes, a great deal. Thank you. She glanced at her host as he stretched up to put a couple of volumes on a high shelf. His shoulders were impossibly wide, and yet his dinner clothes fit him impeccably. She studied every detail, watching as he picked up another book from the floor. He opened it, pretending to be interested, but Grace knew he was keeping track of every move she made. And he'd touched her lip, she thought, reliving the moment again. Her lip. She was falling for his charm, but there would be only one person who would suffer if they were to become involved. He slowly slid the book into its place on the shelf and picked up another that was partially hidden under a chair.
So what did you find to help you pass the time?
She forced herself to remember what she came here for. I spent much of my time reading the folio Lady Ayton keeps.
My mother.
He put the book on the shelf and turned to look at her. Grace motioned to the large album sitting on a nearby table.
That hodgepodge of scraps about the family. With all of this literature around you?
Modesty and confidence. With the exception of a few decades-old references to Lord Ayton's work and political positions, particularly on local issues, most of the folio cuttings pertained to Hugh Pennington's military successes and the cases he'd presided over in court. I disagree, she told him. I found the articles more than informative. They provided me with a keen understanding of Baronsford and its master. He ran a finger down the spine of another book, and Grace imagined his hand sliding along her own spine.
A keen understanding? He asked with a smile. Glancing at a few clippings as the basis of forming an opinion. I'd be a bit nervous to hear what you've decided.
A few clippings? If he only knew that she could recite every article and record word for word. You and your family have a history of championing causes. From what I read, your father has had a great influence for good in the borders. You continue that tradition. He waved the book at her.
If I've done anything worthy of your approval, it's due to the principles my parents instilled in me.
Grace felt the same way. She'd become the person she was due to her father. The guidance of a good parent doesn't guarantee the same outcome in a son or daughter, she replied. It's to your credit, my lord, that you've become, for example, such an outspoken advocate of tenants' rights.
You must have dug deep into that folio to find evidence of that.
On the contrary, the evidence of your generosity is plentiful, she argued. In addition to siding with tenants against landowners, you've supported abolitionists' work here in Scotland. Even though the law abolished slavery on these shores and stopped the slave trade in the colonies, those evils still existed. There were a number of articles about a case that came before you this past year.
The newspapers love to use the term triangular trade travesty, but a person doesn't get much from a headline.
The case involved a rich gentleman from Glasgow and his friends. She wanted him to know her opinion of him wasn't based on a headline or two. Their ships were exchanging material cargo for humans as cargo between Scotland, Africa, and the West Indies. She went on to cite names of captains, ships, types of cargo, dates of embarkation, and even horrifying tales about the dreaded Middle Passage. She ended by quoting portions of his final ruling. This specific case was perhaps the deciding point for her regarding Hugh Pennington's character.
You have an impressive memory, Miss Grace.
His eyes were fixed on her, the book in his hand forgotten.
Unusual, one would think, in someone who cannot recall anything of her past.
The words started out as a compliment, but ended with a hint of accusation. The blood drained from her face. She'd awakened the prosecutor in the man. She'd made a mistake. She'd said too much. In relating the contents of the articles, she'd included something of her own knowledge on the topic. This was exactly what she was afraid of, saying too much, giving him a window to see the person hiding inside. "I wouldn't know if it's unusual or not," she responded. He picked up 2 more volumes and placed them on the shelf. She was relieved that he wasn't pursuing it.
"What book were you reaching for before falling off the ladder?"
Before the literary avalanche, Grace had been attracted by the familiar name on the spine. James Macpherson, a distant relation of her mother. Some time ago she'd read a German edition of his work, and she knew Goethe incorporated the same translation into young Werther. But she'd never seen it in English. Deciding that this could do no harm, she told him and pointed at the last volume remaining on the carpet. He picked it up and paged through it, his face darkening.
"I'm surprised we still have this here."
"Why is that?"
"I don't think very highly of James Macpherson,"
he said flatly.
"In fact, I wouldn't recommend that you waste any time at all on this gentleman's work."
Macpherson's work had enjoyed international success. Grace didn't think beyond that before responding. "Are you an expert on the author?" Hugh Pennington's head came up quickly, a scowl hardening his features.
"I know more than I cared to about the man and the wretched business he made of managing his lands."
"Hasn't Macpherson been dead for some time?"
2 decades, I'd say,"
he said shortly.
"And his former tenants from Phoenix, Ederish and Interhaven are still begging on the streets of Edinburgh because of his hard-hearted mania to clear his farmers out for sheep."
Grace hoped he was far more distant as a relation.
"And on top of that, the man's estate still clutters up the courts because he left 4 bastards at least, and no clear heir to succeed him. And you know who suffers because of it?"
"Who?"
"The poor folk who remain on his land, trying to eke out a living with no one left to manage the holdings."
He shut the book with a snap.
"James Macpherson was an irresponsible scoundrel. You shouldn't bother with him."
"I can understand your criticism of him as a person, but have you read any of his work?"
"Indeed I have. The so-called Ossian poetry. The man claimed it was the work of an ancient Irish poet, the son of Finn himself, and that he simply translated it."
Grace told herself to be silent. She couldn't let her temper get the best of her.
"Made up the entire thing," he continued. "Macpherson fancied himself the champion of Gaelic history and mythology, but the man was a liar, a complete fraud."
Grace's spine stiffened. She didn't care if James Macpherson had written the poems himself. His work brought positive attention to the Irish language. She also didn't like anyone telling her what she should or shouldn't read. "You make it sound like you're defending the Irish against what you call a fraud, when in truth you have a prejudice against them."
"Prejudice?"
he said, aghast at her accusation.
"Would you care to explain?"
Grace couldn't believe she'd spoken the words. She knew she'd crossed the line by the way he glared at her. She was not happy about the prospect of backing away from this fight, but how much should she say? The consequences could be dire, to be sure, if he were to order her out of Baronsford.
"Don't go missish on me now that you've dealt the blow. I'd like to know what you have to say."
Her fingers were knotted in her lap. She forced herself to hold her tongue.
"You can't remember your past, but you have no hesitation about relaying gossip and—"
"I don't deal in gossip, my lord," she said sharply, unable to hold back. "Within the first 2 months of serving on the bench, you demonstrated your evident anti-Irish bias, prosecuting them while others involved in the same crime walked away without even facing charges." The floodgates had opened and the waters burst through, rushing headlong toward the falls. But she was half Irish, and this battle was hers to fight. She listed a 6 cases. Some were for minor crimes. In one case, a Scot would go free. In another, an Irishman would go to jail for weeks until the case was heard.
"You don't know the facts,"
he argued.
"Justice is not dispensed overnight."
You call spending weeks in jail before the possibility of a trial for the mere suspicion of a petty offence overnight? She asked. And who was going to feed their families during that time? Grace's head throbbed, and her face burned with the force of her conviction. Have you ever asked who these Irish are? Do you pay any attention to the desperate condition of how they live? In case after case, they plead that they cannot find work, even when they are willing to work for a pittance. Perhaps the injustices they face stem from the fact that they're Catholic. Do you honestly believe you treat every defendant who comes before you the same, regardless of where they come from? She knew she was being harsh, but she wasn't going to give in now. She'd seen the evidence mixed in with all his good deeds. The Viscount stood like a statue, saying nothing. It's no wonder, she finished, that the Irish have a proverb. The name of an Irishman is enough to hang him.
And this is what the record shows.
His tone was low but dangerous. He put the Macpherson book on the table beside him.
Well, you've said quite enough.
Grace's chest hurt, and she didn't feel well. Sometime during her diatribe, she'd forgotten to breathe.
Please tell my sister not to wait for me in the morning. I won't be joining you.
As he stalked out of the library, Grace slouched on the bench and buried her face in her hands. Chapter 11. Do you honestly think you treat every defendant the same? Hugh spent much of the night bleeding from Grace's razor-sharp words. His first reaction was one of denial. She didn't know him. She was a stranger. She was no lawyer. She was a guest in his house. She owed him and the family her life. What would motivate her to attack him so stridently? Pacing back and forth in his suite, he stewed over her charges. As his anger began to subside, he kept mulling Grace's motivation. She'd been hesitant until he baited her, and there was nothing dishonest in the straightforwardness of her words. Considering the vulnerability of her position at Baronsford, he had to accept that her comments were objective, based on what she'd read. As the clock on his mantel chimed midnight, the possibility that she was right was what stung the worst. He questioned whether he did indeed have an unconscious failure to see certain things that affected the way he dispensed justice. Whether his compassion failed to encompass the influx of destitute foreigners who were searching desperately for a place to live and work and raise their families. Was he sensitive only to the plight of the oppressed people he'd been instructed about in his youth? It cut him deeply that his sense of fairness might fail to extend beyond the Africans in England and the colonies, and the Scots displaced by the land clearances. Speaking with Grace, he'd boasted of his principles and had given credit to his parents. But they weren't the only ones who shaped him. Ohenewa, the African healer who lived with them, had provided another powerful foundation during his childhood. Purchased by Hugh's mother at an auction in order to free her, Ohenewa spent her final years subtly educating the next generation of Penningtons in the rights and wrongs of the world. And at Melbury Hall in Hertfordshire, he'd grown up among former sugar plantation slaves, Jonah, Old Moses, Amina, and the others. Hugh had idolized Israel, only 10 years older, and watched him as he struggled fiercely to find a place in society, regardless of having been raised by an earl. When it came to the evils of the Scottish land clearances, Hugh had his sister Jo as a daily reminder of the malevolent outcome of landowners' greed. She had survived, but her own birth mother had not. Staring out at the moon descending in the western sky, he contemplated the possibility that Grace was forcing him to consider. He recalled how he'd put off Truscott in hiring the Irish vagrants. What reason had he offered? He didn't know them. And in his courtroom he thought of the deaf-mute woman who'd been awaiting trial for 6 months. He remembered now she was born in Dublin. She was sitting in that jail while the justices wrangled over... what? He'd made certain that Darby had been freed from the local bailiff's custody, and yet many Irish were sitting behind bars for no reason except tardiness at being granted a hearing. Hugh knew he couldn't change the justice system. Those wheels turned exceedingly slow. But the spectre Grace had raised was how much injustice he himself had been responsible for. Dawn was still far off when he went down to his study. In his law clerk's office he found the latest pre-trial record and the prison registers on Cain Branson's desk. The pages included cases on the docket for the lower courts. The name of each person was followed by the place of birth, occupation, age, height, and religion. Reading the alleged offences, he saw exactly what Grace was speaking of. The majority of the cases involved an Irishman, and many of these men should have been in and out with minimal reprimand. Even worse, many of the offences were a poor man's crime, theft for food. In most instances, these cases wouldn't reach his court, but Hugh started taking notes, instructing Branson what needed to be done to either release the prisoners or expedite the hearings. When he was through with the list, he stood and stretched. He knew he wasn't done yet. The deaf-mute woman. The murder case would finally reach the High Court this autumn. He dug out the file that had been sent to him at Baronsford. The woman, Jean Campbell of Dublin, accused of throwing her 3-year-old child into the River Clyde from the Saltmarket Bridge on the 19th of November of last year. Witnesses had come forward reporting the crime, and she was arrested with strong evidence against her. Hugh paged through all the material he had. There was very little here. No statement from the accused. Notes indicated that Mrs. Campbell couldn't read or write. She couldn't hear or speak. As far as he could see, no further attempt was made to communicate with her. He recalled the issue causing the impasse. If she was not fit to stand trial, she'd be sentenced to an asylum for life. A fate worse than death, in Hugh's opinion. But if Jean Campbell was fit to stand in court, she had no defence. She'd end up hanging. But keeping her locked away month after month because of legal squabbling was not advancing her case either. Hugh started a new list for his law clerk. Information he needed, records of testimonies against her, a report that provided information about where she lived in Glasgow, names of her neighbours and family members. Where were her other children? He thought about the key issue itself, her inability to communicate. How did her family and neighbours communicate with her? By the time he was done with his instructions, he had enough to keep Cain Branson busy in Edinburgh for a few days. The young man was training to be a barrister. Idealistic and eager, he shared Hugh's passion for defending those who could not defend themselves. He'd do well on this. Hugh finished by writing a message to Walter Truscott about the dam. He was to hire whomever he needed, including able-bodied Irish workers. Putting down his pen, he leaned back in his chair and saw the candles had burned down to stumps. Without his help or notice, the sun had already risen and was shining outside. He felt good. The unsettling start of the night had turned to a productive one. Done, he thought. But now he needed exercise, something to get his pulse to match the speed of his thoughts. Leaving the instructions on Branson's desk, he came back into his study to find Jo knocking and entering. "This is early, even for you," she said, glancing at the dishevelled condition of his dinner clothes. "Oh, I see. Never went to bed last night."
"I had to right a few wrongs first."
"Well, I won't harass you for working too hard, if you agree to do me a favour. Though I hate to ask, considering you haven't slept."
"Don't give it another thought."
Jo rarely asked favours.
"What is it you need?"
"You and I were to take Grace out after breakfast, riding in Deer Park." Hugh said nothing. Grace had obviously not seen his sister this morning to tell her of his change of plans. "You gave me the impression that you did want to go," Jo said, reading his reluctance. "And I think this would be good for her. She appears much happier when she's outside. Yesterday I thought she improved tenfold by just taking a walk." Last night he'd forgotten she'd been at death's door so few days earlier. The image of her sprawled on the rug, books spread around her, flashed in his mind. Once he knew she wasn't injured, he readily rushed headlong into an enjoyment of her charm, her beauty. Her dress was far from risque in comparison to many women's evening wear, but on Grace it became a standard for sensuality. Her bare arms, the deep neckline that gave him a generous view of her perfect breasts. He'd looked into her face and admired the perfect symmetry of it. As before, her eyes and lips fascinated him. Hugh had enjoyed enough liaisons in the past to recognize when a woman was interested in him. Grace showed him all the signs. Except he was the one in possession of his past. He knew what was right and wrong. Whatever temptation either was feeling, he needed to act responsibly. And he'd done so, in spite of the fact that she'd appealed to him physically. But then he'd seen the strength of her mind. It was astonishing to realize anyone could glean so much from only one reading, and the blunt power of her argument enthralled him. "Please tell me I don't need to disappoint her and postpone the outing." Hugh brought his attention back to his sister.
"What are you doing this morning?"
"A note just arrived from Lady Nithsdale. She's planning on paying me a visit this morning."
"Oh, well, the world must change its orbit if Lady Nithsdale is coming to call."
"You know it's the truth," Jo said, smiling. "She's bringing her friend and houseguest, Mrs. Douglas, with her. Don't you remember her telling us about it last week?" Hugh didn't remember. He paid no more attention to that woman's endless chatter about social engagements than he paid to her husband's rambling boasts about his prowess as a sportsman. He only tolerated the two of them because they were neighbours. "If this were only a social call, I would not be troubled by it."
"Why is she coming?"
"Her note makes me believe she knows about Grace."
"How could that be?"
"She could have heard it from Dr. Namby's wife. She and Lady Nithsdale are confidants." Too many people passed through Baronsford. There were few things that remained secret, and the news of Grace was too extraordinary to expect someone to keep it to themselves. "I need to receive them, and I don't want Grace here."
"No sense throwing her unprotected into a den of vipers," he agreed.
She motioned to the door. "Which means you barely have enough time to change and have breakfast before meeting our lovely guest outside."
"You're assuming that I am going."
"I saw the way you were looking at Grace yesterday." Jo's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. "You're definitely going."
"Only as a favour to you."
Hugh knew his sister saw through the lie by the look she gave him. "But you might want to keep in mind that, any day now, we could have a husband showing up at Baronsford to claim her." It wasn't for fear of losing the Pennington family's protection that Grace tossed restlessly in her bed for much of the night. It was because of her own imprudence in speaking out when she'd hardly been provoked. She could have let the Viscount's opinions on James Macpherson drop unchallenged. The writer was dead and buried. He needed no protecting. She shouldn't have allowed herself to be riled. Who was she to lecture him on justice in this country? She was an accidental trespasser in these people's lives, a former member of the French Emperor's court, an enemy. How Hugh Pennington dispensed the law, equitably or not, should not have mattered to her at all. She'd given him the credit he deserved, but she had no right to be so critical. Guilt's sharp-edged teeth continued to rip away at her. Considering all the good he did and continued to do, the charges she levelled at him were unfair. She'd been petty in striking out at him. Her passionate nature had once again run away with her. With all the good things she'd inherited from her father, she'd also been cursed with his temper. As she descended the steps to the door, her thoughts turned to the diamond that sat in Baronsford's iron chest. The jewel had brought violence and sorrow to her door. She had no possible use for it either. She couldn't even use it to secure a passage out of Scotland, without bringing far too much unwanted attention on herself. She'd be content never to see it again. Joseph Bonaparte had with him in America a fortune of jewels like this one. In sewing that diamond into her dress, they had lied to Grace and used her. Far worse, her father was dead because of it. It didn't matter to her if the diamond was a gift from Joseph to his wife. If she was ever fortunate enough to make it to Brussels, she'd tell the Bonapartes it had been left behind with her dress. Lost. Gone forever. Stepping outside, she breathed in the fresh morning air and shrugged off her troubles. Grace would have liked nothing better than to walk away from Baronsford today, but she had to bide her time and do it in a way that would allow her to reach the continent. This ride would give her a clearer understanding of the countryside, and that would help her to escape when the time came. She was too early for her ride with Joe, so she walked around the corner of the house and came up a slight incline to where the gardens lay glistening in the morning sun. Wandering along the green paths between bordered beds filled with flowers, Grace breathed the scent of thyme and peonies. In one large section, the rosebuds on dozens of plants were getting ready to open, and a sundial gleamed at the centre. 2 gardeners were busy digging in a far corner, where spring cutting flowers of every hue were in bloom. In a protected corner, she found a section of azaleas ablaze with red and pink flowers. Slowly she retraced her steps. She was to meet Joe by the stables at 9, and she was still early. Walking down the path, she passed the carriage barn and remembered the basket inside. She was alive, she told herself. She'd survived. Now it was time to take control of her future. Grace thought about the Viscount, wondering if he'd told his sister that he wasn't riding with them. She blushed to think he might have already told Joe about the lecture he'd received from the ungrateful woman they snatched from death's door. In the yard across from the stables, a blacksmith was shoeing a huge Irish draught horse. He was a beautiful horse, chestnut-coloured with a white blaze and half-stockings. The smith came around the animal and tipped his cap to her, and she smiled back. This had to be the new man Anna told her about. As she watched him work, a groom came out of the stables leading a small grey. Exchanging pleasantries with the man, she stepped toward the pretty mare. The mount turned her head to Grace, and her ears pricked forward alertly.
"She's a lazy old girl, mistress," the groom said. "But she likes the exercise, and she's kindly enough with a body who don't know riding."
Grace held out her palm and waited until the mare stretched down to smell it. She was not new to horses or riding. As the only daughter of a cavalry officer, she'd learned to ride at a young age and was an able rider. She glanced dubiously at the side saddle on the horse. Death traps, Daniel Ware used to call them. He would never allow her to ride one. She always rode cross-saddle. For what she wanted today, Grace decided it made no difference. This was her first opportunity to travel any distance from the castle. She was hoping she could convince Joe to forget about taking her to the loch, and instead perhaps ride to Melrose Village.
"Would you care to give her a treat?"
She accepted a chunk of an apple from the groom. The mare took it from her palm and turned her soft brown eyes toward Grace. Whispering sweet nothings, she nuzzled her cheek against the horse's neck. She missed this smell. The bond that existed between horse and human was unique. Her fingers combed through the coarse mane. She'd had horses to ride her entire life, but never one of her own. They were always moving on to another palace or army encampment, and when she had to part with a horse she'd grown fond of, she'd left a piece of her heart behind.
"I'm thinking you're a natural, mistress. You must be a rider."
The groom's voice jerked Grace out of her daydream.
"But I'm thinking she might be too tame for you."
Before she could reply, another groom led a majestic black stallion out into the yard.
"If you've a mind, I'll take her back in and bring you another more likely mount. You'll be wanting to keep up with his lordship's stallion."
She stepped back. There must be some mistake. I am riding with—
"Good idea, lad,"
came the deep voice from behind her.
"Change the mistress's horse and be smart about it." "Right away, my lord."
The sound of Hugh's voice lit a flame of embarrassment deep inside her. Grace watched the groom lead the mare away, and she was left staring at the restless stallion. She'd watched the Viscount ride the beast up from the meadow the first day she was well enough to look out the window. He was standing too close. The sharp words she'd spoken last night, the cold glare he'd directed at her as he'd walked out of the library, were lying heavy on her. "My lord," she said as she turned and curtsied.
"Miss Grace."
He doffed his wide-brimmed hat and bowed. A knot was quickly forming in her belly, but Grace forced herself to look into his face. His eyes were tired, but they showed none of the resentment she'd seen last night. They studied each other in silence for a long, ponderous moment. She felt awkward at his scrutiny of her grey riding habit and feathered hat, all of it a gift from the Penningtons. And Grace was wearing them the morning after insulting the master of the house. "I was expecting Lady Jo."
"My sister sends her regrets. She had some last-minute visitors coming. She asked me to pass on her apologies to you. I'm here as her replacement."
She looked in the direction the groom had disappeared. "I don't want to inconvenience you, my lord. I'll take a walk toward the river. I know the way now. You needn't bother."
"This is no bother."
"No, we mustn't go. Surely there's no need for us to go riding this."
"We're going. It's settled,"
he said, glancing at the horse that was being led out of the stables. The entire situation was awkward, to say the least. She couldn't refuse him, however, without delivering another insult. And she did want to go. The apology she'd practiced during the night started rolling off her tongue. "Then before we start out, I need to retract the word—"
"Not now,"
he commanded.
"We'll have time to discuss that later."
Chapter 12. Loud to the point of bombastic, pushy and intolerant, and not least of all, a highly accomplished gossip. Jo's caller had never encountered a topic on any subject that she didn't have an opinion. Lady Nithsdale was a woman who believed, with a fervour that the most devoted religious zealot would envy, that it was her heavenly ordained duty to learn everyone's business and interfere with it as much as she possibly could. And if she could ruin a reputation or run down something of value, all the better. Jo was not looking forward to this visit, but she would try to bear it with stoic civility, as always. Lady Nithsdale considered herself a Londoner, and only deigned to leave it when the fashionable crowd had deserted its clubs and salons and theatres and pleasure gardens. The only exception she made was for a month in Bath, and a trip to the borders in May and June. She would never dream of missing the ball at Barnsford. The crowd that attended included many of the town's most elite echelon, and she could sail about amongst them as if she herself were hostess of the festivities. Jo spent very little time in London, and divided the rest of the year between Scotland and Hertfordshire. Happily, there was only a short period when both of them were there, and that was a blessing. Jo saw it as her responsibility to keep relations between Barnsford and its surrounding neighbours cordial, and she'd been reasonably successful in that effort for years now. And with most of their guests, she enjoyed the quiet pleasantries of country dinners and morning calling hours. Lady Nithsdale, however, was a challenge, and Jo feared today would be far worse than usual. The callers arrived earlier than expected, and were situated in the drawing-room. As she descended the winding staircase, Jo paused and took a deep breath to ease the tension in her shoulders. Receiving Lady Nithsdale was bad enough, but she was bringing her house-guest. As much as Jo tried to overcome her apprehension, she never found it easy meeting new people. She knew Mrs. Maria Douglas only by reputation. The widow of a former cabinet minister, the woman now travelled from drawing-room to drawing-room, commentator of the style and fashion, an arbitrator of haute couture, a modiste of the highest order, the one whose fingers would never be sullied by the banality of the shop. From what Jo had heard, she travelled mainly in the rarefied air inhabited by the Prince Regent and his royal entourage, And the duchesses and marchionesses and countesses under her wing would never pick out a dress style without her express approval. Why she was in Scotland during the season was a mystery. Nonetheless, Jo could think of little to say to this woman. She wasn't particularly interested in the latest changes in style. She didn't bother to update her wardrobe with every tick of the fashion clock. With the exception of the balls at Baronsford in June and at Christmas, Jo rarely attended parties or assemblies. Her enthusiasm for such occasions had been crushed long ago. During the same time, she had come to terms with the fact that the life she now led had little room for women such as Maria Douglas. The loud bark of laughter from Lady Nithsdale made Jo pause and grip the polished railing. Some things could never be forgotten. She'd never told Hugh. She'd never told her parents or any of her other siblings. 15 years ago, Lady Nithsdale had been a leading voice in the chorus of gossips who contributed to the destruction of her happiness. The frenzy of rumour and falsehood that polluted the drawing rooms of their acquaintances had been directly responsible for Wynne Melfort withdrawing his offer and putting an abrupt end to their engagement. Jo set her jaw and started down. She couldn't change her life. She couldn't blame spectators and gossips for the uncertainties of her origin. It was true that she was adopted at birth, and she grew up surrounded by the love and fortune of the Pennington family. At the time of her engagement, her parents had endowed her with a sizable dowry. But for all that Jo offered, she still wasn't good enough for the Melforts once the avalanche of conjecture and vile innuendo began. When she entered the room, her intention of maintaining an air of cool formality was immediately dashed. Lady Nithsdale leaped from her chair with agility belying her age and weight. In a false show of intimacy, she placed a kiss on each of Jo's cheeks. Clearly, to the world, they were the closest of friends.
"Here you are, dearest, the very angel of empathy, the kindest of souls."
She pulled Jo toward the small table and chairs as if she were welcoming a guest.
"I want you to meet my dearest friend, Mrs. Maria Douglas."
From the hat to the walking dress to the accessories, Mrs. Douglas was an impeccable advertisement of her vocation. But the woman's arched brow and the shadow of a smile at the corners of the rose-painted lips landed like a punch to Jo's stomach. Lady Nithsdale had no doubt shared Jo's personal history at length, for she was now being appraised as if she were a street dog begging at a kitchen door.
"Lady Josephine is a messenger of mercy, as was Lady Ayton before her. Why, I was just married, hardly more than a girl, but I remember her ladyship carrying you into that ballroom, wrapped as you were in a muddy blanket."
She paused, relishing the memory.
"But as I was telling you, Mrs. Douglas, this darling young woman here is an uncommonly generous benefactor of the glorious help we here in the Borders are giving to those unfortunate fallen women. I showed you the Tower House."
Jo walked away under the pretense of ringing for tea to be brought in, even though she'd already arranged for it. She couldn't listen to any of this. She wouldn't elaborate on the work that for years had been largely shouldered by Violet Truscott. Jo herself never asked for support from the Nithsdales or anyone else. Lord and Lady Ayton continued to bear the expense. At the same time, Jo resented the insinuation lurking beneath Lady Nithsdale's words. How many times did she need to hear the story of her own entrance into Baronsford? And she hadn't missed either the mention of fallen women or the smug look the two visitors exchanged. She wondered when, after all these years, people would grow tired of referring to her birth mother. Never, she supposed angrily. The feeling of moral superiority was too gratifying. Swallowing her feelings, she returned to the guests.
"But about your surprise," Lady Nithsdale continued, "I cannot believe you hid such astonishing news from me. Why, we were here for dinner the very same week the crate arrived, and neither you nor his lordship made any mention of it."
Jo decided she wasn't about to make it easy for them. She turned to Mrs. Douglas.
"Is this your first time in the Borders, ma'am?" No, 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 Lady Nithsdale cried, stopping her friend from answering. Tell us about the woman in the crate.
Pardon me, Lady Nithsdale, but I've just met your guest, Jo objected, focusing her attention once again on Mrs. Douglas. If you'll excuse my curiosity, I find it surprising to see a lady of your celebrated talents in the country at the height of the season. How is London to get on without you? Mrs. Douglas exchanged a look with her friend, and then turned her cool gaze back to Jo.
Town is a well of activity, my lady, as you know, but we all need time away from it. She's always overwhelmed with offers, Lady Nithsdale broke in. If she's not in Brighton with His Royal Highness's party, she's in... well, she's at all the very best places. I've been begging her for years to join us here in the Borders. She could never schedule the time. Isn't that right, my dear? But can you imagine how delighted I was to receive her letter last week, telling us she'd come?
The Countess patted her friend on the hand, obviously satisfied at having taken over the conversation again. I do recall you mentioning it at dinner here, Jo said.
Yes, indeed I did. Well then, that's settled. Let's talk of your unexpected house guest.
Jo glanced at the open drawing-room door, hoping the tea would arrive soon.
I know you must be wondering how it is that I know so much.
Jo raised an eyebrow. She didn't have to say more. Lady Nithsdale's inability to hold back anything was well known.
Mrs. Namby's servant told his sister about the doctor being called out in the middle of the night. The girl told her cousin. Her cousin is one of my cook's helpers.
Her voice rose in volume with each successive step.
A nearly lifeless woman arrives in Baronsford in a shipment intended for the Viscount. Imagine that.
Jo didn't know which of the two women was getting under her skin more right now. Lady Nithsdale with her prattling nosiness, or Mrs. Douglas with her unfaltering stare. The latter had not once removed her eyes from Jo's face. At first she knew the woman was appraising her. Now it was as if she was trying to read her mind, like the old woman in the gypsy troupe that passed through Hertfordshire every year.
Why should it be that I was the last one to find out about this exciting news? Lady Nithsdale wailed.
The combined effect of the two women was straining Jo's patience. If the shipment had arrived at Nithsdale Hall, my lady, then you would have been the first.
That won't do. I'm not satisfied.
The Countess wagged her finger.
Who is she?
You appear to know more than I.
I know far too little. I know her first name is Grace, and that she had no memory of anything else. And she's been ill, but is recovering. Surely you have more to share with your friends.
Too late. But now Jo saw the wisdom in Hugh's suggestion that they should have sent for an Edinburgh doctor. Not so much for better medical care, but to avoid gossip. Dr. Namby was a kindly man, but clearly what he knew had been conveyed to his wife, and now it was fresh on this woman's tongue. For Grace's sake, Jo was relieved that the good doctor had no knowledge of the diamond they'd found in her dress. She didn't want to imagine the feast these two would make out of that information.
Has there been a change in her condition since the last time Dr. Namby was here? What has she told you of her origins? Her family?
Gossip-mongering had turned into an interrogation. Just as Jo was about to cave in to a nearly overwhelming desire to tell the woman to mind her own business, the tea arrived. Lady Nithsdale, she said, lowering her voice and gesturing meaningfully toward the servants. Pray be so kind as to curtail this conversation. As a footman and a maid passed trays of brioche with butter and jam, Jo stood and prepared the tea. While they ate, Lady Nithsdale nattered away about the opera and plays she'd attended in London, and Mrs. Douglas sat sipping tea in silence, only occasionally responding when called upon. But Jo knew the conversation would turn the moment the food plates had been cleared. She was correct. The servants had no sooner left the room when Lady Nithsdale, unable to wait another moment, switched the topic back to Grace.
Finally! As I was saying, Mrs. Douglas could provide brilliant assistance to you regarding—
Would you care for more tea, my lady? Jo interrupted, holding up the pot for her.
No, thank you. Where was I? Oh, yes. She could solve the entire mystery of this stranger for you.
Jo's gaze uncontrollably was drawn to the silent guest. Her face was a mask, the same unchanging hint of a smile etched across the woman's features.
More tea for you, ma'am?
Thank you. No.
Mrs. Douglas travels extensively through the continent, the Countess continued. She knows everyone who is anyone. She's told me herself she has several friends she visits in Antwerp. If your guest is of any consequence there, my friend will surely recognize her.
And are you to be here for the ball? Or are you too desperately needed by the ladies in Brighton? Mrs. Douglas's cool expression didn't change, but before she could answer, Lady Nithsdale pushed her teacup and saucer away from her.
Really, Lady Josephine, you must allow us to meet with this young woman before we go.
Oh, must you go? Then, smiling as sweetly as she could manage, Jo rose from the table. But of course you have so many calls to make, I'm sure. Oh, look at the time.
No, I didn't mean that we needed to—
Of course you didn't. You're too kind to hurry your visit. But I'm certain that our other neighbours would feel neglected if you were to deprive them of Mrs. Douglas's company. I wouldn't feel right keeping you both to myself. Ladies? As Lady Nithsdale reluctantly rose from her seat, Jo glanced at the other guest, who was eyeing her with the same inscrutable expression.
But about your guest,
Lady Nithsdale huffed. No, my lady, I won't keep you another moment. We'll save that for another visit, shall we? Jo ushered them toward the door.
On the next time you call, we can tour the garden.
The azaleas are lovely this year. Chapter 13. The disaster was well underway before they even left the stables. Instructions were flying at her from Hugh and the two grooms. The gelding she was now to ride was younger and more energetic, and needed a strong hand to stand still while Grace was helped up onto his back. She was nearly tossed before she was even seated. The situation didn't improve at all once they started. Grace knew from experience that all horses, even the most docile, try to show their independence when ridden by a stranger. She'd had no chance to befriend the new mount. They'd given her a riding crop to make up for the absence of a leg on the offside, but it was useless. The gelding constantly sprawled about, requiring continual pulling together. She couldn't lower her hands, positioned as she was, and without the use of her right leg, which was hooked uncomfortably around the saddle's crutch, she lost an invaluable tool for controlling the animal. Everything she'd been taught before was for nothing. She might as well have been perched atop a camel's hump. Clearly, she thought, she'd never given enough respect to those who'd mastered this dangerously awkward method of riding. The few times she'd been offered the chance to try, Grace never accepted. Her father wouldn't allow it. And as a perfectionist, she'd never liked that less capable feeling when she was learning something new. As their horses walked past a kennel and a number of barns, Grace leaned to the right to keep her balance, but her leg was quickly falling asleep. This wasn't riding. There was no joy in it. This saddle had obviously been designed to torture women. She enjoyed riding astride. She always had. To race across a meadow or down a country lane with the wind in your face, to sail through the air over wall or ditch, to move as one with the powerful animal between your legs, was a joy unparalleled. Fashion be damned, she'd often worn men's breeches while doing it. Today she had no choice in the dress she wore, but she didn't think it would all go this badly. Despite everything, her pride wouldn't allow her to appear weak. She wouldn't complain. She would be the master of the situation. When they left the buildings behind and Hugh commanded his massive steed to trot on, she pushed her horse to a canter in an effort at looking proficient. Nearly falling off a half-dozen times before slowing the gelding to a trot, Grace shuddered to think how ridiculous she must have looked, lurching and swaying ahead of him like a drunken hussar. There was no point in suggesting that they go to the village rather than the loch. Whatever she'd wanted, her plan changed when Hugh showed up instead of his sister. Thankfully, the torture being inflicted on her legs and arse soon came to an end. After riding for a short time through what appeared to be an ancient forest of oak and fir groves, they reached a clearing of meadow grass dotted with wildflowers of yellow, white, and violet. Beyond a line of pines, she espied a glimpse of a narrow loch. She was exceedingly relieved when he reined in his horse and suggested they dismount and walk a bit before heading back. Grace watched her companion's smooth dismount and looked down at the contraption she was clinging to. She had no idea how the blazes she was going to get down. Hugh left his stallion and approached.
"This will be easier than mounting."
"That isn't saying much." Her dignity called for her to make easy work of it. She'd dismounted from horses, saddled or bareback, thousands of times. She could do this. But she quickly realized she was to be foiled by a leg and a buttock that had lost all feeling.
"If you gather your skirts and release your knee, I'd be happy to assist you."
He was standing very close, his hands extended, ready to help. "I can handle this," she said, sharper than she'd intended. She wanted to leap down with no assistance, but the gelding was becoming restless. Gathering the voluminous skirts in her hand was turning out to be a serious obstacle as she tried to free her leg from the saddle crutch.
"Before you do that, first release your foot from the slipper stirrup and loop."
The skirts were beginning to frustrate her. Giving no thought to modesty, she hauled them up to her knee and kicked her foot out of the stirrup.
"Now remove your right leg from the crutch."
But her leg wouldn't cooperate. Hugh waited as she made one last attempt to manage it on her own. Finally, he reached up and grasped her by the waist. Lifting her from the saddle, he gently lowered her to the ground. Her right leg, dangling like a broken willow branch, collapsed under her as he set her down. As she struggled to balance on her other leg, the restless gelding, relieved of its rider, bumped her, and she fell into Hugh. Grace's lips pressed against soft wool. Her arms were around him, clutching his riding coat. She smelled the fresh air and the man, and her mind emptied of all complaints. Her body filled with a feeling as old as womanhood. Time stood still. She brushed her cheek against his shoulder and allowed herself to savor the moment, fancying a dream that could never be. The pins and needles sensation in her leg hindered her from stepping away from him. He didn't complain. When she felt able to put weight on that limb, she started to back up, but the slight pressure of his hand on the small of her back made Grace pause. Her gaze moved slowly up past the strong chin to his lips. She wanted him to kiss her. She looked up and was relieved to see a similar need in the depths of his grey eyes. He was staring at her lips. His fingers softly traced the line of her jaw, and a delicious tremor rippled through her.
"Step away, and I won't kiss you."
His voice was deep, inviting her to play, but the decision was hers. He was leaving it to her like last night. She could walk away, and for the rest of her life regret not experiencing this moment. Grace rose on her toes and brushed her lips ever so softly against his. She felt every muscle in his body stiffen. Emboldened, she looked up into his eyes and placed feathery soft kisses on his lips. His mouth fell on hers, hard and fast, and when her lips parted in wonder and delight, he thrust his tongue deep into her mouth. He kissed her hungrily and without restraint, erasing any memory of the chaste kisses of her youth. Her body responded to the play of their lips. Desire like she'd never known erupted within her, racing like fire through her veins. She wanted more. Grace found herself short of breath. Her heart hammered like the pounding of cannons. Hugh's kiss was undoing her, melting her. She was like clay in his embrace, her mouth yielding to his mouth, her body moulding to his body. She raised herself higher, and her arms encircled his neck. She felt, rather than heard, his groan of pleasure as her breasts pressed against his chest. Fast. Think. Wrong. Inside of her a battle raged. Now. Desire. Right. She wanted the fires of passion to rule this moment, but it could not be. It was wrong. Hugh didn't know the truth about her, and she was adding to her wrongs with what she'd started. It had to stop now. Grace forced her trembling fingers between their bodies, and she pressed against his chest. He immediately ended the kiss and stepped back. Her legs threatened to give out beneath her. Everything around her was a blur of colours. Her lips tingled with pleasure. "I shouldn't have kissed you," she finally managed to whisper. "No, it was I," he said, his gaze still setting her body aflame, even from 2 steps away. "But I don't regret it, and I don't think you do either." Grace turned and faced the loch and pressed her hands to her fevered cheeks. She'd never imagined such a burning, explosive desire for someone. She'd never initiated a moment like this, and when she was in his arms, she would have given him far more than that kiss. Closing her eyes as a wave of mortification took hold of her, she searched her mind for a way to justify this sudden error in judgment. Hugh moved away, leading the horses to a low shrub where they could graze on the meadow grass. She watched him secure the mount and then stand gazing at the sparkling waters of the loch. He'd lost control for a moment, and she was surprised that she'd done that to him. Torn by conflicting desires, she forced herself to stand still and not go back to him and throw herself again into his arms. When he finally turned and came back to her, he was the controlled and serious host she'd known. "People find the path along the edge of the loch to be quite picturesque. If you're not overtired, perhaps you'd like to stretch your legs." Grace resented the loss of the man who kissed her with such passion, but she was grateful for the gentleman who had retained a semblance of reason. She was a whirling dervish of contradictions, spinning crazily, unable to fathom whom she'd suddenly become. The answers she searched for were not easy to find, at least not right now with the object of her longing standing beside her. Hugh pointed out the way, and as they walked down through the trees toward the water, Grace forced herself to focus on her surroundings. If she talked, she wouldn't dwell on what she'd done. She wanted to find something to steer any conversation away from her brazen behavior. As they came out to a wide fringe of grass along the foreshore of the loch, her eyes took in the green forest rising from that opposite bank. The place was quiet, protected, peaceful. "This is beautiful. I didn't expect the woodlands to be so full of flowers." She pointed to a blanket of bluebells that spread around them. He looked at them as if seeing them for the first time. "It's a good time of year for that, I should think." He indicated the path that ran along the water's edge. "We can walk this way if you like." Their voices sounded strained to her, both of them contriving to appear unaffected by the encounter. "Viscount Greysteel? Is that a Scottish name?"
"It is. We are. My paternal grandmother's title."
"Did you grow up here?" she asked.
"Yes. We spent a great deal of time at Baronsford. Of course I went away to school, but we still came back for the summer holidays. My father had his duties in Parliament, but the pleasures of the season have never appealed to my parents."
She recalled him giving them credit for his qualities of fairness and tolerance. How wonderful that a man of his age would think of his parents with such admiration. She wondered if the day would ever come that she could praise her father openly for what he'd given her. I should think this would have been a lovely place as a child.
As a matter of fact, this particular spot was a favourite place for us. All of my siblings and cousins swam right here as children.
Grace imagined children playing in the grass that ran down to the fine pebbled beach. A nearby grove of trees hung out over the clear water, and in her mind's eye they sunned themselves on the large flat rock a few yards offshore. "Do you still have family nearby?" she asked. He turned and pointed up through the trees.
"In that direction, we're an easy walk from the stables of Greenbrae Hall. That's where my youngest Uncle David and his wife Gwyneth live with their families for part of the year."
He pointed off in another direction.
"As we walk a bit farther, you should be able to glimpse a stone tower house over the tops of those oaks. When he was a younger man, Walter Truscott began to restore the place for himself."
"Walter Truscott?" she asked.
"He's my father's first cousin, and he's been Baronsford's estate manager since before I was born. I'd be lost without him. The Tower House now houses a charity project that my sister and Violet Truscott are involved with, but you can ask Joe about it."
For Grace, to be rooted in one place and to use part of where you live for helping others was a dream. She would definitely ask Joe about it. Of all the women of wealth and position Grace had met in her life, she recalled no one who embodied the qualities of Hugh's sister. They reached a branch in the path, and he pointed to where it turned into the woods.
"This path leads back to where we left the horses."
They walked in silence as she struggled to find more questions. Her mind kept harking back to their kiss, and it was growing more difficult to ignore his presence with every passing moment. She was relieved when they emerged from the glen and into the clearing. Not far ahead, the horses were in view. Hugh broke the silence.
"I'm afraid our ride was not what you'd hoped for."
If he only knew, it was far more than she'd ever anticipated. "Being outside was what I needed," she said. "I think this may be heaven on earth. The serenity of the water and the trees surrounding it. The smell of all these wildflowers." His gaze swept across the fields before them. Over a few breaths of silence, she imagined him trying to appreciate the scene as she did. The respite was short-lived, and his grey eyes again found hers.
"I was thinking of the saddle. I'd hazard a guess that in the life you can't recall, you rode horses but not side-saddle."
His astuteness was commendable. "You could be correct."
"Do you think it was the fit of the saddle?"
Grace was a more than able rider. Annoyance at her inability to adapt gnawed at her now, for she had no trouble riding cross-saddle. It wasn't the fit of the saddle, it was the dratted design of it. "I couldn't mount or get down without assistance, and I couldn't stop thinking of how helpless I'd be if my horse bucked or reared."
"That would be a complication."
"Exactly. And how about jumping or galloping?" Her tone was sharp. She tried to soften it. "That barbaric device is ruled by fashion. It ignores the safety of the rider." She was surprised when he smiled, but her treacherous mind recalled their kiss.
"Men often complain about the spirit in a woman, but in you it is charming."
He knew how to throw her off guard, make her forget what she wanted to say. A blush of warmth spread up her neck and into her cheeks. Grace stared at the tips of her boots poking out from beneath the dress. Spirit, impulse, desire, they all sprang from that place of passion within her.
"You're like an Arabian,"
he continued.
"Spirit and intelligence spread together in a creature of great beauty."
"I'll take that as a compliment, seeing as you are a horseman." Arabians. She knew a great deal about the breed. She'd watched her own father help train Napoleon's great warhorse, Marengo. Yet another conversation she didn't dare have with him. As they walked, Grace wouldn't trust herself to look at him, for fear she would force him to take her into his arms again. And then where would she be?
It is a compliment.
She couldn't allow herself to be distracted by his charm. She still owed him an apology. She attacked his character. When Anna brought in a breakfast tray, she'd told Grace the story of Baronsford's new blacksmith, the man she'd later seen when she walked down the stables. The Viscount had seen to it that an injustice was corrected. The story only added fire to her feelings of guilt. "I need to ask your forgiveness, my lord," she said. "I was out of line in the library. My manners, the violence of my expressions, the memory shames me even now. I had no right to be critical of you, who have shown me nothing but kindness. And I spoke out, knowing of all the good that you have wrought. For me to equal the plight of one group against another that has been enslaved for generations reveals artlessness and ignorance in my own character. That spirit you referred to just now betrayed me. I spoke out when I shouldn't have spoken. I was critical when I should have been commending you." He took hold of her elbow, making her stop.
"You were speaking the truth, and you directed my attention to a blind spot that I hadn't realized I possessed.
I jumped to a conclusion based on a handful of articles.
Once I had a chance to think through what you said, I found that you were right. I didn't become a judge to advance my social or political status. My goal has always been to make my rulings fairly and without partiality. And it troubles me to see what I've failed."
The same man who'd taken her into his arms so passionately moments ago now stood before her without a shred of arrogance or vanity. She could not possibly have been more impressed by Hugh Pennington. "But you haven't failed. I believe my disappointment and frustration was really directed at the law and society, and not at you specifically." All immigrants struggled, one way or another. Grace and her father were no exception. She was the daughter of an Irish father and a Scottish mother who had lived their lives on the losing sides of wars against the English crown. With his days in the battlefields behind him, Daniel Ware worried about the security of his only daughter's future. She wished she could share her own experience with Hugh now. Fear of outsiders existed everywhere she'd lived, including America. A curiosity, considering that was a newly settled nation of outsiders. But she couldn't tell him.
"Thank you for speaking up, but I wish to put last night's disagreement behind us."
Grace was thankful for his cordiality. She'd like nothing better.
"Would you mind if we walked the horses back?" he asked when they reached the animals.
"That would be lovely." She eyed the saddle with exaggerated scorn. A great weight was lifted from her shoulders. The smell of the furs filled her senses as they walked.
"I'm still stunned, however, by the capacity of your mind," he said, interrupting her thoughts. "The exactness of your memory, the ability to recite text flawlessly, dates, references. How could you remember them all so precisely?"
For a change, she could be honest. "It appears that what I read stays with me, just as I see it on the page." They emerged from the shade of the forest and walked out into the open meadows. In the distance, the towers and turrets of Baronsford rose solidly against the azure sky.
"I'll never forget your first words with a recitation of the lines of a poem."
He turned onto the lane. "Wasn't it a ballad?" she teased. Looking over at him, she saw his expression darken. His eyes were locked on an open carriage approaching them. He pulled their horses to the side of the lane.
"I apologize for this intrusion in advance."
Before Grace could reply, the shrill voice of a woman pierced the air, ordering the carriage to stop.
"Lord Greysdale!"
a robust older woman squealed with delight.
"I can't tell you how delighted I am to find you here."
He ripped the hat from his head and raked his fingers through his hair. His annoyance was evident.
"We just left Baronsford after a lovely visit with your sister, and to find you here.
We were positively wretched at the thought that we might miss seeing you and your— oh, my, your lovely guest. Will you be so kind as to introduce us to the young lady?"
Grace looked from the speaker's face to her companion. Suddenly a wave of illness swept over her. She knew this woman. 6 years ago, on the day Napoleon's son was baptized at Notre Dame Cathedral, dignitaries from all over the continent, including a small delegation from England, had travelled to Paris. And now, Mrs. Maria Douglas, a member of that party, sat in this carriage, a world away. Her keen gaze fixed unwaveringly on Grace's face. Chapter 14. Drowned in the River Tweed, cut up and used as fish bait, pushed from a balloon at 1,000 feet up, shot for a goose. Hugh could easily think of 100 more ways to punish the Earl of Nitesdale for the conduct of his wife, but none of them struck him at the moment as painful enough. The woman was a nuisance. A simple introduction was not sufficient. She immediately launched into a barrage of 24 questions before pausing for breath. Lady Nitesdale was not just a nuisance. She was an absolute menace. Somewhere in that library, he thought, he had a volume on the torture techniques of Torquemada. Looking at the pallor of Grace's face right now, the memory of their kiss drifted to the shadows. Her condition worried him, and he recalled the words she'd spoken to him in the carriage barn. "I'd find it trying to be inspected and judged in strange company." He didn't blame her. The Countess's behaviour was unpardonable. The defendants in his courtroom were treated with more regard.
"That's quite enough, Lady Nitesdale,"
he said in a tone that, for a moment at least, silenced the woman.
"Enjoy your ride, ladies. Have a good day."
He motioned for their carriage driver to proceed.
"Wait!"
The Countess found her voice before the carriage set off.
"My lord, we haven't yet made good on the reason for our call, on the offer we made to your sister."
She waited for no one to speak a word, and turned to her companion.
"Mrs. Douglas, this is your chance to solve the Border's greatest mystery in a decade. Can you tell us if, in your extensive travels, you ever crossed paths with this young woman?"
Lady Nitesdale's companion leaned forward, studying her like cat eyeing her prey. This was too much. Hugh was angered on Grace's behalf.
"That is more than enough,"
he ordered sharply.
"Our intention is to help Miss Grace regain her strength, not cause her more agitation."
"Well?"
the older woman shrieked, not to be robbed of this moment.
"Do you know her?"
"Pardon me, my lord. I've met a great many people in my travels. I cannot recall if this young lady was ever introduced to me." "Very well. That's settled."
Hugh shot a warning look at the driver.
"Off you go, man. I'll not say it again. Have a good day, ladies."
Grace stood stock still, her blue eyes warily following the carriage's departure. A shaking hand reached up and pushed away a strand of curls dangling down the side of her face. Thoughts of their kiss edged back into his mind. The sweet taste of her lips as she'd brushed them against his, granting him permission. He'd lost his mind. The play of their tongues, the press of her body, the urgency to take everything she offered was not like him. He couldn't recall ever feeling catapulted as he was to those uncertain heights of passion merely by a kiss. His gaze took in the rise and fall of her breasts beneath the grey coat, and he knew he was in trouble. His sister's words came back to him. What if there was a husband? Grace wore no ring, but what assurance did that provide? What if she was engaged? Or if she was simply attached to someone she didn't remember? And what was Hugh after? An affair. Until her memory returned, Hugh was the one in possession of the past. He was the one who needed to exercise more control in the present. The carriage disappeared from view, and when Grace turned her sapphire gaze back to him, he was a lost man. "I'm ready to go back." As they led the horses along, he was relieved to see the colour come back into her face.
"Lady Nithsdale's rudeness is legendary, I'm afraid. She holds everyone else accountable for any lapse in behaviour, and all the while she behaves abominably. Her visit to Baronsford was the reason why Joe bowed out of this ride. My sister wanted to spare you this meeting. They have to be taking the roundabout way back to Nithsdale Hall. It was unfortunate that they ran into us."
"I'm grateful to Lady Jo, but encounters like this are inevitable. I can't hide in my room forever." And they didn't ask anything truly inappropriate, however astonishing the force of her delivery was. My embarrassment stemmed from my inability to provide answers that would satisfy them.
"You're being far too kind. Lady Nithsdale was rude and undignified, and I was negligent in exposing you to some of the most insupportable behaviour the Borders has to offer."
A vivid reminder that I need to plan on ending my stay at Baronsford, she said. "I'm not afraid of anything your neighbour can do to me personally, but it's not fair to allow you and your sister to become a target of such attention. I have a sense that whatever Lady Nithsdale thinks of me, her opinion will be spread far and wide." The words stung him. She was already talking of leaving. But what could he expect? Just because she'd been delivered in a crate addressed to him, that didn't make Grace a gift he could keep.
"Without any memory of your past, you have no way of knowing whom to trust. Where would you go?"
"The only thing of value I possess is a diamond that I don't recognize. I understand your concern. You think someone might take advantage of me if they learned I'm carrying a stone of value. For this reason, I ask you to hold on to it for now, as security for a loan of enough money for passage to Antwerp."
"Antwerp?"
he asked sharply. "You told me that's where the shipment originated. By going there, I have a better chance of finding friends or family. Perhaps I'll remember what I've forced myself to forget."
"It's impossible. You're not well enough. It's been only 4 days since your fever broke. You can't be exposing yourself to the dangers and rigours of travel so soon."
He couldn't let her go. Not yet.
"And who would take care of you once you got there? What would happen if you fell ill again?"
Her gaze swept over his face, lingering unconsciously on his mouth. Hugh wondered if he'd driven her to this hasty decision by kissing her. He wanted her, and she had matched his passion, but perhaps he'd frightened her.
"Baronsford is well equipped to handle gossip," he continued. "It has weathered scandal before. You couldn't possibly bring a greater scandal to its walls."
She shook her head in disagreement. "Once again, you are being too kind, but I can't abuse your hospitality."
"I won't have you leaving so soon. Neither will Joe. We're finished talking about it."
"We're finished talking about it until when?" Grace herself was a glittering diamond amid the grey pebbles of his mundane existence. But that was no excuse for his keeping her here. No reason to think he could dictate her life. Even so, she should stay until his clerk returned from Antwerp, Hugh thought. He'd received a single letter from Mackay, sent back express as he directed. No one in Antwerp was looking for any missing American woman. He was to meet with British embassy officials in Brussels, not half a day's ride away, who'd contacted him, asking for a meeting. Assuming nothing came of that, the man requested instructions of Hugh.
"A fortnight. We can revisit this in a fortnight. Agreed?"
He wished he could read her mind as she stared straight ahead. He couldn't make her stay. The back of their hands brushed as they walked. He looked down, expecting Grace to withdraw hers, but she didn't. Her gaze lifted to his face. This wasn't a decision she was making lightly. It was not his imagination. She was torn. He saw a wistfulness in her eyes, a longing that matched his own. "A week. I must go as soon as I'm able. We'll discuss this again in a week. And if I'm well enough then, you agree to loan me enough money for passage to Antwerp."
"Fair enough."
He'd been given nothing at first. Now they had a week. And if he had it his way, they'd be adding more days, until they had a firm answer regarding who she was and where she'd be going. Before either of them could say anything more, Grace's attention was drawn to the sound of young voices behind them. Turning around, she saw nearly a dozen children of various ages running through the field with a maid in pursuit. Grace waved back as a couple of small girls shouted greetings at them. "Who are they? Where did they come from?" He motioned to the tower house, only partly visible through the trees.
"That's where they live. Heading for the loch, I should think. There's a particularly nasty marsh below where we walked that has more frogs than one can count."
"They all live up there?"
"All of them."
He counted them.
"I believe the two youngest ones are missing."
She smiled, turning around and watching them disappear one after another into the trees. "They can't all be siblings. They look too close in age."
"My sister can answer all your questions. That's the tower house I told you about. It's Joe and Violet's project."
She was still smiling when she looked up at him.
"And that,"
he said, gesturing toward the departing children,
"that is the best of the borders."
Chapter 15. Could she possibly last for a week? From her window, Grace absently watched 3 workers clipping the deep green box hedges lining one of the garden walls. As Anna bustled about the room behind her, Grace tried to convince herself that Mrs. Douglas had not recognized her. She remembered the woman, but there was little reason Lady Nithdale's guest should recall meeting her. After all, 6 years had passed. Thousands of people had attended the ceremony and the receptions that followed. Hundreds of introductions had been exchanged. With all the fanfare and opulence of the day, she hoped her face had not distinguished itself from the crowd. The possibility was so slight. The christening had involved the most memorable splendor of the decade, second to the coronation. Grace still remembered the ceremony like it was yesterday. Paris. The procession of carriages travelled from the Tuileries Palace to the Cathedral of Notre Dame, along roads lined with the Imperial Guard and troops from the garrison. The crowd shouted and applauded for each carriage as it passed, and a thrill coursed through Grace even now at the memory. The barouche she rode in was 3 ahead of the royal couple, for she'd been given the tremendous honour of joining the Dames de Palais in the entourage of ladies carrying the Queen's train, a distinction owing to her father's valour and service. As the Emperor and his wife and infant son came into sight of the multitude, the joyous cheers and cries of "Vive le roi de Rome" that went up were loud enough to have been heard in Calais. The ceremony at the cathedral was filled with the voices of choirs, and the cardinal himself sang the Veni Creator. And when Napoleon took the child from the Empress and held him aloft twice, those assembled in the ancient church raised their voices as one in adulation. The day resided in her memory like a dream. Grace recalled feeling like some ethereal spirit chosen to spend a day in a fairy tale. The spectacle, the cheers, the momentous significance of the event she'd been chosen to participate in. It had been almost too much to fathom. She felt she was floating among the golden gods of Olympus itself. It was after the ceremony at the cathedral, when the Emperor and his entourage repaired to the Hôtel de Ville for the celebrations, that she'd been introduced to so many guests and diplomats, including several members of the English contingent. Because official diplomatic relations had been severed between the two countries, very few were in attendance from England. Unfortunately, Mrs. Douglas was there with her husband, a high-ranking member of Parliament. What Grace remembered most vividly about the introduction was the couple's icy response to her father. Grace could almost feel the Englishman's reaction to the proud Irish military man, a renegade subject, honoured by the French Emperor for his contributions fighting the British in Spain and Portugal. Daniel Ware was bound to draw their attention and their displeasure. A chill washed through her. The chance of the two of them coming face to face after so many years was so minute, and yet it had happened. Mrs. Douglas had not changed much since their introduction. Grace was older. Perhaps the years had made a difference. The woman's sharp eyes had not wavered from her face at all. Today Mrs. Douglas did not acknowledge knowing her, but the risk still existed that the memory of that day in Paris would return when she had a chance to think it through. Grace tried to quell her panic as she changed into a day dress before Anna went away. There was nothing she could do about it but wait. She had no means of leaving Baronsford unless the Viscount agreed to change their arrangement. He'd been clearly disappointed when she suggested it was time for her to leave. His regret was only a fraction of the sadness she felt in her heart. She had become drawn to him so quickly. Stepping into the sitting room, she wandered to the open windows and then raised her face to the soft breeze. She burned, even now, at the memory of their kiss. The pressure of his mouth undid her. The taste of him, the feel of his hard body pressed against hers, making her wish for more. Never had she felt as alive as she did during those few moments in his arms. And then small talk, diversion. She'd tried her best to recover from the impact of their passionate encounter. She wanted that kiss again. She ached for his touch. She wanted him. But after their chance meeting with the neighbouring ladies, the hot passion of those moments transformed into the chill she could not shake. She'd said very little for the rest of their walk back to Baronsford. The nagging question wouldn't go away. What would happen if Mrs. Douglas remembered? As a clock chimed noon somewhere in the house, noises on the path below her window drew Grace's attention. Workers were going by and exchanging greetings with the gardeners. One of the passing men was the blacksmith, Darby. He and two helpers were heading toward the stables area, pushing a damaged ploughshare on a wheelbarrow. Hugh told her when they'd parted earlier that he'd be meeting with the blacksmith this afternoon to work on his balloon preparations. Hugh had seen to it that Darby was freed after being wrongfully jailed. Even as a highly respected Lord Justice and Master of Baronsford, he'd freely accepted the validity of her reproach regarding the law. Hugh Pennington wasn't the man she'd initially thought he would be. And Grace was a different person today from 4 days ago when she decided she needed to lie to them. She now knew what kind of people Hugh and Jo were. She understood their compassion. She saw the kind-hearted generosity that was their way of life. But the question facing her now was whether she trusted them enough to reveal the truth. She pictured herself telling them all of it. With regard to the diamond, she honestly had no knowledge of it hidden in her dress. But should she? Better sooner than later, she thought. Knowing him as she did now, Grace was certain Hugh was not a man who would see her punished for circumstances that were out of her control. He wouldn't penalize a daughter over the choices of her father. In the end, it came down to this. Was she courageous or was she cowardly? Could she face him and confess? Or should she hide and wait and escape to Antwerp in a week? A soft tap on the open sitting-room door roused her, and she turned to see Jo coming in. 2 servants followed, each carrying trays. "I heard you were taking lunch in your rooms, so I decided to join you if I may. I hope you don't mind." "I can't tell you how pleased I am," Grace responded, crossing to her and taking her hand. This was exactly what she needed, an opportunity for the two of them to spend time together. Perhaps she could build her courage to say to Jo the things that needed to be said. A small table near the window was set, and the plates and food were arranged. "Thank you. That will do very well,"
We can serve ourselves."
Jo was gracious, but the subtle edge in her tone made Grace focus more closely on the tight lines around her mouth.
"I'll ring when the dishes are ready to be taken away."
Hugh's sister seated herself on a sofa, her hands tightly clasped in her lap as the servants left them alone. Tense shoulders, straight back, and eyes that wandered restlessly about the room. Grace knew Jo hadn't come for lunch, but to talk.
"Please come, and sit by me."
She patted the seat next to her. Grace went to her, ready for whatever came of this. "Hugh told me what happened today." The kiss they shared flashed through her mind, but Grace calmed herself. He would never divulge so personal a moment.
"I am so sorry," Jo continued. "I'm mortified that you had to be subjected to Lady Nithsdale's rudeness."
"There was no harm done," she responded. She hoped no harm would come of it anyway. Jo's dark eyes focused on Grace's face. There was a sadness beyond the somber tone.
"He mentioned your agitation. He told me you want to leave Baronsford." "That can't be. I won't allow it. I don't want you to go."
But the time had come. Grace had to speak the truth and be done with this plague of pretense. Unfortunately, she had no choice as Jo continued.
"I am appalled by that woman and her lack of propriety. She is a poison. I've come to believe she lives for the sole purpose of spoiling lives."
"Encounters like today are unavoidable," Grace said softly, deciding that she needed to ease into her confession. "I'm a stranger here. It was only to be expected that sooner or later curiosity would lead neighbours to your door."
"This is more than idle curiosity. Lady Nithsdale's mission in life is to meddle in others' business. It is insidious that some women take it as their vocation to spread falsehoods about others and ruin futures."
Grace was not about to dispute Jo's response. She knew other women like that, and Hugh's sister certainly understood her neighbours better. But perhaps she was upset at the possibility of the rumours that could soon be bandied about the tea and card tables of the area. Grace imagined how shocking it was that they found her out riding with the Viscount unchaperoned. She was only a brief visitor at Baronsford. She cared little for her own reputation. The only thing about today's encounter that distressed Grace personally had nothing to do with Lady Nithsdale, but with her houseguest.
"I can't tell you how much I abhor that woman."
The hard intensity in Jo's voice startled Grace. These words were not used lightly. Jo's hands were fisted in her lap. Her dark eyes were focused on a line of treetops outside the window. She imagined a different battle was being fought in her companion's mind. The root of these feelings regarding Lady Nithsdale had to be planted long before now. "She's done you personal wrong in the past, hasn't she?" There was no concealing the emotions. Jo's gaze grew misty. "What's wrong? What has she done to you?" Grace took her friend's hand. Suddenly her own troubles slipped to one side. Feelings of protectiveness surged through her. Jo's fingers were ice cold. She shook her head once and bit her lip. The past rolled in like a fast-travelling storm. So many times in her own life, Grace had no one to turn to, no friend, no confidant. She learned early that she couldn't commandeer her father's attention for what he considered feminine woes. "I know I haven't earned your trust," she said, "and I've certainly done nothing to deserve it. But you've shown me only kindness. You selflessly spent days caring for me and giving me the second chance at life. It hurts me to see you like this." Tears beaded on Jo's face like pearls. "Too many years have passed. She dashed the droplets away. "It's not right that I should still hold such a loathing in my heart. I should let it go. But seeing Hugh's anger at Lady Nithsdale scratched open a very old wound." It was Grace's nature to speak her mind. She was never good at holding back. She'd lost friends because of it. Still, there was no relief like allowing one's temper to explode, especially when you were certain you were in the right. Jo, she knew now, was the exact opposite. She kept her troubles hidden inside. Perhaps her heartaches as well. "How many years ago?" Grace asked, determined to draw her out. Jo hesitated before answering, 15 years. "So you were a toddler when this happened?" A hint of a rare smile put a dimple in her surprised face. "I am a mature woman of 36 now." Grace scoffed. "Let us never know what old age is. Let us know the happiness time brings, and not count the years." "Whom are you quoting?" "Decimus Ausonius." "How can you know so much?" "No matter." Grace didn't want to talk about herself right now. She wanted to help Jo unburden her troubles. "Who was he?" "Why do you assume this is about a romance?" The tears were gone. "You were 21. Your husband?" "I've never married." She shook her head. "But at the time I was engaged. To a man named Wynne Melfort. He was a lieutenant in the Navy." Noticing the look of grief creeping into Jo's eyes again, Grace pushed on. "What went wrong with your engagement?" "Before I say more, you should know that I wasn't born a Pennington. I was adopted by my parents as an infant. My birth mother died during the delivery, on a road very close to Barnsford. She was travelling with the other folk who were victims of clearances, put off someone's land with only what they could carry. I've been able to learn nothing more about who she was or where she came from. I don't know who fathered me." Grace gripped her friend's hand. Somehow this revelation didn't come as a great surprise to her. Jo and Hugh looked nothing alike, and Anna had hinted at this when she spoke of the Pennington siblings. It also made sense, given Grace's understanding of Lord Ayton's efforts to stop the clearances, as well as his son's passionate disgust with the practice. "And that caused the problems? The truth of your adoption was made public?" "No, it was never a secret," Jo told her. "Wynne knew about it. His family was told, and they raised no objections. I imagine that was partly due to the size of my dowry, but my family never made any effort to hide it. My mother brought me back here on the day of the summer ball. They all witnessed it. Lady Nithsdale was here as well." "Did you love him?" Grace asked gently. "Had you given your heart to this naval officer?" "Too many years have passed. I don't remember." Grace recognized the lie in the way Jo's eyes misted over again as she turned her face again to the window. "What went wrong? Please tell me. Why was your engagement broken off?" Grace had heard 1,000 times that nothing unburdened the heart like confession. If only she could follow that advice herself. "Gossip, rumour, unfounded stories that my birth mother was a common prostitute," Jo said, pain etched in her eyes. "I don't know why talk of it became the rage. I don't know the source of it. But suddenly it was all the ton cared about, smirking, tittering behind their fans, and spreading falsehoods as if they were gospel." The rank malice of the elite. It was a rampant disease in the social circles of the wealthy everywhere, it seemed. The more you had, the more you envied others. False friendships, backstabbing, and the maniacal joy of seeing a perceived rival brought low. This was the stuff of court life, and the social classes that emulated it. She'd only met Lady Nithsdale once, but Grace knew the woman was the type to take great pleasure in circulating what she knew, as well as what she could invent. That summer, when the tongue-wagging was at its worst, up to that point at least, Wynne wrote to me informing that he wished to end our engagement. "The blackguard!" Grace snapped angrily. "Small, weak, and unworthy of you. Did anyone challenge him? The dog should have been shot." My father was prepared to challenge him, and he would have, I know it. But Hugh beat him to it. He tracked Wynne to Vauxhall Gardens and slapped him publicly. They nearly fought it out right there, but Wynne's friends intervened. Word came back to our house in Hanover Square that they would fight at dawn. I couldn't let it happen. I couldn't bear the thought of going through life having the blood of either of them on my hands and conscience. Jo stabbed away at fresh tears. "I was like a madwoman. I begged my parents to stop it. I swore that if anything happened to Hugh, I'd take my own life." "Did they stop him?" Jo's eyes glazed as she relived the memory. "My mother tried, but to no avail. My father's only regret was that Hugh was fighting this duel instead of him. I paced all night. I can't describe the anguish I felt." Grace knew this was what wives and sisters and daughters went through the night before every battle. The abject fear for your loved ones. The cold dread that drains the life out of you. Just after dawn, word came back to us. They'd fought in Hyde Park. Hugh's shot passed through Wynne's right shoulder. I know my brother could have killed him. He can hit a mark dead on at a full gallop. For me, he chose not to kill him. Even so, Wynne was carried off, bleeding badly, and they feared that he wouldn't live out the day. But he did live. The noble, loving brother, Grace thought. He would not kill when anger and honour dictated it, but let his foe live. And only because he knew it would cause his sister more pain than she'd already endured. That was the end for me and Wynne. And it was the last time I ever allowed a suitor to approach, Jo said, letting out a calming breath. That debacle opened my eyes. It's made me appreciate what the Pennington family truly means to me. I was never an adopted daughter to them, never treated any differently than the rest. The love and loyalty of my siblings and parents during that terrible time, and their devotion afterwards, allowed me to follow a path in life that has suited me. I needed no marriage, no love other than their love. I will be the committed daughter to my parents as they grow old, and the affectionate aunt to the children of my brothers and sisters. I am contented with that. To be at peace, after such a great disappointment, to find serenity and purpose in life. Whatever emotion Grace had been able to control broke free of its constraints, and tears came to her eyes. Jo saw them, and she hugged Grace. "I'm sorry," Jo said when they finally drew apart. "I had no intention of dragging you through my own misery. I wanted to know." Grace wiped the wetness from her cheeks. "I don't think healing happens until we confront the source of our pain." Jo reached for her hand again. "Hugh told me that when you go, you want to return to Antwerp. That you believe you could recover your memory there." This was Grace's chance to speak. "Don't go yet," Jo said. "Give it a little more time. If not for your health and time to gain more strength, do it for me and Hugh." "I thought a week would be—" "I'm asking this because of my brother," Jo interrupted. "Because of the change I'm seeing in him. For the first time in 8 long years, something is happening to him. You have no idea of the effect your presence has had on him. He might finally be healing." Jo's words surprised her, stopping Grace from saying what she wanted to say. Questions burned on her tongue. Why 8 years? What could have hurt him enough to have his sister worry so? Conflicting desires twisted within her. She wanted to know more, and yet she wasn't certain she could afford to allow her heart to be completely lost to this man. This was the road to heartbreak, and she didn't know why she felt so compelled to follow it. No one speaks of it at Baronsford. No one mentions it anywhere. Even those apostles of malice, for fear of his temper. But the clues surround us here. You might have seen them. Perhaps you even guessed that Hugh was married before, and that he had a son. The basket of toys in the library. He lost both his wife and child 8 years ago, and I'm not exaggerating when I say not a single day has passed that he hasn't mourned their loss. What happened to them? It was during the war on the peninsula. At the time, Hugh's cavalry unit was covering the army's retreat across Spain. Amelia took their son, Cameron, and went to Vigo. But camp fever was rampant. She and Cam caught it. They died while he was fighting the French at Corunna. He couldn't reach them. By the time he did, they died a horrible death. He's never been the same since. Recognition ripped at her insides. Her father's regiment was at Corunna. He blames himself. He blames the French. To this day, I believe he searches for anyone or anything that he can hold accountable for what happened to his family. When you wrote to me in London, I thought you were sending me on a fool's errand. But you were correct. Grace Ware is here at Baronsford. I have seen her with my own eyes. She claims, as a result of the arduous crossing in the crate, to remember nothing of her past, and her hosts believe her. If this is true, or if she is acting to protect herself, I cannot say as yet. As the daughter of Colonel Ware, she is in a peculiar position. I will take immediate steps to determine the veracity of her amnesia. I don't know if she has the item we seek. If she does, she may not recognize its true value, or how to deliver it as her father planned. Lord Greysteel appears quite protective, though clearly he does not know whom he is protecting or what she has carried into this country. Still, we should avoid direct confrontation with him. Your men failed us in Antwerp, and this is our last chance. However we proceed, the next few days should be telling. Come here directly. Allow for no delay. I shall assuredly need your assistance. Yours, etc. Chapter 16. On the first day Grace did not appear, Hugh was grateful that at least one of them had enough sense to create some distance between them. They both needed time to allow their passions to cool, to take a measured look at how to behave with each other, to determine how they would present themselves in the company of others. On the second day, when he didn't see or hear from her by evening, he began to worry. But his sister assured him that Grace was well. She was dividing the time between her sitting room and the libraries. The two women had been eating lunch in Grace's suite, and each day they'd walked on the bluffs along the river. Their guest was trying to regain her strength, she told him. By dinner the third day, he was finding her absence sorely trying. Baronsford was a large place, but not so large that a guest could go unseen and unheard, especially when he deliberately went looking for her in the places she was known to frequent. Unless, of course, she'd chosen not to be found by him. And his sister was no help, for she'd spent all of Thursday at the Tower House with Violet. On the fourth day, after a restless night, Hugh came down to his study at dawn, determined to put an end to the madness. She was clearly trying to offend him. If she thought she was going to remain in hiding until the week was up and then slip off to Antwerp, she was seriously deluded. She had nothing to fear from him. He was no predator, though he was beginning to feel like one. If she wished never to repeat what they'd shared by the loch, he would respect and abide by her decision. But that shouldn't stop her from having a civil conversation with him. He wanted to see her face, hear her speak, look into her beautiful eyes. He wanted to wonder about the direction of her thoughts as she watched him whenever she thought he was unaware. He was only looking to spend some time innocently enjoying Grace's company.
"Very well. That last is a lie,"
he muttered to himself, glaring out at the murky morning sky. But unless something had changed, he was still the master of Baronsford, and he still had a sister. There was no reason why he shouldn't employ the help of Joe, Mrs. Henson, someone to bring about some encounter with Grace. All schemes forming in his head were immediately laid aside. Outside the study windows, he espied the golden curls of a woman wandering along the green paths of the walled gardens. It was an hour before the gardeners would start their day's work. The household was only beginning to stir when he came down the stairs. With the heavy drapes shielding him, he watched Grace's every step as she drew closer. Her face was lifted to the sky, and like a wine connoisseur, he sipped at her beauty. The generous lips, the angle of her jaw, the blonde hair that refused to be tamed. But there were other things he noticed too. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her midsection. Even as he watched, she dabbed under each eye. Tears, he speculated. She was clearly upset. Maybe she grieved some loss. Hugh's thoughts immediately turned to her memory. Perhaps she'd regained what she had forgotten. It was possible that this was the reason for their estrangement. Perhaps Joe was right all along. Grace was attached to someone else. The thought of losing her landed like a sharp jab. "Stop," he murmured. This was all conjecture. He was a judge. He was no carnival mind reader. One did not assume. She was the only one who could set him straight. He needed to talk to her. Maria Douglas knew. The letter from Nithsdale Hall had arrived late yesterday. Anna delivered it to her room with a questioning look, and for the longest time Grace simply stared at the heart and crown on the wax seal. As she broke open the letter, a cold sense of ruin descended on her. From the moment Mrs. Douglas looked at her from that carriage, blemishing that glorious day, Grace had been waiting for this moment, knowing it would come. Resigned to her fate, she read it. Without question, Mrs. Douglas knew. Although there was a cleverness in her wording, she relayed her meaning without overtly revealing anything. How charming to find a beauty with such elegant Parisian profile in the rustic wilderness of the Scottish borders. In another line, the modiste mentioned the Baronsford ball, writing that Grace's willowy physique would be perfect for a dress she'd seen once on the Dame du Palais of the Duchess of Parma at a very memorable occasion some years back. And then the description of the dress. "Because haute couture is a particular interest of mine, I find I rarely forget a dress when it suits the wearer perfectly. I can see it now, the white satin petticoat with the delicately embroidered designs of golden wheat entwined with grapes and vine leaves, the matching sleeves, falling in waves and set off by white bows, the pale green body of Lyonnaise silk, with a darker green border of silk satin, also worked with gold cord and matching wheat and grape leaves. So lovely, so unforgettable. But I digress. And since you have never seen it, and will have little chance in your present situation to wear it—" But Grace had seen the gown. She'd worn it to the reception at the Hôtel de Ville after the baptism of Napoleon's son. The deliberate misspelling of Ware could not be missed either. Mrs. Douglas was telling Grace that she recalled their introduction down to the smallest detail. The rest of the letter showed no hint of a threat, but seemed to offer an olive branch. Mrs. Douglas mentioned her travels on the continent since the war, the friends she'd made, and how old foes are now the closest of allies. She closed the letter saying that she had made a habit of taking a walk each morning, unaccompanied by Lady Nithsdale, in and about Melrose Village, and that she'd greatly enjoy Grace's company if she chose to join her. Grace looked up absently at the blanket of lowering clouds. How truly insignificant Mrs. Douglas's discovery was when weighed against the tragic twist of fate that now threatened to tear her heart in two. Hugh's wife and child died, alone in their misery, sick with no loved one to tend to them, while he struggled to get to Vigo. Jo's words echoed in her brain. He couldn't reach them. Many times her father had told her about that great victory over the British, how the cavalry under his command had circled to the south of Corunna to cut off any escape, how he'd harried the flank of the entrenched English army while they tried to withstand the frontal assaults from the north. The enemy had been trying to hold out, waiting for more ships to arrive from Vigo, for more reinforcements and cannon to bombard the French while they escaped by sea. But the British ships did not come. Widespread sickness had delayed them, and as the fighting raged, her father had cut off all messengers, all riders, trying to slip through. He'd stopped them all. And Hugh was one of them, she murmured, trying to reach his sick family. Her own father had stopped him from reaching them. The rain began to fall, mingling with the tears on her cheeks, and she pulled the shawl around her. Anguish cut into her like a knife. She was no innocent daughter of some military officer. She was the flesh and blood of the man responsible for the loss Hugh suffered. Grace heard the heavy footfall of boots on the path leading to the garden. It was Hugh. A few scattered drops, and then the sky opened. Hugh hurried into the garden, his gaze scouring the area where he'd seen Grace from his window. She was nowhere in sight. Moving quickly between fruit trees and flower beds, he searched the next path, checked under the arched trellises of roses not yet in bloom, and spring-flowering clematis. The rain was still coming down hard as he strode through a fragrant lane of lilac, purple, and white, in the direction of the grape arbors. When he found no one there, he turned in frustration, running his hand through his hair and trying to imagine where she could have gone to escape the falling rain. He caught sight of her on the path beyond the walls, glancing over her shoulder at him before slipping through a side door into the house. Chapter 17. Grace wiped the rain off her face as she hurried through the house. She'd escaped him again. A coward she wasn't, though she was certainly acting like one. Her father would be ashamed of her. This was not the way he'd brought her up. These were not the values Daniel Ware instilled in her. Hugh and her father were so different, and yet so much the same. This week, during the hours spent with Jo, she'd asked questions of the Viscount's past, his military service, where he'd served, the positions he'd held. He and her father were both cavalry officers. Grace could count a dozen instances where the two men had fought on opposing sides in the same battle. For more than a few of those, Grace had been travelling with him. She'd been in the French camps, doing what she could to tend to the injured or lend support to the wives who'd followed their husbands on the campaigns. Jo shook her head as she'd told Grace about Hugh's wife. She could not understand why Amelia had taken the young child with her to the edge of that conflict. Grace didn't try to explain, but she understood. She had seen and cared for so many like her, French women who even accompanied their husbands into the smoke and mud and carnage of the battlefields. Love made women do it. One's own safety mattered very little when the man you cherished was marching headlong into danger. Grace had become one of those women. Her deepest feelings for Hugh surprised her and taunted her. Thoughts of him filled her every waking hour. She saw him in her dreams. But what tore at her now was the need to tell him the truth. She knew how painful it would be to leave him after. She stabbed at fresh tears as she ran up the stairs. Stopping at her door, Grace paused and stared down at the hallway beyond her own rooms. Amelia's suite. Jo told her how Hugh had kept those rooms just as they were when his wife and son were alive. After 8 years, he still loved her and preserved her memory. What Grace shared with him was nothing more than a flirtation. She pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the pounding drum of defeat. Confessions were only words, she told herself. She couldn't continue playing this game of fox and seek. Perhaps once she told him everything, she wouldn't have to wait any longer. Hugh would be happy to send her away. Grace's gaze was drawn to the closed door of Amelia's rooms again. She also needed to make peace with the departed soul who was still alive in spirit. Death was never the victor when someone was truly and eternally loved. Taking a deep breath, she moved down the hall. Grace had seen him. Hugh was certain of it. And then she'd run away. Well, he wouldn't have it. Whatever sadness had ensnared her, Hugh decided he had a right to help her through it if he could. He wouldn't have her here under his roof and feeling as forsaken as she appeared. She was a guest at his house, under his protection. He was still responsible for her. He was only interested in her welfare. He could come up with myriad reasons why he would care about her, and common decency demanded that she not run away at the mere sight of him. He'd definitely like an answer for that. By God, propriety be damned, he'd go to her suite and wait at her door until she gave him one. As he made his way through the house, Simons waylaid him with some nonsense about breakfast. Hugh's impatience must have shown, for the butler quickly decided to curtail the report and back out of the way. Passing his study, he was practically tackled by one of his clerks, who'd just begun his morning's work. The young man, seeing Hugh's fierce scowl, scurried out of his employer's path. He crossed the checked floor and climbed the steps 2 at a time. Standing at her door, he was about to knock when his gaze was drawn down the hallway. He paused. A door into Amelia's suite was ajar. Mrs. Henson saw to it that the rooms were looked after on a regular schedule, but it was still early for the household servants to be cleaning. He walked to the door and entered. The sitting room was empty, but he heard the sound of footsteps from the nursery. The little boy sat contentedly in his mother's lap, his hands tucked between them. His face, cherubic with its halo of dark curls, laying against her breast. It was a portrait of security and peace, and the painter had captured it perfectly. Like a modern Madonna and Child, the serenity it exuded conveyed the trusting assurance that the world he knew would be there tomorrow, that he would be protected from all that was wrong. But as Grace looked into the faces, she could read the hint of anxiousness in the mother's mien. Something in the set of the mouth, in the eyes. Amelia knew that life was not the stuff of the child's dreams. Even in the boy's face she saw the serious grey eyes that matched his father's. Averted from the gaze of the painter, they seemed to be looking for something else, for something he'd lost. Grace's heart shattered as she stared at their portrait. 2 lives lost as a result of a meaningless quest for what? A child at the beginning of life, his pulse flickering and fading away. For what? A mother, desperate for a husband's safety, and yet unable to save herself or her son, suffering and dying alone because he could not get to them. For what? War. The indiscriminate life-taker, the man-made plague of carnage. For lands or riches or power, cities and villages reduced to rubble by the cannon's barrage. Fields and farmhouses put to the torch to keep anything of value from falling into the hands of a foe. Men of honor turned into raging killers, and boys who should have been in classrooms slaughtered mercilessly. Grace had seen it. She'd walked through battlefields where 1,000 men lay in their own blood, crying out in pain. Or worse, in eternal silence, never to utter another sound. Men and boys whose heads had rested on their mothers' breasts, like Hugh's son, not so long before. So many times had she taken an inconsolable woman or child into her arms, knowing there was nothing she could do to bring back their loved one, Grace had gone through it. She'd experienced the ravages of war. It was hell on earth. Hot tears streaked her face. How could she make peace with this child? Grace stepped toward the mantel and lifted a trembling hand to the portrait, wishing she could change everything, wishing she could bring them back.
"What are you doing here?"
The stern voice made Grace turn sharply. Hugh filled the doorway. She could not see his face through her tears. There was no holding back. "I am Grace Ware, the daughter of Colonel Daniel Ware, the man who fought and stopped you at Corunna. He was the commander of a French cavalry brigade. He was the reason why you were too late reaching Vigo, too late to get to your family." Her breath twisted into a knot, threatening to choke her, but she couldn't stop. "He's dead, murdered in Antwerp, but I'm here, his daughter, the woman you should hold responsible for the deaths of your two loved ones. My father's blood runs in my veins. I am of the same flesh. You can take a sword and cut me down if it will satisfy your need for revenge. You can strangle me with your own hands. I wouldn't blame you." Grace's hand stretched out toward the portrait above the mantel. "They shouldn't have died. They were in the wrong place, but don't blame them for coming to you. You cannot blame her. They were there in Vigo because of their love. I saw it so many times, too many times. I've been on the killing fields as women rushed from one bloody corpse to the next, searching for their men. I've seen what it means to get to a loved one in time, just to hold him as he takes his last breath. I know it is sometimes the difference between wanting to live or wanting to die for the person left behind." She used the sleeve of the dress to wipe the tears from her eyes, but it was no use. "I've seen dying soldiers become madmen, clinging desperately to life. I've held them in my arms as they drew their last breath. I still dream of innocent boys, too young to be in war, crying out for their mothers as legs or arms were cut off." Grace sobbed. "I've seen too much. Long ago I realized my enemy was not a man who fought on one side or the other. My foe became war itself. I hated the senseless slaughter, the blind, merciless taking of lives. I loathed the wave of destruction and death that swept away the innocent and guilty without distinction." She fought for breath. "No word I can say will relieve you of the loss you still grieve. No apology from me will change the hate you carry within you or lessen your desire for revenge. But know this, if I were given a chance, be it on that battlefield or in Vigo or today, I'd give up my own worthless existence if I could give you back the lives of those two innocents. Grace faltered. She couldn't go on. Pushing past him, she bolted from the room. Chapter 18. Her words struck him with the percussive force of a cannon blast. Stunned and numb, Hugh sat heavily on the nearest chair. His gaze fastened on the portrait of Amelia and Cameron. Grace had talked of blame. He blamed the French. He blamed himself. He blamed the camp fever. He blamed the horrendous weather and the blizzard that had allowed the sickness to spread. But until now he hadn't realized how much of his blame had been directed at Amelia for traveling to Vigo during that terrible war. When Hugh decided to marry her, she was a fresh young 18-year-old debuting in her first season, full of life, beautiful, bright, and good-natured. She came from an excellent family who were close political allies of the Penningtons. She was already in love with Hugh. She'd been nurturing a crush on him for years. He convinced himself that theirs would be the perfect marriage. He was returning to his military duties that autumn, but Amelia was no stranger to his parents and Baronsford. And with Truscott to guide her, she was well qualified to manage the estate's affairs. Their nuptials had been celebrated by London's ton, and their honeymoon, brief as it was, had been everything she'd hoped for. But when the leaves began to fall, Hugh had gone back to his brigade. Life was working out as he'd planned. Soon her letters began to hint at spells of melancholy, but it wasn't until Hugh returned for the birth of their son that he recognized the full extent of her unhappiness. She didn't want to be the wife of an absent Viscount. She had no aspirations to wealth or title. Hugh was the reason she'd married. It was his love and attention that she needed. Planting his elbows on his knees, Hugh buried his head in his hands. He'd been a fool. He tried to pacify her with gifts and with affection each time he was back at Baronsford, but they both knew he would be gone again for long stretches of time. Nothing he could do was enough. They led two different lives. His was a military life of gravity and responsibility, of war and danger, of king and country. Hers was a fairy tale life of love and home and family, a life he could not give her. No, he never gave her what she truly needed. He never spoke to her of the war. Whenever he came home, he made no mention of the death and hardship and fear woven into the lives of every man who rode or walked onto a battlefield. He never told her of the uncertainty of never coming back in one piece, or ever coming back at all. Hugh told himself it was for her own good, but in reality he didn't trust her to be strong enough to live with that truth. Her innocence was too precious. He thought he was protecting her. Staring up at the portrait, Hugh ached with guilt for the blame that lay with him and no one else. He was at fault for not preparing her for what would be waiting if she came too near the front, for not warning her about the miseries and dangers that dogged the camps. He'd given her no clear picture of the life endured by the women who followed their husbands to war. Young, innocent Amelia went to Vigo imagining a safe harbour where she could wait for her husband. Instead, she'd been exposed to the cruel reality of sickness and isolation and death. The colours of the faces in the painting blurred, and Hugh felt wetness on his cheeks. The blame, the fault, the reality of the guilt he bore had been shaped long before his wife and son's final day. The tragedy that tore at his insides was that he never loved Amelia as she loved him. Grace's tear-stained face flashed before his eyes as her brave words came back to him. If I were given a chance, be it on that battlefield or in Vigo or today, I'd give up my own worthless existence if I could give you back the lives of those two innocents. Such a noble sentiment. Many times he had said the same thing, but he realized now that his words had only masked the death wish his family recognized and feared, the desire to atone for his guilt. In life, Amelia had wanted something he had not been willing to give. He had fallen far, far short in their marriage. Grace's words only underscored that feeling. And yet he continued to search for others to blame. Other than himself, there was truly no one else to blame. He chose to go to war. He chose to shield his wife from the savagery of that life. He failed to make her secure in their marriage. But he could not change any of that now. He would live with that for the rest of his life. But she was gone. 8 years he'd mourned what could not be changed. It was time to let Amelia rest. She and their son were gone, and there was no coming back from death. It was time to let go. As fragile as life was, this world belonged to the living. Grace ran blindly through the hallways. Hugh now knew the truth of her past, but that wasn't what was tearing at her. Grief and loss pulsed in the very air of Amelia's suite. Mother and son, both too young to be taken, had trusted in a world that failed to protect them. Casualties of war, such an empty phrase. She'd seen so many laid out along a roadway, staring at an empty sky with unseeing eyes. Grace longed for the day men would learn from the mistakes of the past, instead of repeating them. She was the daughter of a military commander. Having no country to return to, as a young man Daniel Ware had sought revenge against England. Napoleon had given him an army to fight with. Along the way, war became his profession, and he built his life on killing. Men like her father formed the backbone of every army. It hurt her knowing these men enabled the perpetual wars between nations to be fought. It was in their self-interest to obey the commands of politicians and kings as they drew a line in the sand and declared one side good and the other side evil. Standing before the portrait in that nursery, she'd felt sorrow twist her insides as years of guilt-tinged memories were dredged up. Reliving those moments had devastated her, filled her once again with anguish at the fate of so many victims, Amelia and Cameron included. Yes, she'd spoken what was in her heart to Hugh, spewed out the wreckage of her life, told him of her sorrow at what she could not undo, but it tore her apart. Suddenly there was not enough air within the walls of Baronsford, and Grace felt faint. Staggering down a back staircase, she stepped outside and gasped, desperate to fill her lungs. As she started to walk, the needle-like rain did not pierce her skin, but stabbed at her soul. She wanted to be free of these memories she'd been burdened with for so many years. Grace, whose mind never forgot anything. But something had changed. Now she understood. Bravery and honor were too easily used by righteous men who called the young to die for king and country. Victims deserved to be mourned, regardless of their allegiance.
"Can I help, mistress?"
The man's voice startled her, and she stabbed away her tears. A worker stood over his hoe, staring with concern at her. Grace looked around her, realizing she was crossing through the kitchen gardens. In the distance, she saw the long lane winding out of Baronsford. "No, thank you, I'm fine," she said, never pausing. Pulling her shawl up over her head, she hurried on. The urge to put distance between herself and Baronsford grew with each step she took. Melrose Village. Fear of exposure no longer propelled her steps. She simply needed to get away. Grace wasn't worried about Hugh or Joe knowing who she was. She wasn't concerned about any chastisement regarding her lies. She knew her words had ripped at Hugh's wounded heart, and she had to walk away. Seeing him again was not an option. Revisiting those moments in Amelia's rooms was out of the question. She had to immediately leave Baronsford, leave Scotland. The lane was slick with the rain. Grace half ran, half walked through the grey morning, picking her way between wagon ruts filled with muddy water. She was sure this was the way to the village. It was the road Joe pointed out on one of their walks. Quite a distance from Baronsford, she entered a dense forest. As the dark woods surrounded her, a feeling of desperation washed through her, mingling with the chill of the rain. She had no money, no friends or connections to turn to, nowhere to take shelter. The only wisp of hope she had to hold on to was that Mrs. Douglas's letter was an offer of assistance. Old foes are now the closest of allies. Grace needed financial help to get to Antwerp, and she prayed that the woman, familiar with her past, would be willing. Beneath the dark green canopy of branches overhead, huge drops of water continued to splash down on her. The rain had slowed to a mist. The forest showed no sign of ending, and as she rounded a line of trees and hurried down a hill, she wondered how far the village could be. A fog had settled in the low areas, and the visibility was poor. As Grace walked, she passed 2 cottages tucked into glens along the lane. But there'd been no people, no green gardens, no chickens or goats in the pens, no smoke coming from the chimneys. She pulled the wrap around her shoulders. Her foot slipped into a rut, and her ankle rolled painfully. Grace was thrown off balance and barely caught herself from falling. Cursing inwardly, she crouched and felt her ankle. The pain was sharp. "Why now?" she murmured, fighting back angry tears. She froze at the rustle of leaves. and the hairs rose on the back of her neck. There, to her left, something moved. She listened. An eternity passed. Again. A footfall amid the dense thickets. She hadn't imagined it. Grace looked over her shoulder in the direction of the sound. Alarm prickled through her. She stared at the unfamiliar landscape of trees, rocks. A hill dropped off into a foggy glen, and she could hear only the rain dripping from the trees and the distant burbling of a stream. She saw nothing. Still, she knew she was being watched. Her father's voice immediately came into her head. Always fight. Never allow yourself to become the passive prey. Fight. Her gaze swept the area around her for a weapon. A broken branch drew her eye. Pain shot up her leg as she tried to walk. Stepping in the hole had done some damage. She limped over and picked up the branch, yanking off twigs and leaves. Leaning on it for a walking stick, Grace started off again. A few steps farther, a shadow moved in the mist by a large rock, a dozen paces off the path. She stopped, staring into the forest gloom. A trampled twig cracked on her right. She whirled, looking in that direction. No one that she could see. Only the dripping rain and the fog. But now she knew at least two were stalking her. She turned at the sound of another footstep to her left. More than two, perhaps three, or more. And they were closing in on her. The sound of her beating heart pounded in her ears. A woman walking alone in this murky wood. An easy target to rob. Her dress and shawl, ruined with rain as they were, spoke of wealth. But what would they do to her once they realized she had no coins to give them? She looked at the lane ahead, not knowing how far she had to go. With the pain in her ankle, there would be no running back to Baronsford either. She'd come too far. The grief she'd battled earlier, the uncertainty of what was to become of her once she reached the village, meant nothing now. She was frightened and alone, but she wasn't going to give in to them without a fight. She moved forward a few steps and then stopped and turned, looking in every direction, trying to see through the mists. "Show yourselves!" No answer. She could see nothing. The fog and the woods around her hid them. "What do you want?" From behind a tree, a man in a long black coat stepped out. She turned as another appeared on the left, and then another on her right. Grace backed away, trying not to show her panic. "Like a word, mistress," the first one hissed. As she saw the other men start for her, she raised her stick like a club, prepared to do battle. She backed away as the three men slowed just out of reach. Two hands took hold of her by the shoulders, and the bitter taste of death rose into her throat. 4 of them. Chapter 19. Grace was gone. The household erupted in a flurry of activity as Joe directed the staff's search of the house, including their missing guests' rooms and the libraries that Hugh had already checked himself. No sign of her anywhere. She'd been upset, beyond upset, in the nursery, but he couldn't accept that she'd go off without telling anyone. Hugh didn't care what she'd hidden from them. Nothing she said changed the circumstances of how she'd arrived here. He'd found her nearly dead in that crate. No admission on her part lessened the responsibility he felt for her. Nothing from Grace's past alleviated the sharp pain cutting between his ribs at the possibility that she had walked out of his life forever. No, he had to find her. "Ask every maid, footman, gardener, stable hand, everyone," he ordered the housekeeper and the butler. "She was here this morning. Someone must have seen her." He didn't have a chance to explain to Joe what happened earlier, but she was more than alarmed by Grace's disappearance. A moment ago, his sister had gone off in search of Anna, hoping the maid might offer them a clue. Truscott was putting together a search party.
"Have my horse brought up to the front," he ordered the footman. "Quickly, man!"
Fog and mist surrounded Barnesford in every direction, and a continuing drizzle weighed on the gardens outside his study windows. Grace's tear-stricken face lingered in his mind. Her disappearing words echoed. She was so terribly agitated as she ran weeping from Amelia's suite. He wouldn't let himself entertain the notion that she might do something foolish. No, he refused to imagine her bringing harm to herself. The fields and forests stretched out for miles around Barnesford. Perhaps she'd only gone for a walk. In the rain. She wasn't well enough for that. She and Joe had walked along the paths on the cliffs overlooking the river, but they would be treacherously slippery in this weather. She could fall in a dozen places. Grace also knew the way to the loch, and the tower house. She might go that way. Hugh would go mad if he waited a moment longer. He had to go after her. As he started for the door of his study, Joe burst in. "I just spoke to Anna. We might have a clue." A flicker of relief rushed through him.
"What is it?"
"A letter arrived yesterday from Nithsdale Hall, addressed to her. Anna thought it was strange, and she says Grace looked quite anxious after reading it."
Mrs. Douglas. The woman's hard scrutiny of Grace when Lady Nithsdale stopped the carriage. By God, he would drag the Earl, his wife, and their blasted guest over hot coals if they were responsible for any harm coming to her. He tried to push past his sister, but Joe caught his arm.
"You talked to her this morning. What happened?"
Hugh stared into his sister's worried eyes. She and Grace had become friends. Joe had the right to know.
"She remembers her past. She told me the truth. And I suspect the letter said that Mrs. Douglas knew Grace's true identity."
"You think she is going to Nithsdale Hall?"
"Or running away because of it."
"Who is she?"
He stood in the doorway, forcing himself to pause as he glanced back over his shoulder.
"Grace Ware, the daughter of one of Napoleon's commanders. She thinks that because of her father's profession, she would be considered an enemy here at Barnesford. I would consider her an enemy. But she couldn't be more wrong."
Hugh couldn't wait any longer. He had to find her. He'd start at Nithsdale Hall. Whoever sent that note to Grace, they'd better have answers. The words he'd said to Joe came back to him. Grace was wrong. She had no reason to run away from him. Finding her in Amelia's apartments, overwhelmed by the effect of Grace's words, he'd not said a word to put her mind at ease. She had no way of knowing how he felt. On his way out, he fired orders at Simons.
"Tell Mr. Truscott when he gets back to start with the cliff paths. More men are to search the loch. And I want a rider going to the village. And get the dogs out. I want every available hand to help with the search. Leave nothing to chance. Find her."
His horse was waiting in the courtyard. As he crossed the gravel courtyard to where a groom held his mount, images flashed through Hugh's mind from another time. Images of a desperate ride across the war-ravaged land to Vigo. He tried to shake off the memory. He was no longer in battle. No troops lay in wait to stop him. But the feeling of doom wouldn't go away. Something was terribly wrong. He wouldn't let the past repeat himself. He had to get to Grace. Hugh swung up into the saddle, but before he could spur his steed into motion, Truscott's voice rang out.
"The village!"
his cousin shouted, coming toward him.
"One of the gardeners saw her heading to the forest road leading to the village." "Get behind me, mistress."
A flash of hope flooded through Grace as she looked over her shoulder and recognized Darby, the new blacksmith. She wasn't alone, but the size of the three brutes facing them quickly drained that momentary relief. The grey, amorphous fog, growing denser by the moment, had cut them off. Darby held a stout walking stick, and she had the branch she'd picked up, but the knives in the hands of two of the assailants shone dully in the murky glen. From the scars and their cold, dead eyes, she knew these were men of violence who'd used those weapons more than once for their dirty work. She stayed close to Darby as the men began to spread out around them. The blacksmith was tall and strong, but the two of them had little chance against such scoundrels.
"Move off, you,"
Darby said in a low, threatening voice as he raised his walking stick.
"You've no business here."
The leader spat dismissively, and when he wiped the spittle from his lip, Grace saw the faded black tattoo of an M branded onto the back of his meat-like hand. Murderer? She thought. "I'm sorry I've gotten you into this," she whispered to Darby.
"No worries, mistress. Cowards like these are easily run off."
She knew the reality of their situation. No show of courage would diminish the danger they faced. The men were trying to surround them, but she and Darby continued to back away down the lane. "If it's money you're after—" She never finished. The attack came suddenly. Grace saw two of the men go for Darby, who lashed out hard with his stick. At the same time, the other came at her. Grace swung the branch, but she couldn't brace herself with her bad ankle. The man ducked out of the way and leaped forward, grabbing for her. Letting it swing around her head like a club, she caught him beneath the ear, driving him sideways to one knee.
"Fucking bitch!"
he roared, up again in a flash. In the corner of her eye she saw Darby, who'd lost his stick, landing furious blows on the leader and staggering him. The other man lunged at the blacksmith, stabbing viciously with his knife blade. Grace had no time to help. Her assailant was coming at her again, and she held the stick ready. He darted in and pulled back, circling warily, just out of reach, looking for his chance. Beyond him she saw Darby go down, writhing in the muddy lane, as an attacker delivered a fierce kick at his head.
"Grab the chit!"
the leader barked, as the two turned around to face her.
"We need to go!"
As she raised her club, hot fury raced through her veins. She'd die before she let them take her. Before they could make a move, the lane shook with the thunder of pounding hooves. As their heads spun toward the sound descending upon them, the shock on their faces was priceless. Raw emotion swept through her limbs, her heart, filling her with affection for the man who, despite her words, regardless of who she was, had still come after her. Grace felt a pride she'd never known. Hugh Pennington, a cold fury in his eyes, had arrived. Chapter 20. Fear and anxiety, like tenacious hounds on the tail of a wounded stag, dogged Hugh as he flew along the woody lane. His head kept telling him that Grace could not be in grave danger. She'd left Baronsford not so long ago. It was likely that she was still on the road to the village. Workers and visitors travelled this road all the time, but his heart and his instincts were telling him something quite different. The baying hounds of his past were closing on him, forcing him to push the steed harder. He had to get to her for fear of being too late. At a full gallop, Hugh spurred his mount down into a misty glen. He rounded the bend by an old woodcutter's cottage, deserted for years, and then he saw them. His years in the cavalry clicked into place like the cocked trigger of a musket, and he saw at a glance what was before him. Grace was under attack. Two men were fighting against someone who was falling to the ground. One was brandishing a knife. The man on the ground was Darby. Beyond, a third was struggling to get hold of Grace, but she was swinging a stout branch to keep him away. Hugh was upon them almost before they had a chance to react. Riding straight at the two men over Darby, Hugh drove his steed through, sending them sprawling. He never slowed as he turned toward Grace's attacker, but the man was already diving into a thicket of pines. As Hugh wheeled his mount, the other two had scattered as well, disappearing into the woods on either side of the lane. He vaulted to the ground and rushed to Grace's side. Worry for her and for Darby fused with rage over the escape of the attackers. The sounds of the bodies crashing through the underbrush in every direction grew fainter as they ran away. Before Grace could say a word, he pulled her tightly into his arms. For a panicked moment, he needed to hold her, inhaling the scent of her wet hair, touching her arms, her back, making certain she wasn't injured. He pulled back, running his thumb across her mud-streaked face. Her eyes still showed the fire of battle in their blue depths. He simply gazed at her as relief flooded through him. She shook his hand and pressed her lips to his palm. "Darby," she whispered against his touch. He left her and moved quickly to his man, who was trying to raise himself on one elbow. Blood was soaking the shirt beneath his open coat. He'd taken the knife in the side.
"Bloody cowards! Don't let them get away! We'll find them. Let me see."
Hugh encouraged him to lie back again and lifted the shirt. The wound was bleeding profusely, and he couldn't see how bad it was.
"It's nothing, my lord. A scratch is all."
The man tried to raise himself again.
"Did he stab you anywhere else?" "Nay, my lord."
Hugh heard a sound of ripping cloth behind him, and Grace crouched down on the other side of the blacksmith. She gently pushed Darby back down.
"I'm fine, mistress."
Wiping and prodding around the bloody stab wound, she pressed a clean strip of her petticoat against it. "Stop trying to be so brave, Mr. Darby. Your wound is no scratch. The blackguard only got flesh when he stabbed, but it needs to be stitched. What about your head? I saw him kick at you." Darby touched the side of his head.
"I must be fine. I see only one of you, mistress."
Grace's eyes met Hugh's over the wounded man. Wariness and questions lurked in her blue gaze. He had so much that he wanted to tell her to put her mind at ease about what she'd said back at Baronsford, but this wasn't the time. He reached across and wiped away a teardrop that sprang onto her cheek. He turned his attention to Darby.
"From here, it will be fastest to get you to Dr. Namby in Melrose Village. Mr. Truscott should be coming along behind me with a carriage."
"You saved my life, Mr. Darby." Grace adjusted her position and applied more pressure to the wound. "Thank you."
"I did nothing, mistress. I only happened to arrive at the right time, and you're a tough fighter, if you'll excuse me saying. The way you were swinging that wood, you would have cracked a skull or two if they tried getting any nearer."
Pride filled Hugh's heart. He thought of what he now knew of Grace, a cavalryman's daughter, Daniel Ware. They'd never met except on the battlefield, but he knew of him. Ware was an able cavalry commander. The words she'd spoken came back to him about being on battlefields. He looked down at her capable hands, at her unwavering attention to the wounded man, at her calm demeanor. Grace was a woman of action, accustomed to saving others, not being saved herself.
"I'm glad you came along," Hugh said.
"They told me at the stables folk walk this road alone all the time, men or women, and there's never any trouble." That was true about all the lanes around here, unless, Hugh thought, you weren't of Scottish descent and happened to cross onto Nightsdale land. Hugh felt a surge of anger. And he wasn't done with the Earl, or with his wife's guest, if she was the one who sent that letter to Grace.
"You're new around here," he said to Darby. "But had you seen these men before? In the village, perhaps?" "I'd remember those scoundrels, my lord."
The blacksmith shook his head.
"At first I thought they were just thieving rogues passing through, but I think they were trying to snatch you, mistress."
"Those men weren't thieves," Grace agreed. "They weren't after coins or jewels. Not once did they demand a purse from me." She was trying to keep up a brave front by focusing only on Darby's wound, but Hugh saw her shiver. The letdown that came after the battle.
"I heard one of them say to grab you,"
the blacksmith said, taking a deep breath as Grace swabbed and pressed on the wound again.
"Like they were riding out here waiting. Not a quarter mile before I came up to you, I passed one of the farm lasses from Baronsford, heading toward the village. We exchanged greetings. She had no trouble passing this way."
Questions bombarded Hugh's mind of why anyone would want to kidnap her. Very few knew she was here. Nightsdale, Mrs. Douglas. Who else? His clerk, normally a man of discretion, had no reason for secrecy when he asked around Antwerp about a missing American woman. He may have let slip that she'd arrived at Baronsford in a crate, but he had no name to circulate. Someone could have travelled here by now. And there was the diamond locked in his iron chest. Men were capable of despicable deeds when it came to possessing a treasure like that. Or all of this conjecture was meaningless. Those men could have simply happened upon Grace, seen the way she was dressed, and decided that she was a prize too tempting to pass up. The sound of the approaching carriage pulled him out of his thoughts. Footmen jumped down from their places, and Truscott was out of the carriage before it had even rolled to a stop.
"Good God!"
he cried out, seeing the bloodied blacksmith.
"Help me get him into the carriage," Hugh ordered. "Gently. I can walk,"
Darby protested.
"Don't need my blood messing up your carriage, my lord." "Nonsense,"
Hugh replied shortly. "Keep pressure on the wound, Mr. Darby," Grace said as Hugh, Truscott, and the footman carefully lifted the man into the carriage.
"Stay with him while the doctor attends to his injuries," Hugh told his cousin. "He's to give Darby the same care he'd give me. And tell Namby that I want my man back at Baronsford, where we can look after his recovery."
Truscott nodded and climbed into the carriage. "If you don't mind, I'd like to ride into the village with you," Grace said to Truscott. She moved forward and put her hand on the door. Truscott looked from Hugh's face to hers.
"I believe you'd be better off staying with him."
Hugh's fingers trailed down her arm, and he took her hand. She looked up at him.
"You're going back to Baronsford with me,"
he said softly, waving the driver on. Hugh's words thrilled her and left her speechless. Grace looked down at the powerful hand encasing her trembling fingers. She felt the warmth of his touch radiating up through her arms, touching her heart. She gazed into his eyes and saw no animosity, only tenderness. She'd seen it before, when he first thundered into the glen, holding her as she shivered after the attackers ran off.
"I want you safe at Baronsford,"
he said again.
"With me."
Remembering what she said to him this morning, on top of the violence she just faced, her emotions flared. "I'm sorry I lied to you," she managed to say. "I never intended to hurt you or anyone. But as I've come to know you, when I walked into Amelia's rooms, my heart ached, knowing how responsible—"
"Don't,"
he interrupted, turning Grace to face him. His hands touched her arms, her shoulders, finally cradling her face.
"The responsibility for what happened to my wife and son is not yours to bear. And what you said to me in that nursery awakened me. I've been sleeping for a long time. I'm done blaming others, your father, the army I fought against, even Napoleon. I'm finished chasing after revenge when no one must bear the fault but I."
His mouth was a whisper away from hers. She studied his piercing grey eyes and knew his words, ragged and rasping as they were, rose straight from his heart.
"And if it's possible, I'm done punishing myself. I know what I did wrong. I know the foolish young man I once was. I only pray that I can take what I've learned from my past and—"
Grace kissed him. Even as she pressed her lips to his, she told herself it was to seal the pardon that passed between the two of them. She had nothing to forgive, but he had forgiven her. She still knew sorrow lingered in his heart. But in truth, as soon as their lips touched, she realized forgiveness had nothing to do with this. She needed to prove to herself that he was real, that this moment truly existed. She was in his arms. He cared for her, had come after her. If this kiss was intended to show her affection for him, it soon became something else, and the warmth of his touch became all-consuming. Hugh's fingers threaded into her hair, and he drew her body against him. The little restraint she had evaporated like a drop of dew under a bright summer sun. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers curling into his hair. She couldn't get enough of his taste. Hugh pressed his tongue past her lips, and in an instant he was devouring her. She couldn't stop a groan of satisfaction from climbing into her throat. His mouth was warm, and Grace shook with excitement as his hand slid down her spine, over her bottom, bringing her even closer. The feel of his body, hard where hers was soft, astonished her. Mind-numbing need raced through her as she tore her mouth free. Her lips moved over the roughness of his jaw, finding a spot at the base of his throat where she could taste the heat on his skin and hear the song of his heart. He urged her lips back to his. His tongue began to explore the recesses of her mouth, thrilling her with the intimacy of the sensation. And then suddenly he pulled away.
"I'd love to take this further, but this is not the time or place."
Grace snapped awake. For a moment nothing existed in the world except the two of them. Now, as he backed away a step, she looked around at the mist that continued to fill the glen, perhaps hiding dangers just beyond their sight. A chill breeze of reality swept through her. Those men could still be lurking in these woods. One person had already been injured trying to save her. She wanted to be far from here. Darby was right. He believed those blackguards were waiting for her. Whatever lay behind their actions, their purpose had been to snatch her. Hugh fetched his horse, and Grace tried to hide the pain when she put weight on her ankle.
"What did they do? You're injured. Why didn't you say something?"
Foolish of her to think he'd miss anything. Hugh started to crouch down to check her ankle, but she stopped him. "Not now. Please, it's only a sprain. I'm fine." Hugh gazed at her with renewed concern, but then lifted her up into the saddle and swung up behind her. She nestled against the warmth of his chest, her eyes sweeping their surroundings for any sign of the three men.
"You're shivering,"
he murmured against her ear, gathering Grace more tightly against him as he nudged his horse up the lane toward Baronsford.
"No one is going to hurt you."
A few short hours ago, Grace had been drowning in a roiling sea of despair. Now she felt herself riding the crest of a wave, safe in Hugh's arms. "Does Joe know I left Baronsford?"
"Everyone does. They all went looking for you, searching everywhere we could think of."
His lips brushed against her ear.
"We were all worried about you."
"It was thoughtless of me.
No more apologizing,"
he said, pressing a kiss into her hair. He was silent for a moment.
"I want you to tell me about the note you received from Nithdale Hall."
Grace was not surprised that he knew about it. "Mrs. Douglas sent me the letter. She recognized me from a reception in Paris 6 years ago. It was part of the celebration of the baptism of the Emperor's son. From the tone of the letter, I gathered that she was not entirely sure about my loss of memory. At least, not certain enough to make a direct statement. Her words were ambiguous. But the letter contained no threat. She even seemed to offer assistance."
"Did she ask to meet with you in the village?"
She followed the direction of his thoughts. After the attack, those thoughts were not so far from her own. You're thinking she somehow knew about the diamond? You suspect she may have known that I had it with me when I arrived at Baronsford?
Suspicion is a hazard of my profession.
His arm tightened around her.
She appears to be the only person in the borders who knows your identity. Those men tried to kidnap you. I have to assume that they were after Grace Ware, and that they knew you'd be travelling that road to Melrose Village.
She told me in her letter that she walked each morning in the village, and she'd enjoy my company if I cared to join her. But I didn't send an answer. She had no way of knowing if I'd be walking to the village today, tomorrow, or ever. Or if I'd be coming in a carriage and bringing your sister with me.
But if you were hiding your identity and wanted help from her, she could have assumed you'd come alone.
Perhaps, she replied. But the only valuable thing I have is the diamond. I think my father was killed for it in Antwerp. Grace decided to tell him everything, beginning with their time in America with Joseph Bonaparte. She told him what she knew about their destination in Brussels. Fighting back her emotions, she detailed the brutal murder of her father and the servants travelling with them. She ended by telling him about their escape through the alleys and ditches of Antwerp's waterfront, and about how she ended up in the sealed crate bound for Baronsford. Although I can only assume the diamond is part of the Bonaparte treasure, I never saw it before the day Joe showed it to me. I had no idea it was hidden in my dress, she said. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Darby. The violence has followed me.
I know he would face those men again, he said gently. He's in good hands. We'll make sure he gets the care he deserves.
They continued to ride along at the slow pace he'd set.
But the diamond, he said. It's no secret that many have been trying to lay their hands on the wealth amassed by the Bonapartes. Some of those men are staunch loyalists of Napoleon, who want to use that treasure to raise an army and restore their emperor. Others are surely after it simply to line their own pockets.
Grace didn't like the idea of Daniel Ware fitting into one group or the other. She wanted to believe he was carrying the diamond from Joseph to his wife Julie in Brussels. Her father, in spite of his flaws, was a man of honour. In the distance, Baronsford reared up imposingly through the fog and mist. Hugh's arms tightened around her. She was thankful to be back here. I don't understand why my father didn't tell me anything about the diamond. I was his confidant. I was the one who made the arrangements for our crossing. He trusted me. I can't imagine why he would hold back such information. If I'd known, I would have made sure it was better protected. That we would have been better protected. Her father was a cautious man when it came to Grace's safety. At no time during their crossing did she think he was worried for her. The bloody rooms at the inn in Antwerp flashed back into her mind's eye. Those men, dead at the hands of murderers. Grief tried to force its way back into her mind, and she shivered.
Maybe your father didn't know about the diamond either, he suggested. Or if he did, perhaps he misjudged the danger in carrying it.
Grab the chit. The harsh words came back to her. If the two attacks are related, and if the jewel was what they were after, she replied, why take me? Who would carry a diamond like that with them? None of this makes any sense. I don't know what good I would have been to them. Grace's words halted as Joe rushed out into the courtyard ahead of the housekeeper, the butler, and a band of servants. Why is everyone coming out?
To greet you. To welcome you back.
As emotions surged within her, Grace tried to cover her reddening face with her hand, but there was nowhere to hide. Hugh whispered in her ear as the household ran to them.
Regardless of your past, regardless of what brought you here, my sister and all these people, and I most of all, have come to care for you, Grace. Pray don't run away from us again.
Chapter 21. A half-dozen maids, led by Mrs. Henson and Anna, buzzed about the room, making certain Grace was no more than a mannequin in the undressing and dressing process. Joe stood at the end of the bed, directing everyone with the efficiency of a field commander maneuvering his troops. All this just to put Grace into dry clothes. Once the drill was complete and the ankle inspected and wrapped, General Joe sat on the bed beside her. "I think you're right about the ankle being sprained, but we'll still have Dr. Namby look at it when he brings Darby back to Barnsford." Joe tucked the bedclothes around Grace. "I was about to say we'll have to lock the good doctor into Barnsford's attics if we want to keep any information about your health private, but I'm fairly certain Mrs. Namby and Lady Nithsdale are at this very moment inventing the details of the attack over their tea." Grace looked up, relieved at the trace of a smile on her friend's face. This was much better than her expression of panic when Hugh insisted on carrying her up to the bedchamber. "A tray of food, Mrs. Henson, if you please," Joe ordered as the maids took away towels and wet clothes. "I know for a fact Miss Grace has had nothing to eat today." As the room emptied, Grace reached over, taking Joe's hand. "Thank you, and I'm truly sorry for holding back the truth. Hush! I never want to hear those words from you again," Joe scolded gently. "I can only imagine witnessing your own father's murder, and then locked in a crate for 5 days. After carrying her up, Hugh had drawn his sister into the sitting room for a few moments. Now she knew that he'd passed on to Joe what Grace had told him earlier. "It must have been terrifying, not knowing what was to become of you," she continued. "And when you opened your eyes here, who were we? Strangers? No, Grace, you had every right not to trust us. I wouldn't trust us." Grace smiled as she pulled Joe into her arms. A friend. She'd never known a kinder, more forgiving person. "Answer one question," Joe asked, pulling back. "Anything. Do you have a husband?" Grace shook her head. "No." "Are you betrothed? Promised? Spoken for?" "Those are questions 2, 3, and 4, Grace told her friend, smiling. "But the answer is no to all of them. Since the end of the war, I've spent all my time caring for my father." "Why do you ask?" "Because of my brother." Joe held Grace's hand and looked into her eyes. "Today, when he found you were missing—" The words trailed off, but Grace understood. She recalled the vision of man and horse charging furiously at the attackers. Even now her body grew warm at the memory of him leaping from the saddle and taking her in his arms and holding her. Affection for him flowed in her veins like her very lifeblood, and the kiss they shared afterwards still astonished her. She'd never experienced such unbridled passion herself, all thought of propriety obliterated, her body the servant of her desire. Hearing Joe's words, her heart soared. At least for today, at least for this moment, she was allowed to dream. Tomorrow, or the day after, or next week, the reality of her situation would inevitably crush any hope of happiness. The affections Hugh or Joe felt for her might not change, but to the English crown she was still a French sympathizer, a traitor. And Grace knew that whoever hired the men who attacked her today was still lurking there in the midst, biding their time, waiting for her. "And I have a request," Joe said, breaking through the cloud of gloom that was quickly descending. "Anything. I understand that you still have a great deal that worries you," Joe went on, reading Grace's thoughts. "I only ask that you give him a chance." A chance for what? A hopeless dream, she thought, but she had no opportunity to reply. A quiet knock came at the door, and Anna entered. "A caller for you, my lady," she said to Joe, turning then to Grace.
And she wishes to see you too, Miss Grace."
"In spite of what I said," Joe whispered conspiratorially, "this is too soon even for Lady Nithsdale." She took the calling card from Anna and read it aloud. "Mrs. Douglas." Grace shook her head. She had no wish to speak to that woman now. "Anna, take this to his lordship," Joe said. "I'm quite certain my brother would be pleased to meet with her." The woman didn't know the danger she was facing in coming here now, Hugh fumed as he stormed toward the drawing room. She'd have done better to stick her head in a hornet's nest. Striding in, he found Mrs. Douglas sitting in a chair by the window. As she began to rise, he waved her back into her seat. "Madam."
"Lord Greysteel."
"I can't tell you how shocked and sorry I am to hear of the insidious attack on your guest. I had to come the moment I heard the news. I hope she's well. I pray she wasn't injured." Hugh said nothing, but stared at her in stony silence. She brushed a non-existent speck of dust from the back of her gloved hand and continued. "I was in Melrose Village when Mr. Truscott brought that poor worker of yours into Dr. Namby's surgery. The entire village is in an uproar, as you can imagine." As cool as her manner was, Mrs. Douglas was presenting herself as a far more talkative woman than he'd met when she and Lady Nithsdale accosted them from their carriage. "I repeat, I do hope Miss Grace is not unwell." She paused, waiting unsuccessfully for a response from Hugh. "I came here today because I fear that I must bear some responsibility for what happened." She adjusted her reticule on her lap. "Perhaps you're aware that I sent your guest a note." She gazed steadily at him. "In doing so, I only intended to convey my willingness to be a friend to the young woman. You see, my lord, I do recall being introduced to her years ago." The clock in the corner chimed, and Mrs. Douglas waited. When she continued, he fancied a slight change in her. Something in her look that hinted of the studied air of an actress. "When I met her in Paris, I was so taken with her loveliness and her poise. Of course, she was so much younger then, not the mature beauty she is now. What a spectacle it was," she said, waxing nostalgically. "And the splendor of the occasion was only heightened by her presence. No one who saw her could think otherwise. She was the loveliest of the royal entourage, outshining by far the other 36 ladies of the palace attending the Empress. But I'm certain you would agree, had you seen her." She was playing to Hugh's feelings of protectiveness for Grace, he decided, and he was working hard to keep his anger in check. The cool, silent passenger in that carriage had suddenly been replaced by this ingratiating creature who sat before him. "But I'm wandering off the point. I just wanted to convey in person my deepest sorrow if my letter to her was in any way responsible for this horrible event. When I sent it to her, I never imagined it would cause any harm." She sat for a moment, still and silent. "I'm taking far too much of your time, my lord. Would it be possible to visit with your sister or your guest, if only for a few minutes, to tell them both how sorry I am to be in any way mixed up with this dreadful affair?" "Why didn't you say that you remembered her when you saw her from the carriage?" he asked sharply.
"Why,
He'd caught her off guard with his question, but she recovered her composure quickly.
"I wasn't certain she wanted to be exposed in that manner. Frankly, I couldn't be certain her memory loss was genuine. In either case, I doubted you would have wanted her exposed in the presence of Lady Nithsdale." "When was the last time you were on the continent?"
"Let me think. I was there this past autumn. My late husband left some property."
"Were you in Antwerp?"
"No, Brussels."
He could see a steely anger stretching across her pale face.
"My lord, I don't understand the meaning of these questions." Have you had some connection with the Bonaparte family, in Brussels or in America?
Absolutely not. The only time I had any contact with them was in the company of my late husband, who you know was a minister in the government, and that one time was at the christening of the infant prince. She began to stand. I'm not sure what you're about, asking such a thing. My husband gave his very health in the service of—
Sit, madam, he ordered.
As she lowered herself into the chair, he saw that the masked demeanour he'd noted when they first met was back. She was clearly not accustomed to taking orders from anyone.
Your reckless behaviour put my guest and my worker in danger. Frankly, I have a difficult time believing your intentions regarding Miss Grace were as altruistic as you represent them to be. If you wanted to meet with her, you could have called here at Barnsford. You could have engaged her in conversation here in the gardens if you required such privacy, and offered your friendship and safety. Instead, you engaged in a game of intrigue, luring her into a situation that could have turned out far worse than it did.
If his words stung her at all, her face did not show it. She remained silent, staring at him, her back straight as a ramrod, and her hands motionless in her lap.
That's all I have to say to you, madam. My sister and my guest have no time to see you this morning. My footman will escort you to your carriage.
Bowing curtly, Hugh strode without another word from the sitting-room. With a stern injunction to rest for the afternoon, Jo left Grace alone in her room. Exhausted as she was, she immediately realized closing her eyes was pointless. Trying to sleep was absolutely futile. Too much had happened. As she lay staring at the ceiling, her mind tumbled with acrobatic leaps through the emotional and physical events of this tumultuous day. She had unburdened herself of all her secrets, which gave her tremendous relief. But that didn't lessen her worries about what lay ahead. Jo had more than hinted of her desire for Grace to form an attachment with Hugh. But in spite of their invitation to stay, the rest of their family would soon be descending on Barnsford. As an outsider, Grace would be encroaching on their lives. There was a limit to how long she could stay here without the risk of abusing their hospitality. Then she had to consider the blistering passion that sizzled in her body each time she and Hugh kissed. Her pulse beat madly at the very thought of it. All sense was stripped from her whenever he touched her. Something melted deep in her belly even now at the memory of his touch. That was a complication that she couldn't allow herself to think of now. And there was the matter of the diamond. Someone wanted that jewel enough to arrange for an attack on her. If it were indeed a kidnapping, she had no doubt it would have been demanded as ransom. Staying here, she'd brought danger to the gates of Barnsford, and as a result a brave man had been seriously wounded. Perhaps it would be best, and safer, if she left here and travelled to Brussels as she'd intended. Once there, after delivering the jewel to its intended recipient, she could decide where her future lay. But even as she thought about taking such a step, Hugh's face appeared in her mind's eye, and an ache nudged at her heart. Increasingly restless, Grace could find no respite from this mental torment. Not an hour had passed since Jo left her, but she threw back the coverlet and climbed out of bed. The wrapped ankle hurt when she put her weight on it, but she was grateful for the cane Mrs. Henson had the foresight to leave beside the bed. Picking it up, she couldn't help but admire the carved lion's head that formed the handle of the stick. She needed a distraction to take her mind off the dilemmas facing her. Surely she could make it to the library, Grace told herself. As she made her way slowly through the hallways and into the west wing, she exchanged pleasantries with a few of the maids bustling in and out of the bedrooms and suites. She didn't know the exact date of the family's arrival, but she guessed they would be coming in soon. The curtains had been tied back, the casement windows were standing open. The rain and mist of the morning was gone, and the afternoon sunlight stretched lazily across the Persian carpet and the comfortably upholstered chairs and benches. The upper library truly exuded an aura of welcome.
looking at it now, Grace was reminded why this was Lady Ayton's favourite room. Volumes of books beckoned to be read, but once again she found herself drawn to the scrapbooks. Less than a week had passed since she'd perused these volumes, but so much had happened since. She'd learned and come to understand much more about the man that so many of the articles focused on. Quiet voices of the household staff reached her from the halls. The sounds of those working in the gardens drifted in from the windows. Grace found a sun-drenched corner and settled down with a volume in her lap and her feet up on a cushioned footstool. The album she'd selected consisted mostly of blank pages. Entire pages of newspapers from recent weeks and months had been neatly folded and stored inside the cover for Lady Ayton. Amongst them she found an article from an Edinburgh newspaper, The Scotsman. Last week, while perusing other journals, she'd read an editorial excoriating this new publication for its radical and dangerously independent views. Out of curiosity, Grace had mentioned it, and Joe told her that the founders of the newspaper had declared themselves avowed enemies of privilege and corruption, determined to upset Edinburgh's establishment. Joe had laughed, saying that they were so successful that copies were supposedly being smuggled to readers who dared not be seen buying it. Seeing a page of the newspaper among the others, Grace smiled to find the radical paper had published a glowing article on the Right Honourable the Lord Viscount Greysteel. Poring over every line, she decided she could easily become a supporter of this William Ritchie, the editor. Well, that's a sight to behold. Grace looked up, startled and happy to find Hugh standing in the doorway. So few hours had passed since she'd seen him last, but that made no difference to the wild thump of her heart and the heat rising into her face. She pushed the volume onto a table beside her, starting to put her feet down and stand. "Please don't," he instructed, coming into the room. "Give your ankle a rest." Grace didn't know if she'd ever be getting used to the way his presence affected her. Each time she saw him, she was taken aback by her response to his darkly handsome face, his great height, his confidence. He'd changed his clothes. Her gaze took in the long, muscular legs, sheathed in the tight buff trousers, the embroidered grey silk waistcoat, and the double-breasted blue coat. Above his broad chest and hidden beneath his neckcloth lay the strong neck she'd tasted this morning. Realizing she'd sighed audibly, she hazarded a look into his face, and he was watching her again. She bit her lip as he glanced at the open library door before looking back to her. A smile tugged at his lip. He crossed the room to the window and took in a deep draught of the warm breeze. "I was told you were sleeping." "How did you know that I wasn't?" "Spies, paid informants, faithful servants." He came to her side and opened the volume she'd been reading. "More inquiry into my legal feelings?" "More glowing reports on your achievements, even from the Scotsman." "That's only because William Ritchie was a solicitor before descending into the abyss of journalism, and he's still a friend of mine." She already knew it was so like him to deflect a compliment. "Have you heard anything about Mr. Darby's condition?" she asked. "Truscott returned an hour ago with good news. The doctor stitched him up and says he'll mend nicely. He wants to keep him at his infirmary tonight, however. Tomorrow he'll bring Darby back out in his carriage." She was tremendously relieved. She never could have stopped or survived that attack if it weren't for Darby's heroism. "You might also like to know that we've begun a search to find the 3 men. "I thought you would." For years, Grace had been the arranger of everything in the lives of her father and herself. Perhaps it was her nature, or perhaps it was her upbringing as the daughter of a military man, but she'd always planned and organized every move. Listening to Hugh, she could see they shared that trait. "I'm sorry that you had to receive Mrs. Douglas, along with everything else today," Grace told him as he walked to the fireplace. He took a toy block from the mantel and turned it around in his hand before putting it back.
The perfect host did not greet her when she called. Her late husband's position in the government might buy her a great deal of status, but she found it meant nothing here. She faced the judge and me, and she stood accused.
Did she explain her reason for the sudden visit?
To make certain that she was absolved of any guilt or responsibility, he told her. Or to glean more information than she learned in the village. As you thought, she was walking in Melrose at the time of the attack. She also admitted everything about a letter that I already knew from you.
Your verdict, my Lord Justice? She asked. Guilty or innocent?
I'm withholding judgment for now. Mrs. Douglas's performance was strong enough to allow for another hearing.
When he spoke as a justice, Hugh assumed a severe and commanding presence that Grace imagined few men or women could not cower before. She was not disconcerted by it. She'd grown up in the company of generals and kings. But this side of him, this confidence in his ability to act decisively, only added to her growing feelings. It only made her want him more. He walked back to where she sat and picked up her cane, flexing it to test its sturdiness.
This was my father's cane, he said. If it's too long, we can cut it down to the right size for you.
It's a beautiful stick. I would never allow you to do that. The length is fine as it is.
As you wish.
He inspected the carved lion's head for a moment before continuing.
Do you have any plans for this afternoon, Miss Grace?
His gaze moved languorously over her, pausing on her lips and then her breasts, before moving down along her legs to her wrapped ankle, leaving a wake of delicious chills rippling through her. I was planning on doing more reading.
Excellent. Hold on to this,
he said, handing her the cane. She gasped when he lifted her off the chair in one sweep. As she looped one arm around his neck, Grace espied a maid walking past the open door. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?"
"Where would you like me to take you?"
he whispered in her ear. Grace's gaze flew to his. Their faces were mere inches apart. She looked into grey eyes that gleamed suggestively as they focused on her lips. She suddenly felt wicked, undone. She'd go anywhere. She would do whatever he asked. She wanted him.
"I'll take that as a highly favourable response to an unspoken question," he whispered with a hint of a smile. "But we'll save that for later. Right now, I'm taking you to my study and putting you to work."
Chapter 22. "You must stop teasing me," Grace whispered in Hugh's ear as he carried her from the library. If she only knew that in teasing her, he was torturing himself. The close proximity of his own rooms made it punishingly tempting. A right turn here, a few steps there, and in moments they could both be stripped of their clothes and embarking on hours of making love. He wanted her, there was no question of that. She stirred desire in him like no woman in his memory. And he knew she wanted him. She'd made that clear enough in the way she responded each time to his touches. Yes, their attraction was mutual. But none of that mattered. He wouldn't bed Grace in these circumstances. He couldn't. He would not risk damaging her reputation, even though he was certain there wasn't a person at Baronsford who didn't know how attached he'd already become to her. Still, a line had to be drawn somewhere. He didn't want to complicate her life as it stood now. He wouldn't reduce her to the status of a mistress when he might... what? What plans were brewing in the dark recesses of his mind? He would not make love to Grace until he knew exactly what it was he wanted from her. Hugh already sensed that making love to her was not enough. As he carried her down the stairway, he heard the household staff below them. I insist that you allow me to walk on my own 2 feet.
Only if you insist, he said,
trying not to stare at her lips. I do, at the bottom of the steps. He noted the stubborn set of her jaw, the threatening glare intended to convey that he'd better do what she'd asked, or there'd be hell to pay. He'd seen a glimpse of this look before, the Irish in her. He smiled.
As long as you come with me to my study.
To work?
I already know you're fond of the law. You've been enthralled by my mother's collection of articles, and you told me the first night that you wanted to read my law books.
I was delirious with fever at the time, I believe.
True, but I can use your help on a particularly tricky case that has come to me.
He'd reached the bottom step and paused before taking the last one.
I'd like you to go through the published decisions of a few thousand cases or so, and find a precedent that might clear up a contentious legal point.
Grace cocked an eyebrow suspiciously, but he could tell he'd aroused her curiosity. You have a number of clerks. I've seen them coming and going.
True, he admitted. But not one of them provides anywhere near the pleasure I enjoy in your company. Not one argues with me about how long their stay at Baronsford needs to be. Not one possesses the brilliance or the recall of what they read, as you do. Not one.
And not one of them wields as handsome a cane as this one. She shook the walking stick threateningly at him. So if you'll be so kind as to put me down, my lord, I'll use it to accompany you to your study. Hugh took the last step and gently stood Grace on her feet. He loved winning her over. Before they could move a step, Mrs. Henson appeared out of nowhere to ask about the injured ankle. No sooner did the housekeeper have an answer than the butler arrived and wished to know if Miss Grace would be joining the family in the dining room tonight. Hugh knew Jo had already curtailed invitations to outside guests, and he watched Grace's face as Simons told her that, aside from the immediate family, the only guests would be Mr. and Mrs. Truscott. When she hesitated, Hugh was about to answer for her, but thought better of it. Grace had an independence unlike any other woman he'd ever known. She'd looked after her father's affairs on the continent and in America, during the chaotic times of war and since the peace. Her insight and bluntness that night in the library about his blind prejudice had forever changed him. She was accustomed to thinking and making decisions for herself, regardless of how trivial or how significant. "Thank you, Mr. Simons," she replied after a pause. "I'd like to join the family this evening, if it's not too much trouble." In response, the butler practically cooed. Hugh would have done the same if she'd turned her blue eyes on him and smiled. "Pray, tell me about this tricky case, my lord," she said as they started off toward his study. As they walked, Hugh told her about Jean Campbell's case, explaining that the Irish woman, a deaf mute, had been charged with the drowning murder of her child. Because of her situation, she'd not been able to make a statement. Confused and generally distraught, the woman had been held in the Glasgow prison for 6 months, while the judges remained in a deadlock over whether she was fit to stand trial. And now the case had been referred to his court. "So she doesn't know how to read or write?"
"That's correct," he replied. "And I've received more information that damages the case for the defence. Negligible as it is already. Her neighbours in Glasgow speak fondly of her. They assert that she is hard-working and always showed herself to be an affectionate mother to her children."
"How does that hurt her defence?"
"Because they also say that just days before allegedly throwing her 3-year-old into the River Clyde, she'd been betrayed and deserted by her husband."
"So you think a jury would see revenge as the motive for her action? She wanted to strike back at him by killing his child?"
"Exactly."
Hugh could not help but admire her mind. Grace had an astuteness that lent itself to the legal business.
"And unfortunately, Juries are not sympathetic to affliction such as hers. The common prejudice is that her deafness is some punishment ordained by God, some hidden moral failure. Added to that, because most Scots learn to read and write as children, this woman's lack of education, along with the fact that she's an Irish immigrant, will surely taint a jury's view of her. If she stands trial, her chances of acquittal are practically nil.
They walked into his study. He motioned to a chair next to the wall of bookcases, and she took a seat.
But if she doesn't stand trial because she's unfit, he told her, she'll be confined for the rest of her days in an asylum.
"Why are you doing this?" she asked. "Is it because of what I said? Is it because she's Irish?" Hugh thought about that for a moment.
I was ignorant of her plight until you reminded me of my duty. But I'm doing it because I believe that a person is innocent until proven guilty. I don't know all the facts, but I don't want the law to imprison or execute this woman unjustly, no matter where she came from.
Hugh moved an upholstered bench in front of her, and before she could protest, carefully lifted and placed her injured leg on it. "So this woman may not even know what she's being charged with," Grace said. "And she's been unable to give her side of what happened. How can she defend herself?"
This is at the heart of the matter. She can't. She will have no able lawyer to represent her because she's poor, and because she's unable to speak for herself.
"Someone must speak for her," Grace exclaimed. "Someone needs to communicate with her."
My thinking exactly. I know a man by the name of Kinneberg who runs the Edinburgh School for the Deaf and Dumb. My clerk Branson is arranging for him to meet with Mrs. Campbell. I'm hopeful Kinneberg will be able to converse with her.
Hugh paced the room.
But it may not be enough. Before this case goes to trial, if it does, we must provide the defence that she cannot. We must see that the law acts for her as much as it acts against her.
He stopped and faced Grace.
As it stands now, a woman who may be innocent will either hang for murder or rot in a madhouse, which would be a fate worse than death. And with either outcome, her children would go to the workhouse and, if they survive that, eventually wind up on the street.
The effect of his words cast a shadow across her fair features. "What do you need me to do?"
I need you to find every decided case in Scottish law in which a deaf-mute person faced criminal charges. I need a summary of the facts of each case, the arguments presented that are relevant to the defendant's affliction, and the rulings of the court.
Grace turned to her task. "Where should I start?" Hugh took down 3 large volumes.
You must start by becoming a better lawyer than anyone who might be dragged forward to represent her. These 2 books contain David Hume's critical commentaries on Scottish criminal law. The 3rd contains his supplemental notes and cases. Start with those.
He moved along the wall.
This section contains published records of Scottish legal cases, organised by date. Focus on the last 20 years. Look for the cases involving deaf-mute defendants, but also look for precedents that are cited that refer to earlier decisions.
Hugh looked to see that she was following. Of course she was, he chided himself.
This next section contains the records of earlier cases. Every case must be combed through carefully. After that, these 3 rows of shelves contain commentaries on English law, as well as published legal records. Since the union of the countries, it's arguable that those precedents may be applicable in the Scottish courtroom.
As he crossed the room to his desk, Grace opened the first volume and placed it on her lap.
And while you're doing that, I have unpublished records of more recent cases heard in Edinburgh. I'll go through these.
He stood by his desk.
A woman's freedom depends on this. What we do here is truly a matter of life or death."
Throughout the afternoon hours and into the evening, Grace speedily paged through volumes, asking questions of Hugh and his clerks. The two assistants constantly moved in and out of his study, responding to the Lord Justice's calls and bringing in documents for his signature. The clerks openly gaped at her when she first began to recite information from the cases she searched out. She didn't need to keep notes, but offered summaries of the specific trials and referred to them by volume, page, and line. As Hugh had asked, Grace focused on cases involving deaf defendants. She found more instances than she expected. In nearly every case, the court and the jury needed to be convinced of their condition. Though the references were sometimes oblique, she'd also found that the accused had often been a victim of deception, desertion, and violence. And the courts were not generally sympathetic to their plight. Eventually, Hugh dismissed his clerks for the day. Grace herself would have continued through the night if Hugh's sister hadn't come to remind them that the Truscotts had arrived. They were to quit whatever they were doing, Jo told them, and they were to come in for their supper. A light meal was being served in the smaller dining room, and Grace was thankful there was no need to change. She hurriedly pushed to her feet, thinking how horrified she'd be if Hugh tried to carry her in.
"If Grace ever suggests that she's taking advantage of our hospitality,"
Hugh told his sister as he came around his desk,
"I want you to remind her of what she's been doing to assist me."
She was pleased with his lack of formality, and happy to think she was of some use. "A few hours of reading through some law journals is hardly repayment for all you've done for me."
"You should see how valuable her work has been already, Jo. When we come in here tomorrow,"
he added, turning to Grace,
"I'll show you the accounting ledgers and how much it actually costs me to keep my clerks. I think you'll change your mind."
He offered one arm to his sister and another to her. Grace was thrilled at the prospect of continuing work on this worthy project tomorrow. He was openly appreciative of her talent and her intellect. Daniel Ware was the only person who really appreciated her abilities. Until today. Grace had been introduced to Mr. Truscott before. Stern and gentlemanly, he was first cousin to the Earl of Ayton. The man exuded quiet confidence and was held in high esteem by everyone. She also realized how keenly perceptive he was of his cousin's preferences when he'd closed the carriage door on her after the attack on the lane, telling her it would be best if she stayed with Hugh. As upset as she was at the moment, she'd had the distinct impression that he was signaling his approval of her. If Walter Truscott was the stout oak, his wife Violet was the bubbling stream. Gushing and friendly in her greeting, she quickly won Grace's affection. The lines on her round and rosy face, and the light-coloured hair streaked with bands of grey, showed her years to advantage. She had the cheerful, kindly disposition that Grace imagined those young mothers and children taking shelter at the Tower House needed in their lives. In sharing Violet's history, Jo explained that she'd arrived at Baronsford destitute and with child. Sadly, she lost the babe and nearly died herself. As in a storybook romance, however, Violet and Truscott fell in love and married. Since then, countless desperate and homeless young ones had been blessed with the love she would have given to her own child.
"I'll arrange it with Lady Jo,"
Violet said, when Grace asked about the family staying at the Tower House now.
"We'll bring you down and introduce you. The circumstances of each mother are different. Some arrived still expecting. Others had a child in their arms. We've even taken in young runaways. In just a few cases, we've cared for young ones while the mother sought to establish a stable living before coming back for them. It's a lively place, to be sure."
"How do they hear about you?" Grace asked as dinner was served.
"As you can imagine, we can't very well advertise," Jo replied.
"Every parish in the country would be sending us their girls. The deluge would be overwhelming." "How do they find you?" "Many of those we've helped so far have come through Jo paused, and her gaze moved to her brother, who was holding a quiet conversation with Truscott at the end of the table. She lowered her voice. Often these young women have run afoul of the law in some way, and a certain Lord Justice saw a better future for them here than in the Bridewell or the parish poorhouse. Grace's eyes drifted to Hugh. She thought about the positions he'd taken in his court, and the effort he was making on behalf of a deaf-mute Irishwoman now. His compassion stirred a love deep within her. In every nation, more men like him were needed. It was beginning to frighten her how much she had come to care for him. His mind, his generosity, his courage all moved her. Her gaze lingered on the long fingers holding a glass of wine. And his body stirred her as well, but in a far different way. Violet was telling Jo about a letter she received just that day, from a mother who'd left them for a job last autumn. Grace forced her attention back to this end of the table. This was a dangerous game she was allowing her heart to play. Bits and pieces of the men's conversation reached her. An inn on the Jedburgh Road, the deserted woodcutter's cottage on the lane near the attack.
"No question, they were lying in wait there,"
Truscott said. She knew they were talking about the men who'd attacked her and Darby.
"And I've no doubt they were from Jedburgh," he added.
"Jedburgh?" Jo asked, picking up the last of the conversation. She turned to Grace. "Did you know that pugilism is a favoured sport of miners? Jedburgh has a limestone mine and a whinstone quarry that is particularly famous for having the most vicious fighters in Scotland." "I wasn't aware," Grace replied. "Pugilism also happens to be a favourite hobby of a certain honourable judge," Jo continued, "who will remain nameless, but is sitting at this very table. In fact, that judge has been known to participate in bouts with those same miners."
"With notable success, I might add,"
Truscott threw in proudly. Grace looked at Hugh. Now she knew the cause of the scars on his face. It was so much like him to pursue the sport among the working men of Scotland, rather than in private clubs.
"No longer a favourite hobby," he corrected,
looking at no one but Grace.
"That pastime has dropped quite far down on the list."
His gaze never wavered from her face, only slipping to her lips. For a few heartbeats, the conversation came to an abrupt halt. 5 of them were sitting at the dinner table, but it may as well have just been Hugh and Grace in that room. Feeling a blush rising to the roots of her hair, Grace tried to divert attention away from herself. She turned to Mr. Truscott. "Did I hear you correctly? You've identified the attackers?"
"Not quite, but we know where they might have come from," he told her. "Tomorrow I'll take a few men from Baronsford and the bailiff from Melrose Village. We'll go down to Jedburgh. We should know more once we get there."
Grace had never been to any kind of mine, but she'd read about them. Rough men who worked under hard and dangerous conditions, and for very little pay. It was easy to imagine such men might be persuaded to commit a crime, if it meant putting that miserable life behind. The faces of those men remained in her mind. Despite the shock of the attack and the mist, Grace was certain she would recognize them. "I'd like to ride to Jedburgh with you tomorrow," she told him. "You have no way of identifying those men, but I can, and I'd like to be of help." Jo almost choked on her wine. Hugh's scowl grew so dark that Grace knew exactly how Mrs. Douglas must have felt earlier today. "I fear each of these 3 is about to suffer a stroke, my young friend," Violet smiled, and took Grace's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "The mines and quarries around Jedburgh are not the most suitable places for young ladies." Grace didn't know if she should be pleased by their protectiveness or insulted because they thought her too soft. The battlefield she'd been to would surely make these mines pale by comparison. She'd witnessed more death and destruction than most men. What she offered was not unreasonable. She was not riding into the belly of the beast alone and unprotected. Grace wondered if her entire time at Baronsford would be overshadowed by memories of what Amelia had done. But she was not Hugh's former wife. They were different women. Anger bubbled beneath the surface of her skin and threatened to burst through at any moment.
Truscott and the bailiff are planning to bring back any men who were absent from the mines over the past few days,
Hugh said, directing his attention only to Grace. His look was serious, but his quiet voice held no hint of scolding. Grace decided she'd not been very successful in hiding her irritation. You don't intend to drag working men from their employment based on a vague suspicion, do you? Truscott looked at Hugh. And exactly how many men you intend to bring back? She asked. And when can I see them? With Mr. Darby injured, I'm the only person who can positively identify them. Words burned on her tongue. She wanted to say more. Her blistering temper. She was about to continue when Hugh cut in.
We'll get as clear a description of them as you and Darby can provide. No more than 5 men will be brought back,
Hugh told her.
And I will personally take you into Melrose when they arrive. You can identify them with the bailiff present.
And what if none of them are the assailants?
First, I'll give each of them 2 days' wages and a letter to their employers.
He looked into her eyes.
Then you and I will accompany Truscott and the men to Jedburgh the following day. Does that suit you?
It did, and she smiled in appreciation of his understanding. Chapter 23. After dinner, as the women left the men and went into the drawing room, Grace made her excuses and headed up to her rooms. It had been an exhausting day, and an emotional one, and her mind was finally yielding to the weariness of her body. The sprained ankle performed far better than she'd expected as she climbed the stairs. The hours of keeping it elevated in Hugh's study had clearly helped. She hoped by tomorrow she could put aside the cane and end everyone's worry. Anna helped her undress and prepare to retire. Before getting into bed, however, Grace went into the sitting room and picked out a novel. Leaving the candles lit beside the bed, she settled in comfortably. As the maid left, Grace tried to go over in her mind all that had happened today, but she couldn't focus. Voices drifted in through the open windows. Baronsford hummed with the sounds of early evening, lulling her into a deep and dreamless sleep. Whether she slept for minutes or hours, she didn't know. But she awakened with a start at a soft tap on her bedroom door. She sat up, disoriented. The candle still burned on the bedside table. Then she remembered. Jo told her she might come up and say goodnight before she retired herself. There was the soft tap again. Grace rolled out of the bed and went to the door, opening it. Hugh stood in the hall, dressed only in the tight, buff trousers he'd been wearing earlier, and a white shirt, open at the neck. She had to be dreaming.
Were you asleep?
He was real. No one had the right to look this good. A delicious sweetness seeped into her body. Yes, I was. She forced herself to take steady breaths. Why are you here? His hand ever so gently pushed open the door, and she moved back, allowing him in. He stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. Your sister might come up soon.
Jo retired hours ago.
The night air mingled with the scent of whiskey and smoke. His eyes washed over her like moonlight, taking in her face, her lips, her hair hanging loose around her shoulders. She saw him draw a deep breath as he looked down at her neck, to the ties of the thin linen chemise, and lower, lingering on her breasts. Her skin was warm to the lick of his gaze. She was bathed and stripped naked, ravaged by his heat, Desire rippled through her. She wanted the taste of his lips, the pressure of them on her own. She stepped toward him, but he reached out and took her by the shoulders, holding her ever so gently at arm's length.
"You can't touch me."
His strong fingers slid down her arms, and he took her hands.
"Step back, Grace."
She took a step or two until she found her back pressed against a wall. Hugh let go of her hands. His eyes returned to the deep neckline of her chemise. Grace felt an ache in her breasts as the tips of her nipples hardened against the thin fabric. His eyes continued downward, burning her with the touch of his gaze.
"I want you."
His voice, low and strained, sent tremors through her. The soft light of the candle accentuated the lines of his face.
"For hours now, I've been piecing my bedroom, imagining what it would be like to come here, telling myself that I shouldn't, and yet hoping I'd find you like this."
The sparks blazed. Unconsciously, her eyes moved to the unmade bed. She wanted him to take her there, teach her what she had never experienced before. She wanted him to make love to her. He followed her gaze.
"Not yet. Not tonight."
Grace forced herself to think through the fog of desire. "Then what do you want from me?" He closed the distance between them.
"I needed to see you, to touch you."
Their bodies were separated by a breath. She reached up and put her arms around his neck, but he caught her wrists and pressed them against the wall over her head.
"And I am barely balanced at the edge of a very dangerous place, so you mustn't tempt me. You mustn't try to seduce me."
"You are the tempter," she said. In her entire life, she'd never imagined herself proficient in the powers of seduction. He bent his head and kissed her softly. She leaned into him, a soft moan escaping her.
"Keep them there."
He let go of her wrists. She didn't know the game he was playing, but she was willing to take the chance. Her hands fisted next to her head as he ran the tips of his fingers over her face, tracing her brows, her cheekbones, the outline of her lips, with gentle, tender touches. Hugh's hands went to the ties of her chemise, and Grace felt the breath catch in her throat. There was no escaping this gentle torture with the wall behind her and the man before her. One by one the laces loosened. She looked down at his hands, dark against the linen and even darker against her skin, as he slid the garment past her breasts. Grace shivered as the cool air touched her.
"You are stunning."
He bent his head and kissed her, a long, sensuous, exploring kiss. When he broke it off, Grace was left breathing heavily. His mouth moved from her lips and descended along her throat, over her collarbone, and then to her breasts. Grace closed her eyes and pressed her head back against the wall as his tongue tasted each nipple, his lips and his teeth making her cry out softly from the sweet pleasure streaming through her body. "Take me, Hugh," she said. "Make love to me." Smoothly he slipped her chemise down until it pooled at her feet. Sweeping her into his arms, he then carried her to the bed. A thrill raced through her as they sank into linen sheets. Hugh's lips kissed her mouth and again trailed down her neck to her breasts. Grace held her breath as his fingers slowly moved caressingly along the inside of her thigh. His hand reached the junction of her thighs, and she gasped as his fingers slipped into her sex. His head lifted, his eyes searching hers. Grace didn't want to discuss that this was her first time. "I want you," she whispered, holding his face, raising herself and brushing her lips against his. "Don't stop." His mouth was greedy when it claimed hers, but his hand was gentle as he slipped in and resumed the erotic play. Her sex was slick, and his fingers found every point of pleasure, playing her body like a musical instrument as they stroked her flesh. Grace found herself growing short of breath. Her body began to hum with sensations so new. Grace had never known such sweet torment. She was possessed by him. She gave herself up to the pure pleasure of his hands and his mouth. Her body whirled in a timeless, frenzied state of passion and desire. Her hips moved, rising off the bed, begging him for more pressure, wanting him deeper. Suddenly, she felt her body carried up as if on a cloud as a summer storm exploded within her. Somewhere in a more conscious world, she heard a woman's joyful voice crying out. She couldn't breathe, and yet she fought fiercely to hold him close to her. And then she was simply sailing through a crystalline sky. Hugh held her as she descended, kissing her softly. The sensations in her body continued to recede in blissful waves. She lay naked in the sheets, her hair spread around her, looking up into grey eyes that never left her face. He was still dressed as he'd arrived, but she felt the hardness of his manhood pressing against her. She saw the smile etched on his lips. "You look as if you've won a competition," she whispered.
"I have. I won you."
The flutter in her heart was loud enough that he had to hear it. She touched his chest. Lifting herself, she pressed her lips to his throat. "I want to do to you what you just did to me." A great sigh of satisfaction rose from his chest.
"Not yet. Not tonight,"
he said, kissing her deeply before rolling away from her.
"We cannot continue this until we've had a serious conversation about our future."
She didn't want to think of tomorrow. He sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze washed over her. She didn't try to cover herself when he ran the tip of his finger from the hollow of her throat, down between her breasts.
"And even after, you can only touch me when I can taste you here."
His finger meandered slowly across her belly.
"And here."
She was no longer breathing as his finger continued downward and slipped once again into her sex.
"And here. We'll make love after I feast on you here."
She burned as the vision flooded her mind. Her bones had dissolved into liquid, her flesh tingled. Hugh pulled away and drew the sheets up to her chin before kissing her lips.
"We have much to discuss, but not here in the dark, when my sister might awaken at any moment. We'll talk, but for now, go back to sleep."
Grace, feeling shaken to her very core, watched him as he crossed the room and went out. In the early afternoon, the doctor brought Darby back out to Baronsford. To Joe's chagrin, the blacksmith insisted on being taken to his own cottage to recuperate, rather than at the main house. But if the man thought he could just rest quietly there and not impose, he was mistaken. No one had any intention of allowing that, least of all Joe. She drew up a schedule, and soon lines of servants were carrying him meals and seeing to his every need. Joe and Grace agreed they'd look in on him at least twice each day. Dr. Namby, not to be left out, offered to come back Monday morning to change the dressing on the knife wound. Hugh heard about all of this when he came back from the lake, where construction was beginning on the dam.
"You're a hero, Darby,"
Hugh told him, visiting the cottage of the injured man. Grace and Joe were already there.
"There'll be no escaping these attentions."
His sister was fussing in another room at the far end of the cottage. As he sat on a stool by the blacksmith's bed, he watched Grace moving the contents of a basket onto a shelf. The housekeeper told him that the doctor had pronounced the ankle just a sprain, and even now Grace was walking about the cottage without the use of the cane. She glanced at him but looked quickly away. Her greeting when Hugh arrived had been shy, and she'd been avoiding eye contact with him. Hugh had thought of Grace at least 1,000 times over the course of the morning. When he returned, his clerks told him that she'd been working her way through the casebooks, and she'd kept them busy recording the information she was finding. The lucky bastards, he thought.
"I'm near fit as a fiddle, my lord," Darby told him. "And I know you're eager to get that balloon aloft before your family arrives. Expect me at the carriage barn on Monday. I think we can finish rigging the lines as you wanted them." 2 days of recovery might be somewhat ambitious, he replied, shaking his head in disagreement. "I don't want you thinking of work right now, be it smithing or ballooning. You need to mend." "Beg pardon, my lord," Darby said in a voice intended only for Hugh. "You must save me from all this mollycoddling. That blade of his did little damage, as the doctor will tell you himself. You're a fighting man, you know. I'm not comfortable lying here while the ladies bother themselves looking after me."
Hugh shot a look at Grace and his sister.
"Bear with it until tomorrow," he whispered, "and we'll see how you're feeling then. And I'll talk to my sister about it. Lady Jo is quite experienced when it comes to looking after the sick and injured. She'll know when it's time for you to be up and about." "Aye, my lord,"
Darby grudgingly agreed.
"But would you at least have a talk with Mistress Grace? I feel a fool at how little I did, and how many times she's thanked me. If you only saw her, how brave she was facing those blackguards. She needed no rescue. Here I tell her to hide behind me, and instead she stands forward and takes the fight right to them. She's got pluck, let me tell you. She was something to behold."
Brave Mistress Grace, beautiful Mistress Grace, brilliant Mistress Grace. From Darby to Jo to his blasted law clerks, they were all singing her praises. Hugh's gaze moved to the object of their conversation as she reached up to put a stack of folded cloths on a shelf. If they only knew how far short of the truth their admiring words fell. In his 36 years, he'd never met any woman who consumed him, mind and body and heart, the way she did. Thoughts of last night pushed into his mind. In those hours after the Truscotts left, he'd tried to talk himself out of going to her room, but it was impossible. Whatever other people saw of Grace's virtues, Hugh knew more. Her fiery passion, her flawless and responsive body. He had to escape her room, or he would have made love to her. Darby continued to talk, but Hugh's attention was mainly on Grace. She couldn't reach high enough to fetch a jar off a shelf. Excusing himself, he went to her. Her dress brushed against his coat. They were so close that he could almost hear the pulse beating wildly on her throat, feel the flush of heat rising into her face. He wanted to whisper in her ear, tell her the secrets of his heart, how last night the truth had come to him. He was in love with her. Hugh fetched the jar and handed it to her. Her gaze lifted, and he was lost, sinking into the blue depths of her eyes, until the urge to kiss her lips was overwhelming. A knock on the cottage door saved him. Anna entered with another blanket, and Hugh moved back to the injured man. Behind her, one of the grooms who'd gone off with Truscott this morning stopped in the doorway. Hugh stepped outside to talk to him.
"We brought back 3 of them, my lord. Mr. Truscott says he's certain we got them that did it. He asked if you'd be kind enough to go into the village. The bailiff is waiting there with him and the rest."
"I'd like to accompany you, my lord." Grace stood in the open door. She'd heard everything that was said. Hugh turned to his man.
"We'll be taking the curricle. Have it brought around to the front, and have my valet bring out my pistols."
The groom ran off to do as he was told. Jo came to the door too, and Grace told her what they were doing. "I hate to leave you alone, but I should go to the village." "I'm not alone. Anna is here, and if I'm not mistaken, Darby may be happy to be rid of us for the afternoon."
"He probably could use some time alone,"
Hugh agreed.
"To rest."
She gave Grace a hug.
I understand that it's important for you to know that the right people have been caught.
She turned to Hugh.
And you will take good care of her.
Joe was warning him about his intentions regarding Grace. They were less than a year apart. Of all their siblings, she was closest to him and understood his moods best. But she was already a friend to Grace. Hugh wished he could tell his sister that there was no need to worry, that he would do everything in his power to make her a part of his life, part of everyone's life at Baronsford. And whatever business needed to be concluded in Brussels with regard to the diamonds and the Bonapartes, he'd see to that too. Grace went inside to fetch her bonnet, and he followed her in. After telling Darby what had transpired, Hugh ushered her out of the cottage. The two walked in silence to the carriage. His valet was waiting for him with his hat and gloves. His pistols had been stored beneath the seat, and he helped her up before climbing in and taking the reins. Their shoulders bumped as the horses turned out into the lane, and she discreetly adjusted her seat, trying to keep a proper distance between them. Hugh looked at the blush in her cheeks, at the way her hands gripped the edge of the seat to keep herself securely positioned. He gazed at her beautiful profile, and she turned her face away toward the flowering meadow.
Say what's on your mind, Grace.
Last night
was inevitable. It's been coming since the first time we kissed each other.
As Hugh hurried to talk, his words tumbled out on top of each other. He had so much that he wanted to tell her.
Everything about you thrills me. When I'm with you, all my honourable intentions just fly out beyond my reach.
Please stop. Her hands pressed against her cheeks. I'm so embarrassed by what happened. I don't know what came over me. I was sleeping. And then you were outside of my door, and it all seemed like...
Like what?
He asked, resting his hand on her knee. Don't torment me. Don't encourage me to remember. I've forgotten none of it, she said softly, pushing his hand away. But you must understand that such wantonness is not part of who I am. It's not the way I was brought up. It's not the way I behave. But last night, the way I acted, the things I said, that was not stealing a kiss. I brazenly encouraged you to do more. Much, much more. And he intended to do much, much more, for a long time to come. But her innocence still astounded him.
You're a grown woman, Grace.
Her gaze flew to his face. Tears shone in her beautiful eyes. She was genuinely upset. I am a grown woman, a spinster of 28 years who's never allowed herself to be caught up in any romantic trysts. I've never given my heart or my body to a man. I've avoided the temptation of liaisons wherever I've lived. She stabbed at a tear that slid down her cheek. I don't know why I allowed myself to start now. It's inexcusable that I have led you on when in 2 days I'm going to ask you to keep your promise. Her words stabbed at him. She couldn't be talking about leaving, he told himself. Not now. Sometime amid the happenings of this past week, he'd cast off that conversation. Everything was different between them now.
What promise?
Of sending me to Antwerp. Hugh's temper flared, and he had a difficult time holding it in check.
No, that will not be happening. That promise was made before I knew who you were. Everything has changed. I have feelings for you, and I know you have feelings for me. You can't deny it.
But you gave me your word.
I insisted that you wait a fortnight before we discussed it again. You decided you'd be well enough to leave in a week. I don't care what was said, but I will willingly, merrily renege on any promise that allows you to go to Antwerp.
Hugh sounded petulant even to himself, but he didn't care. He wanted her to stay. You're not being reasonable. She matched his sharp tone. You know who I am, as does Joe. But so do others, now that Mrs. Douglas knows. Can't you see this is even more reason for me to go? My family are still considered traitors to the crown. I am not only the daughter of Daniel Ware, I'm also a Macpherson, a Jacobite on my mother's side. Enemies to the English government everywhere you turn. I cannot stay here and simply wish those things away. I'll not do that to you, or Joe, or to your family. None of this mattered. He didn't care who her family was, or where she'd come from. All of this was irrelevant to Hugh. He'd fallen in love with Grace. She was the only thing that mattered. He repeated the words in his mind. He was in love with her. But she was too upset. She wasn't hearing him. She was too caught up in the drama of her situation to listen to him declare his affection, or admit what he knew was in her heart. "I need to tell you something I did this morning," Hugh said, forcing a note of calm into his voice. "There is nothing that you've done or will do that can change my mind." He hoped she was wrong. "Hear me out." "Please, don't do this. Don't you see it's best if you just let me go?" He wouldn't do that. He couldn't let Grace walk out of his life. And arguing about it wasn't about to accomplish anything. He reined the horses to a stop. Baronsford sat majestically on the rise behind them. The forest and the road to Melrose lay straight ahead. "After leaving your bedroom last night, I wrote a letter to the Prince Regent. I asked him to grant you a pardon." This morning, after sending the letter off by express, he'd thought that he would hold back telling her about it until he had an answer. But now he realized she had a right to know. Glistening tears ran freely down her face as she stared at him. "I put the full force of the Pennington name behind my appeal. My name, my father's. All the service and influence we represent. I explained your past circumstance, your present situation, and my intentions," Hugh told her, taking her hand. Her fingers were ice cold as he brought them to his lips. "I love you, Grace. And in that letter I made it known that I'm planning to marry you, if you'll have me. If you find me—" She didn't wait for him to say anything more. Her arms were around his neck. She wept softly as her lips pressed against his. Hugh lifted her onto his lap as he kissed her cheeks and her lips, tasting the saltiness of her tears. He held her against him, knowing that he would never let her go, regardless of what the Prince Regent decided. Hugh had influence at court. He would fight for her and for their happiness. He was even prepared to move, to go to the colonies or America, as his Uncle Piers and his wife had done. He would do whatever was needed for them to be together. "I love you," she whispered against his lips. "I thought I'd die in the darkness of that crate, and yet now I know the wind and the ocean currents were carrying me to you. When that ship was tossed about in the sea, I didn't know I was about to be caught up in an even more powerful storm of affection, passion, and unmatched honor. You are that storm, and you've swept me away. You've made me dare to dream, but—" "There is no but, my love." She placed her fingers against his lips. Her face was so close that he could see his own reflection in the shining pools of tears in her eyes. "But I want you to take back your offer of marriage." He took her hand away from his lips. "I'll do no such thing. I intend to spend the rest of my life with you." She caressed his face, placed a tender kiss on his lips. "Then you need to hold that offer in your heart, as I shall keep it in mine for now." "What do you mean? Do you think I'll stay silent when you torment me with threats of going back to Antwerp, when I know you love me?" "You can ask me again, if you still want to, but only if your Prince Regent grants his pardon." "Blast the Prince Regent!" Hugh exploded. "Grace, I don't give a—" "No ultimatums, no threats. I won't have you throwing away your achievements or your career.
I won't alienate you from your family," she told him.
The feathery touch of her fingers traced the hard lines on his face. Tears slid down her flawless cheeks.
"Don't make me suffer with the fear that I could ruin you in the same way that my own family was ruined. With my father dead, I have no one. No brothers or sisters, no cousins or aunts or uncles. I have no home, no roots to cling to and use as my strength. Do you think I would allow that to happen to the man I love? I can't. I won't do that to you. I won't pass such a legacy on to our children."
She closed her eyes as another sob forced her to take a breath. He wanted to assure her their life would be different. He wanted to tell her that she had grown up in a time of war. The world was changed now. He wanted to tell her that, but he knew it would be a lie. What was true was that he would sacrifice it all for her. He would give up everything he had. She leaned her forehead against his. Their lips were a breath apart. "I love you," she whispered. "But for now, you must keep your offer safely locked away." Chapter 24. Walking up from Darby's cottage, Joe stopped and stared across the fields at the horses being whipped into a breakneck pace along the lane toward Barnsford's front door. Only an emergency would necessitate such reckless speed. Then she recognized the carriage, and tension immediately pooled between her shoulder blades. Lord or Lady Nithsdale. Whatever the reason for this visit, the first thought to run through her mind was disappointment that Hugh wasn't here to put these people in their place. After all, it was their guest, Mrs. Douglas, who'd endangered Grace with her careless hints and invitations. If Joe were only strong enough, brave enough, she'd call to task the annoying Earl and the Countess herself. As she hurried along the path, however, Joe knew she wouldn't. Propriety always silenced her. That and the gnawing shame that the Nithsdales knew all about her past, about her murky origins and the public scandal that would dog her forever, regardless of the protection of the Pennington name and wealth. Just as Joe reached the gravelled courtyard, the carriage careened through the gates, and the frenzied horses were reined in.
"My lord,"
she called out as the portly Earl leaped to the ground.
"Has something happened?"
"Where is Greysdale?"
Nithsdale demanded, moving past her toward the door without so much as a bow. More proof of how insignificant she was in these people's opinion, she thought bitterly. Without her family nearby, the man omitted even the most rudimentary curtsies.
"He's not at home,"
she said. Nithsdale spun around.
"But I must speak to him at once."
How she desperately wanted to tell him how little she cared about his wishes. Sharp words struggled to break free to the surface. Jo searched her inner resources for even an ounce of Hugh's strength to remonstrate the Earl for his ungentlemanly manner of greeting her. But nothing left her lips, and she stood silent, frustrated and constrained.
"Speak," he ordered.
Where can I find his lordship?
Melrose Village, she answered finally, unable to say more. Without another word to her, Nithsdale shouted to his driver and scrambled into the carriage. As Jo watched the vehicle race down the lane, she tried to convince herself that her bone of contention lay with Lady Nithsdale and not her husband. That was a lie, Jo admitted silently a moment later. The truth was that she was a coward. She'd been only a girl at the time, but after news of Wynne Melfort's proposal circulated, she'd allowed the gossip and the petty arrogance and the envy of people like the Nithsdales to destroy her happiness. Wallowing in the shameful uncertainties of her birth, she hadn't the courage to fight the accusations and the innuendo. She had retreated into a cowardly silence. 15 years later, she was still hiding. Grace looked through the small, barred window in the door of the cell. They were definitely the 3 men who attacked her and Darby on the lane. The leader, with the distinctive M tattooed on his hand, was standing beneath the high window, scowling at the others. The one who'd come at her sat on a cot. The man who kicked Darby crouched in a corner, staring at nothing. She didn't want to stay here one moment longer than she had to. She was satisfied they'd caught the right ones. After their ride into the village and all that was said by the man standing beside her, Grace wanted this business finished. But there was no chance of that until they knew for certain the motive behind the attack. Hugh touched her elbow and she nodded. He had the look of a leashed hound. He wanted answers. He led her outside the jail where Truscott waited. The other Baronsford men were milling about near the market cross and lounging at the corner by the George Inn.
"How did you find them?"
Hugh asked. Truscott sent Grace a look.
"We went to the limestone mine and talked to the operator. As bad luck would have it, the mine was shut down for the past week. A partial cave-in of one of the tunnels. We couldn't narrow it down at all because no one was working but a wee crew shoring up the works. They started operations again just this morning."
"And no one knew anything?"
Hugh pressed.
"While we were talking to the operator, one of the foremen came in. He said there was a brawl between two fellows last night."
Truscott looked at Hugh.
"And not one of your bare-knuckle bouts. The lads had been gambling at cards fairly heavily earlier in the week, as they tend to do when the mine is shut down. One of them lost a tidy sum to another, and when the winner wanted to collect, the other fellow said he'd pay him back when he got back from doing a big job up by Melrose. Turns out the job didn't work out the way he'd hoped, and when he came back last night, he didn't have the money to pay his debt."
"We know what the big job was,"
Hugh put in.
"They called the man out of the mine," Truscott continued. "And as soon as he saw us, he ran for it, and then fought like the devil when we caught him. He gave us an earful about laying hands on an innocent working man, but soon enough he was singing like a magpie."
"Did he give up the other two?"
Hugh asked.
"He did. His confederates were still in the mine, and the operator brought them out as well. Once we had all three, two of them pointed their fingers at the one with the M brand, who goes by the name Quint, as the ringleader."
Hugh glanced back at the jail door, looking like he was ready to go back in there.
"Did they tell you anything?" "The two had plenty to say, but Quint is a hard one."
"What reason did they give for the attack?"
Hugh pressed.
"Why come here and wait on a country lane? They'd be fools to call that a big job."
Grace could see he was growing angrier by the minute.
"That's the most interesting part," Truscott continued. "They said Quint's brother, a manservant, came to him with the offer of good money to snatch a particular woman and deliver her to a spot on the Jedburgh Road, just south of Melrose. They were paid a few shillings up front, and they were to get equal shares of £15 on delivery."
"A manservant to whom?"
Hugh demanded.
"They didn't know, and Quint has yet to talk. The two described him, though. He said he was tall and had a cast in his right eye."
Grace knew that no manservant would be paying that much money for her abduction. He had to be acting on behalf of his master.
"I'll have the bailiff search out every estate from Berwick to Edinburgh,"
Hugh said to her.
"We'll find out who was behind this. Until then—"
A carriage drawn by 4 horses clattered into the village at high speed. As the chariot raced past them, Grace saw a round face peering from the window suddenly cry out to the driver to stop. No sooner had the driver reined in his team than a rotund man leaped from the carriage and hurried back to where they were standing. Hugh's face darkened as the man approached.
"Lord Greysteel,"
the man called.
"I was just at Baronsford. Your sister told me I would find you here."
"Lord Nithsdale,"
he replied in an icy tone. Lady Nithsdale's husband, Grace thought. The other half, for better or for worse.
"I need a moment to speak with you, if you can spare—" "We're busy," Hugh growled threateningly. "This is not the time."
Nithsdale took an involuntary step back, then seemed to notice for the first time that the Viscount was not alone. He nodded to Truscott and glanced at Grace.
"Oh, is this— would your lordship be so kind as to introduce your guest?"
The Lord Justice's hesitation was intimidating. In spite of the difference in rank, there was no question in Grace's mind that the Viscount was in charge here. Hugh introduced her as Miss Grace Ware, but his words were clipped, and his anger was palpable.
"Now, if you'll excuse us,"
he snapped, turning away from the Earl.
"If you have just a moment to spare, my business is quite important. You see,
Hugh cut him off.
"I've just told you this is not the time, Nithsdale. You think your business is always paramount in importance, but I am at present engaged in official business."
Grace marvelled at Nithsdale's change in attitude. He suddenly looked like an errant, grovelling schoolboy, asking the master for permission to relinquish his dunce cap and rejoin the class.
"If you could spare just a moment,"
he persisted meekly.
"This pertains to Mrs. Douglas."
Hugh clenched and unclenched his fists, glaring at Nithsdale.
"See it."
The Earl looked even less sure of himself, but she could see he was already in too deep.
"Perhaps if Truscott and Miss Grace would excuse us for a moment—"
Hugh steered Nithsdale a few steps away, but they were still near enough that she could hear their conversation. The Earl fumbled with his words for a moment.
"Pray, take no offence, but I need to ask you what you said to the woman." "Bloody hell," Hugh growled. "I apologise that I've caught you at a bad time."
Nithsdale glanced at the jail door.
"But, well, my wife is all in a dither. Her friend returned from Baronsford yesterday in a bit of a huff, where I'm told she spoke with you, and then packed her bags and left." "Left where?"
Hugh asked sharply.
"I don't really know. London, I think. The woman made some excuse about being called to help with some fashion crisis or other. Some letter had arrived, she said, but no letter came for her, so the whole thing is a mystery to me. In any event, the woman went off. Lady Nithsdale is all at 6s and 7s. So here I am, chasing shadows while the best salmon run the Tweed has seen in years is happening without me. Again, I apologise for detaining you, my lord, but please understand my position. My wife—"
Why the hasty departure, Grace thought, unless Mrs. Douglas was behind the attack.
"Did she travel with servants?"
Hugh asked.
"Of course. Several." "A manservant?"
Nithsdale stared for a moment, then thought about the question.
"Let me see. Yes, a driver and a manservant, along with her maid." "What did the manservant look like?" See here, I don't know that I ever looked twice at the man." "Think, Nithsdale." "We should speak with my driver. He should—"
The Earl paused nervously.
"Wait, now that I think of it. There was one thing I recall. The man had a cast in one eye. Couldn't tell if he was looking at you or looking at something behind you. Bloody annoying, I should think."
Chapter 25. Schemes, abduction, possibly even murder. All for a diamond. Night had fallen by the time they left the village to return to Baronsford. After Lord Nithsdale had scurried off to his chariot and departed, Hugh had excused himself and gone into the bailiff's house. While they waited, Grace had accompanied Truscott to the inn, where she nibbled at something, while the estate manager dined, and they had a chance to talk. Now, with Truscott and the rest of the Baronsford men following along in carts and on the horseback, Grace sat beside Hugh as the carriage rolled along the wooded lane, surrounded by darkness. Far ahead she could see a lamp swinging in the hand of one of the grooms who'd accompanied Truscott to the mines. Grace had so many questions. She'd waited for an opportunity like this, where the others wouldn't hear them, but Hugh was deep in thought. Mrs. Douglas's involvement was difficult to understand. From all accounts, the woman lacked for nothing. As the recent widow of a highly placed minister, she travelled in the elite echelons of government leaders and the haut ton. She had a comfortable fortune that allowed her to live as she pleased. Perhaps when it came to greed, Grace thought, she had indeed led a sheltered life. Or maybe this attack was not about wealth at all. Fears and speculations about her father were also nagging at her. She'd always been a dutiful daughter, believing that Daniel Ware was an honourable and self-sacrificing man, incapable of wrongdoing. But there was so much about this duel that bothered her. "I don't know what to think anymore." The words were spoken aloud and drew Hugh from his reveries. "About my father," Grace continued. "I cannot resolve in my mind if this diamond was intended as a gift to Queen Julie from her husband, or if it was meant to fund the Emperor's followers. And did my father know the danger surrounding it?"
Thinking of him not as a military commander, but as a loving father, I cannot imagine him knowingly exposing you to dangers he couldn't protect you from. I prefer to believe he was as ignorant as you were of the diamond we found sewn into your dress."
"I want to believe that," she agreed. To be sure, Daniel Ware was no expert in women's fashions. I know for sure that in all his years as an only parent, only once did he speak to a dressmaker. No. If he wanted to hide a jewel he was charged with delivering, there were a dozen other ways he would have considered. He wore a money belt. Why not keep it there? Or the small chest we travelled with. It had a false bottom for documents, and would easily have held the diamond. It may even have fit in the hollowed-out head of his cane. I believe you have hit on the answer. He simply couldn't have known. He took her cold hand in his and brought it to his lips. She was so grateful he understood that, regardless of her own doubts, she was still her father's daughter, and distrusting him wounded her. She would not believe, now that he was gone, that his love was all a lie. Her father wouldn't knowingly put her in danger. But the question of who secreted the diamond in her dress remained unanswered. Grace's mind returned to Mrs. Douglas and her hasty departure from the borders. But how did Mrs. Douglas know we were carrying the diamond? I'm certain she didn't travel from America on the same ship, and she wasn't in Philadelphia while we were there, to my knowledge. But the woman did know about the jewel, and it angered Grace to think how close she'd come to being ensnared in her net.
I find it hard to believe she was working alone. She may have had correspondents in America, but as far as her motive for any of this...
He shook his head.
The more I think about it, the more inconceivable it becomes that she would expose herself to ruin the way she has, simply to steal a diamond.
Light from the rising moon filtered through the trees and passed over his face. He was again immersed in his thoughts. When Hugh joined them at the inn, he'd told her and Truscott that he'd issued orders by express to the constables and the military commanders at Newcastle, Carlisle and York to take Mrs. Douglas into custody when she travelled through going south. Truscott had predicted that, as Lord Justice, he would see to it that she was pursued all the way to London. He'd also hinted that Hugh considered the attack on Grace to be a personal attack on himself. And God help the woman when he finds her. Grace's mind returned to his proposal. Even now, she wondered if, at some forgotten moment in her history, she'd done something exceptionally good for someone, or if, without knowing it, she'd been blessed by some kind of person who'd wished her well in life. It had to be the latter, she thought, for she certainly didn't deserve this happiness. To fall in love with this magnificent man and have him reciprocate her affection and even ask for her hand in marriage. It was too much. Her heart yearned for him, and yet ached at the same time. She could lose him. Hugh's request might be denied, and Grace would not ruin his life for the sake of her own happiness. But for today and tomorrow, and for every day until an answer from his Prince Regent arrived, she would allow herself to bask in the glow of happy thoughts of a future. Grace stole another glance at Hugh. The tension in his face and his shoulders had not eased. A pang of guilt stabbed at her. Here she was, daydreaming about a life that she might never have, while he fretted over her present circumstances. Mrs. Douglas has a day's head start. Do you think they'll find her?
Not between here and London,
he said, turning his attention to her.
She lied to Nithsdale about her destination to throw off any pursuers. But I couldn't take the chance. If Mrs. Douglas's involvement ties her to Antwerp or America, she won't stay in England. Regardless of her connections, she was frightened enough to run. I would wager she fled toward either Edinburgh or Glasgow yesterday.
Where she can board a ship, Grace concluded. Of course, this made sense. At least 2 men were in shackles who would gladly testify against the woman's manservant. If her man in turn informed on Mrs. Douglas, she'd have nowhere to hide in England or Scotland, in spite of her wealth and position.
Before we left, I also sent orders to the Master of Police in Glasgow, and to the Chief Constable in Edinburgh, to have their men watch for her, and to check every outgoing ship's passenger list, he explained. But again, she's too smart to travel under her own name.
And it would be easy to disappear once she set sail. Grace's family had mastered the art decades ago. There were many who gladly offered shelter to anyone at odds with England. What will happen if she does get away? She asked. Moonlight shone full on his face when he looked at her, and she could read the concern there.
Whether she's captured or not, I don't believe you are out of danger. Others must be involved. We're not done with this.
But I wish to be done with it, she said, speaking from her heart. I know nothing of this diamond or its value. I want to be rid of it. His arm slipped around her, and he drew her closer to his side.
I am sorry. I wish I could make it go away.
An old thought lingered at the edge of her mind. I'd like to send a letter to Queen Julie.
Let's not begin that again, he said pleadingly. I am not letting you go to Brussels.
She leaned her head against his shoulder, knowing that after the words they'd spoken today, after his proposal, she couldn't go. That is, she wouldn't go unless she was forced to. I need only to send a letter and explain what happened in Antwerp, and tell her that I'm here. I'll make no mention of the diamond, she told him. This way, if the jewel was intended to go to the Queen, if my father was indeed doing a favour for Joseph, then she'll tell me. His lips brushed against her brow.
Very well. Do it. Write the letter, but I'm telling you now, if she writes back and asks where the diamond is, she'll need to send her own courier to retrieve it. You will not be risking your life to deliver it.
That sounds fair, she agreed. Grace stole a kiss from his lips when he smiled down at her. They were hidden from the others by the night and the gloom of the woods, but still there was a chance that those who rode behind had espied what she'd just done. She didn't care. An impenetrable veil obscured the future, but for today and tomorrow and however many days belonged to them, there was no weight on her heart. She loved Hugh and he loved her. These were the only essential truths she needed right now. The woods parted ahead, and Baronsford came into view. Torches flared, illuminating the front courtyard even at this distance. Candles flickered in a dozen windows. Joe was making certain that the warm light of welcome shone into the darkness. Grace thought of her and the pleasing possibility of having Joe as a sister. She imagined the moment when she would hear the news. Grace pulled away from Hugh's side and straightened her skirt. But that couldn't happen. Not yet. His gaze searched her face. If you please, we need to keep any word of our attachment private.
You're saying I shouldn't tell Jo?
I believe it would be easier. If the Prince Regent's decision is not what you want, the less we need to explain, the better for everyone. Grace knew her friend hoped she and Hugh would form this attachment. Jo would be very disappointed if she thought there had been a chance that didn't work out.
Believe what you will, but my head will be delivered on a platter if Jo hasn't been informed of our news before my parents arrive.
Grace's heart sank. When are your parents arriving?
Let me see. They left London when Jo did. They've been touring the Lake Country and visiting friends there. The letter I sent should reach them by tomorrow latest.
He flashed her a smile.
They should be here by Tuesday.
You told them?
Of course. They are my parents. I couldn't very well announce to the Prince Regent our intention to marry and not tell them.
Grace drew a deep breath. She'd have done the same thing in his position. She'd never have kept such news from her father. What if I'd refused? He leaned toward her. His lips were a whisper away.
After last night, there was no chance of that.
She loved this man. He already knew her too well. But nothing is definite. No planning, no hoping, she reminded him. Perhaps you can write to your parents again and explain the logic behind my thinking.
I'm afraid there's very little chance of that.
But, as she started to argue, he kissed her lips, silencing her.
And Jo has to be told, he continued. I'm quite certain that within moments of reading that letter, my mother will have written to the rest of the family.
Grace covered her face with her hands, but there were still too many things that could go wrong. The Prince Regent's decision was crucial, but she worried about Hugh's family's reaction. Lord and Lady Ayton might not want a penniless Scots-Irish rebel as a daughter-in-law. Talk about scandal. Hugh reined in the horses and peeled her hands off her face. They'd arrived at Baronsford.
Don't worry, my love. I'll find the right moment and soften Jo up before I give her news. But you should know that she'll be the most difficult one to win over.
Hugh and Jo went off in the morning to attend the Sunday service, but Grace decided to stay at Baronsford. She was a stranger here, and she could only guess at the rumours circulating about her. Still, if she could help it, she didn't want to bring any extra attention to herself or the Penningtons. She had no desire to meet the local gentry at church right now, for it would surely mean subsequent social calls, and she preferred to remain in the shadows. Escaping to Hugh's study, she buried her head in the law books. She had more to do in her research for the Campbell case, and when she looked up several hours later, the sun was streaming in the windows. Grace had no doubt she'd face plenty of scrutiny once Hugh's parents arrived. She'd only been at Baronsford for less than a month. She wouldn't fault Lord and Lady Ayton if they worried whether their son had formed a connection too hastily. Any good parent would worry about her motive. Hugh was a prize for any woman, but they might not find her to be good enough for their heir. Grace loved him, and she knew his matching words were the absolute truth. But that wasn't enough. Her background, her parentage, her family's affiliation with the French Emperor and his brother and Queen Julie. The list went on endlessly, and their objections could as well. Grace would be terribly naive if she thought they would be pleased to have their son marry someone like her. And all of this worry was over and above the question of the Prince Regent's decision. So much about her future was unresolved. This was, for now, why discretion was essential. "Where is she?" Jo's voice resonated through Baronsford's halls. "Where is she hiding, Mrs. Henson? Where is my future sister-in-law?" So much for discretion. Grace wished she could crawl under the rug and hide. Hugh must have told his sister their news on the ride back from church. "Here you are. Jo burst into the study, and Grace put down the book she had in her hand. The broad smile on her friend's face brought her own emotions quickly to the surface. "Please, Jo, nothing is definite. You shouldn't announce it." She didn't have a chance to say any more as Hugh's sister threw her arms around her. The woman's happiness was positively contagious. The two held each other, and Grace couldn't stop the tears. Her love for Hugh and her friendship with Jo were the only things that she was confident of in this uncertain life she was leading. "I've hoped for this. For 8 years I've prayed that he would find happiness again." Jo's eyes were misty when she drew back and held Grace's hands. "And then it happened. The day you arrived in that crate. The fact that you survived that horrendous crossing, it was a sure sign. You two were meant to be together." Grace smiled through her tears. If only others could view their relationship with such positive hope and belief. She gathered her friend once again in her arms. "Please, I told Hugh, and I'm telling you, we cannot make this news public. If we could just wait, if not for the Prince Regent's decision, then at least until we find out your parents' position." "There will be no waiting," Jo said, leading her to a sofa where they both sat. "First of all, Hugh makes up his own mind on how he lives his life. But secondly, you'll soon learn that our parents are true believers in second chances. Each of them had harrowing early years in life. They each were married before and widowed. My mother was told she could never have a child, and an accident had left my father crippled. But they found each other, and now there are 5 of us, or at least 4 that she gave birth to." Jo laughed happily, holding Grace's hand. "All through the years when Hugh was drowning in his grief, my mother said over and over again that the time would come for him too, that he would find happiness, that there was a woman out there who would bring him back to life, bring life back to Baronsford. She only needed to arrive. And then you did arrive, in a crate addressed to him." The strings of her heart were singing, and Grace closed her eyes. But the bittersweet tears wouldn't stop. Life could not be so easy. Fate was not trustworthy. "Our parents will love you. They've been waiting for you," Jo whispered. "We've all been waiting." Chapter 26. The family preferred to dine early on Sundays to allow the kitchen staff time to themselves, and Jo would have happily taken the discussion of weddings and gowns and flowers into the drawing room for the remainder of the afternoon. When the butler announced that Cain Branson had arrived from Edinburgh and was waiting in the study, Grace asked to join Hugh, for she wanted to share information from a particular case she'd found.
"My lord,"
the law clerk said, rising from a table by the window as they entered the room,
"I have the testimony."
Grace watched as the young man produced a packet of documents.
"Tell us what you've learned." "When I arrived in Edinburgh, I went directly to Mr. Kinniburgh's school in Chelsea's Court, as you directed. He could not have been kinder, sir, when he heard your name." "He's a good man," Hugh said. "Proceed." "Immediately he cancelled all his appointments and accompanied me to the Bridewell on Carlton Hill. We had some difficulty there. They needed to send to the warden's house for the man, but eventually we were all situated in his office, where Mr. Kinniburgh translated your questions and Mrs. Campbell's answers, which was a wee bit like some dismal harlequinade pantomime, and the warden served as witness."
"Excellent," Hugh encouraged.
"What did she communicate to you?" "What we learned earlier about her husband was correct, though some question remains about whether they were legally married. He deserted her and their 3 children in Glasgow not a week before the event on the bridge. She reluctantly confirmed the neighbour's account that after a bout of drunkenness, the villain gave her a thrashing and lit out. He hasn't been seen since, though a neighbour believes he shipped out on a merchant ship bound for the Indies."
The blackguard, Grace thought, like a snake slithering away from his responsibilities to his family.
The day of the child's death," he continued, "Mrs. Campbell was crossing the Salt Market Bridge on her way home to her children. One of them was with her. 3 years of age he was. The lad had grown weary from the long walk, and some time before she'd strapped him on her back."
"A 3-year-old can be a handful," Grace said. She'd seen women escaping war-torn areas with young children strapped to their backs.
"Mr. Kinnaborough offered her a handkerchief to represent the child. She showed us how she'd been carrying him, using her shawl as a sling and holding the ends tight against her chest. Mrs. Campbell told us that when they reached the bridge, she rested for a moment, leaning back against the battlements. A chestnut dealer was not far off, and the lad began to squirm and point that he was hungry."
Grace felt her insides go cold, knowing how this would end.
Mrs. Campbell reached inside her dress to see if she had a halfpenny for the chestnuts, and one end of the shawl slipped from her grip. Before she knew it, the boy had rolled free and tumbled into the river.
Grace could only imagine the panic and the helplessness the mother must have felt.
"My lord, when she showed us this, she wept something pitiful. Some folk passing by saw the lad go over, and they grabbed hold of her. The boy was swept away on the river current."
"How awful for her," Grace murmured, feeling herself choke up.
"You're right about that, mistress. When Mr. Kinnaborough conveyed to her that the people on the bridge reported to the authorities that she'd thrown the child over intentionally, the woman nearly went mad right then and there. The sounds of anguish that filled the warden's office would have melted the hardest of hearts. She thought she was being held because the child had died by accident. She didn't know any better. And she couldn't understand why they wouldn't let her go home to her other children."
The horror of losing your child would be devastating enough, Grace thought. But then not to know what was happening to your other children, not to know who was feeding them and caring for them. She looked at Hugh, whose fierce frown showed that he was also clearly moved by the story.
"I told her, through Mr. Kinnaborough, that your lordship had taken a personal interest in her case. It was beyond our ability to explain the dilemma of the madhouse versus the gallows, and I didn't think she needed to know just then what was facing her." "Quite right, Branson,"
Hugh said quietly.
"We stopped there. I copied out my notes of the testimony, added the warden's comments and Mr. Kinnaburgh's as well. The gentleman took an oath and signed it as witness. But will it be enough, my lord?"
Hugh sat back in his chair, his brow furrowed as he considered what they'd heard. Grace recalled what he told her about the predispositions of juries and the limited choices of the judges hearing these cases. The deadlock of the justices in this case pertained specifically to that issue. If Mrs. Campbell was capable of understanding the moral implications of the case, then she would face a potentially prejudiced jury. If she wasn't, she would spend the rest of her life in an asylum. The future of her children looked dire either way. Grace decided this was the time to share what she'd found. "I found a few things that might be helpful." Hugh's approving nod encouraged her.
"Tell us."
"To begin, your clerks have been noting a few cases of relevance that I found in Lord Dreghorn's Arguments and Decisions in Remarkable Cases, and volumes 1, 4, and 5 in Dilly and Elliott's Decisions of the Court of Session produced cases involving deaf mutes, which would support your position on the unreliability of juries faced with such defendants."
"But you found something specific?"
he asked, reading her thoughts. "Yes, I did. Just this morning." Grace rose and went to the chair where she'd been working earlier. Picking up a thick volume, she brought it back and laid it on the table in front of Hugh. "Thomas Leach's Cases in Crown Law," she said again. "Several cases pertain to the issue, but case 58, found on page 97, relates to a defendant named Thomas Jones, being tried in 1773 for stealing 5 guineas. The court faced the same dilemma that caused such difficulty for the justices in Glasgow regarding Mrs. Campbell. This Jones was deaf and mute, and the court could not decide if he stood mute through obstinacy or by the visitation of God. It was either the asylum for life or trial, Finally, someone found a Mrs. Lazarus who could communicate with Jones. Realizing that the defendant was capable of receiving intelligence from her by means of signs, the court used her as a translator of sorts, and he was arraigned and put on trial.
And how did it turn out for him?
Hugh asked. Whether it was the evidence against him or the jury's antipathy, the record says nothing, only that he was found guilty of simple larceny and transported.
So there is a precedent for using Mr. Kinniburgh to communicate her testimony,
Branson suggested.
Leitch's cases pertains to English law, if I'm not mistaken,
Hugh observed. You yourself suggested that the argument could be made that since the union of Scotland and England, the precedents can apply. Well, Mr. Hume cites 3 cases in his critical commentaries on Scottish criminal law in which that happens. Hugh pondered for a moment.
So with this precedent, I can order Mrs. Campbell to stand trial.
You can do that, she agreed. But Mr. Hume also discusses the range of power exercised by justices in the pre-trial hearings. Branson nearly leaped from his chair.
You can use Kinniburgh's testimony that was not available before, find her competent to stand trial,
and dismiss the case for lack of evidence, Grace concluded.
My lord, not one of the witnesses testified that he actually saw Mrs. Campbell throw the child from the bridge.
Hugh laid his hand flat on the volume before him.
Branson, I know it's Sunday, but I need you to note all the precedents that Miss Grace has searched out, along with her argument.
The clerk nodded, and his satisfied smile told her the man was not unhappy with the task ahead. Hugh looked at Grace.
I know how to proceed now, thanks to you. Fine work indeed.
What will you do? She asked.
We have a great deal happening this week, he continued. It will be best if I ride directly to Edinburgh and call my court into session tomorrow.
And what will happen to her?
Based on all you and Branson have given me, I'll not send the case back to the lower courts. I'll rule from the bench that an impartial jury, upon hearing the additional evidence, would find a charge of murder not proven, if even that. Therefore, to avoid more time and expense being wasted,
Hugh took her hand in his.
I'll dismiss the case for, as you said, lack of sufficient evidence to go to trial. Jane Campbell will be freed.
Chapter 27. Baronsford had been approaching a state of pandemonium all day. Mrs. Henson and Mr. Simons each led their armies of housemaids and chambermaids and kitchen maids and cooks and valets and footmen through wing after wing and floor after floor of the house, in preparation for the arrival of Lord and Lady Ayton. Grace decided that staying out of the way would be her best course of action. After looking in on Darby in the morning while the doctor was visiting, she divided the rest of her time between the lower library, the gardens, and the kennels, where a new litter of pups had recently been born. As the Monday sun dropped lower in the western sky, Grace's anxiety grew. Hugh had not yet returned from Edinburgh, and he'd told her that his parents would probably arrive by Tuesday at the latest, and that worried her dreadfully. Scattered among the years of accompanying her father and his regiment on the battlefields, she'd had the opportunity of being introduced to some of the most powerful people in Europe. But never, before meeting Hugh, had she felt such insecurity about who she was or how she'd be received. Standing at the window of the library and watching the golden light bathing the distant meadows, she realized that she had so much to lose. If Hugh were here, she knew his presence would bolster her spirits, and Grace found herself fervently wishing the Earl and the Countess would come later, rather than sooner. An hour later, Hugh had still not arrived, and Jo and Grace shared a modest dinner together in the small dining room. "They do this every time," Jo told her, referring to Mrs. Henson and Mr. Simons. "Hugh lives here virtually all year round. Even though most of the house goes unused, Baronsford is never closed up in any season. Even when my brother is visiting in London or Hertfordshire or Edinburgh, he never reduces the size of his staff. The Prince Regent himself could arrive at any moment with his entire court, and Baronsford would be ready to receive him. Still, those two go out of their way to outdo each other, battling away as if they were in competition. Jo told her about the unending array of decisions the housekeeper and butler brought to her during the day. Any time she'd tried to get up to the Tower House for even a moment, someone was at her elbow, requesting her presence or opinion. You, my friend, will do an excellent job of running this place when you're mistress of Baronsford. Grace shook her head, hoping Jo would be more sympathetic to her reluctance about speaking openly about this with servants bustling about. But it was not to be. There was no stopping her. I'm only here for a short time, mostly in the spring and summer. Jo smiled at her and nodded to have their plates taken away. But this house needs a real mistress, a confident and capable woman with a loving heart and a first-rate mind. They'll be perfect for it, and for him. Grace pressed her hand against her jittery stomach, wishing she could share her friend's optimism. Since learning the news yesterday, Jo had mentioned the wedding more times than Grace could count. It was as if the more she spoke of it, the more certain it was that the event would take place. Though Grace would never have said a word, she found it surprising for a woman who'd seen her own future altered dramatically at the last moment, because of a question of suitability. Please tell Mrs. Henson and Mr. Simons that they should allow the staff to retire for the evening, Jo told the second butler, as the last of their plates were cleared. Everyone has done quite enough work for the day. Then you don't expect your parents to arrive tonight? Grace said, trying to keep the note of hopefulness out of her voice. I shouldn't think so. My father is not fond of travelling after dark. I believe it's safe to assume they've already stopped at some inn along the way. Grace didn't say it, but she was relieved. She wanted Hugh to be here when they arrived. She knew she'd do much better for that first meeting if he were making the introductions. Later, when Jo retired to bed, Grace slipped into Hugh's study, surveying the stacked volumes of trials, judgments, cases that she'd been reading for 3 days now. As she began to replace the books on the shelves, she reminded herself that whatever her own worries were, they were nothing compared to the reality of those who were less fortunate. Women and men with no education, those poor souls who had no skills and no work, those who needed to steal to feed their family, those who suffered for months and years in the jails only because they could not afford adequate legal representation. She thought of Jane Campbell and everything the Irish woman had gone through over the past 6 months. Today, Hugh was in Edinburgh to set her free, but Grace wasn't a fool. She knew that Mrs. Campbell's troubles were far from over. Grace thought of the ragged children of the streets that she saw everywhere she travelled. That woman's young ones might join their numbers. The law cases that filled these walls were a sacred history, chapter and verse, of the perpetual poverty that led to crimes of survival, generation after generation. Settling into a chair with a volume of more recent cases in the Scottish courts, Grace soon lost track of time. Law and its varying interpretations fascinated her. Never before this week had she seen how valuable her memory could be in the service of others. She was lost in her reading when voices outside of the study alerted her to Hugh's return. As she scrambled to her feet, the study door opened. She drank in the sight of him. His impressive height and wide shoulders filled the doorway. Her gaze paid homage to his handsome face and lingered on his sensual mouth. She was starved for the taste of him. "My lord," she said, as a subtle warmth spread from her heart to every limb in her body. It was some time before his dark gaze released her, and Grace became aware of the presence of his law clerk, who'd come in behind him. As Hugh came toward her, she realized that until this moment her entire day had been missing something vital. She clutched the book she'd been reading tightly in one hand. Her face burned from the way he focused on her and nothing else. He looked ready to cast aside propriety and take her into his arms. She glanced meaningfully at the cheerful face of the clerk and back to Hugh. He read her thoughts and stopped when he reached her.
"Starting on the next case."
He stretched out his hand and she tried to show him the volume. But as he took it, his fingers held hers, and a thrill raced up her arm. When he finally took the book, a torch had been lit inside her.
"What do you say, Branson? Shall we add Miss Grace permanently to our law office?" "That would be the happiest day of my service, my lord."
Hugh smiled, glancing back at his man.
"Then I say we make it official."
She had no doubt that Branson had already been told of their secret. Grace sat as trays of supper were carried in for the travellers. "Do tell me how the proceedings went in court today."
"It couldn't have gone better,"
Branson replied as the two men sat to eat.
"Mr. Kinneborough was sworn in to communicate with Mrs. Campbell,"
Hugh told her.
"Her testimony that Branson recorded was entered into the records, and the warden of Brideswell gave a statement attesting to the veracity of it, and added his own favourable impressions. His lordship ruled, just as we discussed, that the defendant wouldn't be found not guilty, but rather not proven if the case went to trial," the clerk added, "and then dismissed the case."
Grace was so relieved. "What happens to Mrs. Campbell now?"
"Kinneborough told me he can teach her to communicate with a series of signs he uses with his students," Hugh answered. "But it was clear she only wants to return to her children." "Her two other children have been living in Argyll with a cousin," Branson explained. "She was going there immediately."
Grace felt a knot forming in her chest as she imagined the reunion of mother and children after this long ordeal.
"The court took the liberty of securing the services of Mr. Kinneborough to accompany Mrs. Campbell to Argyll," Hugh continued. "They'll fetch her family, and he'll bring her back to the borders."
"To the borders?" Grace asked, not believing she'd heard correctly.
"I know it will be a challenge for Mrs. Truscott and her helpers at the Tower House, but Mr. Kinneborough assured me that the woman is capable of learning all she needs to communicate, and I doubt either Joe or Violet will hesitate to take her in."
She looked at Hugh, her heart swelling. When she thought she couldn't love him more, he showed her another level of his compassion. He knew that life held even more difficulties for victims such as Mrs. Campbell once they were released from prison. "Thank you," she whispered, taking his hand in hers. "And I'll try to assist Joe and Violet. I'm fairly adept with languages. I can learn the signs from Mr. Kinneborough and work with her and others." His eyes glowed with affection as he focused on her face, and Grace realized what she'd done. For the first time, she'd spoken of her future at Baronsford. The law clerk was heading off to Glasgow on important business tomorrow, and Hugh had a great deal to discuss with him tonight. Informing Branson that he'd return shortly, he escorted Grace to the stairway. The house was quiet now, and the light of the waning moon was shining down from the high windows. "You are the finest man alive." She moved into his arms, tucking her head beneath his chin. "I love you." Her words, her trusting embrace, knotted his throat. He held her. She'd said she would stay.
"Whatever I am now, Grace, I promise to be an even better man in the future, because you will be here with me. I love you. You made me a happy man just now in accepting my proposal."
She hid her face for a moment in the crook of his neck.
"And I need to hear it again. Say the words."
She bit her lip, the prettiest of blushes warming her cheeks, before she whispered, "God help me. There is nothing in the world that can make me happier than the honor of being married to you."
"Then say yes."
"Yes." She smiled, raising herself on her toes and pressing her lips softly against his. He didn't know it before she came to Baronsford, but Hugh had been ailing for so long, and Grace was the cure. His blood pulsed. He wanted the wedding to take place tomorrow. He wanted her to be a part of him, beginning now. Her hand slipped around his neck, her fingers threading into his hair. Her mouth slanted beneath his, her lips pressing harder. In her innocent way, she was coaxing him to take more. Careful to let slip only a single thread of his control, he let his affection and his passion flow into the kiss. In the giving and taking of their mouths and tongues, in the delicate imitation of the sexual act, he felt himself soar. Her moan of pleasure was the sweetest sound he'd ever heard. Her body molded to his, softened, formed itself to him in ways he hadn't been able to stop thinking of since he'd gone to her bedroom. He released another thread of restraint, allowing his hand to roam over her back, pressing her closer, sliding over her bottom, savouring the perfect fit of their bodies as he pulled her against him. Hugh tore his lips from her mouth and trailed kisses on her face, along the column of her throat. He swept her up in his arms and pressed his lips against the firm, round flesh of her breasts. "When will you be done talking to Mr. Branson?" she whispered. Desire, potent and demanding, surged in his loins. He wanted her. Tonight, tomorrow, for the eternity.
"An hour, maybe less."
"Come to my room, then. I'll be waiting." As Grace prowled anxiously in her room, each minute felt like an hour. For her entire adult life, she considered herself a brave woman. She prided herself for following her father on his military campaigns, living among the battlefields, hearing the bugle calls and the thunder of cavalry charges, standing stoically against the concussion of bombardment she could feel deep in her belly. When it came to society's rules, if they interfered with her beliefs or separated her from what remained of her family, she cared nothing for them. Grace believed that she was bold and independent enough to live life on her own terms and take her chances. She searched for that woman now. But since the loss of her father in Antwerp, something had wrought a change in her. Perhaps it was the helplessness she'd felt seeing his lifeless eyes looking back at her. Perhaps it was those days and nights of unrelenting darkness. She could still stand against attackers on a country lane, but what had she been doing since Hugh had proposed to her? The dauntless Grace Ware had been cowering in fear. Deep down, Grace knew everything she wanted lay in learning to trust herself and Hugh. She needed to bring back the woman who had no fear of taking a chance, of having faith in herself and what she wanted. Hugh had fallen in love with that Grace Ware. It was time to reclaim herself. The soft knock on the door set Grace's heart pounding. She moved quickly to the door and took a deep breath before opening it. He'd discarded his jacket and necktie. Almost involuntarily, she studied every inch of him, trying to stamp into her memory this moment, this man. He was hers, and she was his. And she wanted him more than her next breath. She needed him more than life.
"May I come in?"
She was scorched by the power of his gaze. Extending her hand in invitation, their fingers entwined, and he entered. As soon as the door closed behind him, he caught her up in his embrace, holding her, pressing every curve of her body against his, until she could almost feel his heart beating in her own chest, feel his need spreading through every inch of her body, feel his desire become her own.
"I cannot remember ever wanting anything in life as I want you."
"I'm yours," she whispered fiercely, her passion climbing to the surface. She allowed it to soar. Heart, soul, and body.
"If you want, we can wait for this night until we marry."
"And I say we wait for nothing," she responded. "We've made our promises. And tonight I need you." Grace wanted to crush out all doubts, but to do that she needed to feel Hugh's strength and love. This was the road she must travel. This was the road she wanted to travel. From here there was no turning back, and she embraced it with all the passion within her. As he kissed her mouth, her fingers moved timidly at first, slowly down from his chest to the front of his trousers. She felt the ridges of his hardness pronounced through the layers of clothes. A low groan of pleasure emitted from deep within him, and this was all the encouragement she needed. "I'll not allow you to leave this room unless you have become as frantic with need as I was the last time you were here," she threatened in jest. "But you must tell me if I'm doing something wrong."
"There's nothing you can do to me that would be wrong."
He smiled, kissing her as he backed her across the room. He only paused when they reached the bed.
"But you have to let me start. I've been imagining this for days."
She had no chance to protest as he turned her around and slowly started to unbutton her dress. His breath caressed her back. His lips kissed every inch of skin he exposed. A gasp escaped her when he lost patience and pushed the dress and chemise from her shoulders to her waist, trapping her arms in the sleeves. She burned as his hands slid around her, and he took the weight of each breast in his palms. His thumbs grazed the hardening nipples. Hugh turned to her and kissed her, a long, sensuous kiss. His mouth moved from her lips to her neck, over her collarbone and down to her breasts. Grace closed her eyes as he toyed with each nipple, his tongue and his teeth making every nerve in her body ache with need. But she was determined not to allow him to again lift her alone into a state of bliss. She now understood that mutual satisfaction was part of this game of lovemaking. "Not this time," she whispered, shaking her arms free from the dress. Coaxing his mouth back to her lips, she seduced his mouth with her lips and tongue as she started undoing the buttons of his shirt. "I want to touch you, feel you." Her hands struggled with the buttons, and he lifted the shirt over his head and cast it to the floor. Grace stared at his magnificent chest. Muscle rippled beneath taut skin, demanding to be touched. She traced the lines of white scars that mingled with the soft sprinkle of dark hair, and pressed her lips to them. He took a sharp breath when she bit on his nipple as he'd done to her.
"You're starting a dangerous game, Miss Grace."
He pushed her dress and undergarments down over her hips, where they pooled around her feet. She found herself standing before him, dressed only in stockings. Her breasts felt heavy, begging for the feel of his mouth. Eagerness made the blood pound in her veins. Boldness took over, and she reached for his trousers, fumbling with the buttons and pushing her hand inside. In the next instant, she heard his swift intake of breath as her fingers encircled him. Desire filled her with new courage.
"Grace,"
he groaned, as if in pain when her hands stroked the length of him. The difference in the soft texture of the skin and the hardness and length of his manhood was enthralling. His pulsing heat warmed her hands. He was on fire. He throbbed against her touch. She pushed her other hand into his open trousers and ran it over his buttocks. "I want to see you, to taste you, to get to know your body as you know mine."
"This has to wait."
His need resonated in the rasp of his voice. Grace shivered with anticipation when he lifted her by the waist and sat her on the edge of the bed. She peeled off her stockings and crawled back onto the bed, giving him room to join her as he finished undressing. In the soft candlelight, his body resembled the statue of a god. Naked, he was glorious. Hunger spread through her like wildfire as his eyes paid homage to her face, down along the curls that draped over one breast, past the curves of her belly to the triangle of hair at the junction of her legs. She laid back and moved restlessly against the soft sheet, wishing his weight upon her. Reaching down, Hugh took hold of her ankles, dragging her slowly toward him until her legs dangled over the edge. Whatever he was going to do to her, she was willing.
Lie back and watch.
Her breath hitched in her chest when he caressed the inside of her leg, moving ever higher. He opened her legs wide, and her heart pounded fiercely as his fingers edged closer with each pass, sometimes brushing past, other times lingering long enough for her to moan in wonder. Grace thought she would lose her mind when he moved closer, and his cock touched her sex and rubbed against her. But as she lifted her hips for him, he pulled back. "Take me," she commanded gently. "By God, you take me now, or you will suffer this same fate the next time we make love." She began to raise herself, but smiling, he met her halfway, taking her wrists and pushing them back, trapping them with one hand above her head. His mouth was rough as he took possession of hers, and Grace matched his passion. He broke off the kiss, and she hooked her legs around his thighs, trying to stop him from moving away. He kissed the hollow of her throat, and Grace's body arched against him as his mouth suckled a hardened nipple. When his lips moved down the soft curves of her belly, Grace held her breath. He pushed her legs over his shoulders, and his mouth found her sex. The caress of his tongue on her flesh made her back arch. She wanted more. Her moans of pleasure made him only increase the tempo of his sweet attack. Grace could not take enough air into her lungs, but she was beyond caring as the blood roared wildly in her head. Looking through a gauzy haze that clouded her vision, she rode the waves of release rushing through her. It was some time after when she felt Hugh's weight upon her. "Will you take me now?" He entered her in one slow stroke. Grace gasped, digging her fingernails into his shoulders, shuddering at the sudden discomfort. Hugh was buried deep within her, but he waited, his entire body straining for control. She clung to him, again beginning to breathe. "Hugh," she whispered, kissing his neck and his shoulder, her body centering again on the pleasure of where they were joined. Her hips moved ever so slightly, pulsing to a beat that she seemed to know from instinct, the dance of life. She arched her back and drew him in more. Like two clay forms, they molded together, his arms tightly around her, and a new feeling washed through her. It was the feeling of being cherished, valued, loved as a woman. When Hugh began to move, she went with him, the pulsing rhythms they each felt rising undeniably with them. She felt the climax come again, blinding her with its power, and she felt him erupt. And then two souls took flight as two bodies whirled in an aerobatic dance, soaring heavenward in an eternal love gyre. Curling, bending, bursting forth into a crystalline sphere. Far above, distant, illuminated by love. Chapter 28. Leaving the carriage barn, Hugh rolled down his sleeves and donned his jacket. Darby had been busy preparing the balloon rigging yesterday afternoon, in spite of the objections of Grace and his sister. They were nearly ready to fly. The man had already proven his worth 100 times over. Hugh didn't want to think about how everything would be different now if the blacksmith hadn't been on that lane. Before starting back to the house, he paused to appreciate the hills. The rolling fields of Baronsford swept out like a great tapestry before the eye. Hugh had been raised here. He and his siblings had run in the deer park, fished in the lake, played fox and seek in the walled gardens. They'd learned to swim in the loch, ride in the fields, hunt and shoot in the marshes. Miles of footpaths weaving in and out along the bluffs and low hills overlooking the River Tweed, provided a heaven of discovery for any child. This had been a happy place to grow up. And as he looked at it now, his mind turned to his own son, Cameron. While serving as a cavalry officer, Hugh had been filled with thoughts of duty and ambitions of glory. He'd never taken even a moment to think of the meaning of fatherhood until his son was gone. Unlike his own father, who'd been everything to his children, teacher, counselor, judge and jury, and protector, Hugh somehow missed the responsibility of what it took to be a parent until it was too late. And then he had mourned, wishing he could page back through the book of time. But in the end, the bitter past remained in the past, and a blank future was all he was left with. Until now. Hugh looked up the hill at Baronsford. A curtain danced softly out the window of Grace's bedroom. He recalled how he'd left her this morning at dawn, her blue eyes watching him lovingly, her hand reaching out to him until he went to her and kissed her lips. During the night, each time they'd joined together, they'd loved recklessly, both giving their all, until they lay in the sheets, watching the sky brighten with the coming day. Sometime in the night, he recalled wishing that perhaps she'd ended up carrying their child. Hugh was older now, wiser than the young man of a decade ago. He recognized that Grace was the single thing that made him whole. And if it'd be a child that they created together, or one that they adopted, as Jo had come to be his sister, he now hoped for a second chance at fatherhood. This morning his father had sent a rider ahead from the inn to inform them of their arrival, and the shouts relayed across the fields now stirred him from his reveries. By the time he reached the front courtyard, the servants were streaming out of the house and forming their lines. Truscott and Violet had also just arrived. Hugh watched in amusement as Jo came out, holding firmly to Grace's arm, as if making certain that she wouldn't run away. Grace had decided on a blue dress that matched the color of her magical eyes. She saw him and blushed, and he was swept up with the urgency of wanting to go to her and kiss her on the lips, regardless of their audience. "Well, every sitting room, salon and bedchamber at Baronsford has been turned upside down and shaken twice by the staff," Jo said, motioning toward Mrs. Henson and Mr. Simons, still squabbling as they made their way out into the yard. "Every window has been opened, every floor has been scrubbed. Fresh flowers have been cut, arranged and placed in every room, and they're still not happy."
"One growl by my father and that will be the end of their bickering."
"Don't scare our friend here with stories of him," Jo chided. Hugh saw Grace run a hand down the front of her dress. Her shoulders were stiff, her back ramrod straight. She was nervous. He went to stand next to her.
"Our mother is soft-spoken and gentle. She is the embodiment of affection. She will love you on sight."
"His lordship has a gruff tone and a strong voice," Jo started. "He's direct with his questions to the point of being abrupt. It's just his way."
"But when it comes to his daughters, they can do no wrong."
He leaned close and whispered in her ear.
"And don't forget, you're already one of those."
The blush turned a shade darker, and she looked down at the tips of her shoes, just as two carriages appeared over the crest of the hill. Grace thought the flock of butterflies that had taken flight in her stomach would lift her up and carry her away. She almost wished they would. Lady Ayton was the first one out of the carriage. No sooner had her foot touched the gravel than Hugh lifted her off the ground and swung her around like a doll. The Countess squealed and then protested happily until he put her down. "Where is your sense of decorum?" she complained, unable to keep the smile from her face.
"You know he has no decorum when it comes to you."
The Earl of Ayton stepped down from the carriage. Despite his greying hair and a slight limp, his lordship was as tall and broad in the shoulders as his son. He stretched a hand out to Hugh as the Countess embraced Joe.
I warn you, if you even think about twirling me like your mother, we'll have it out right here.
Hugh went to him and, ignoring the extended hand, lifted his father off the ground in a bear's hug, albeit only a few inches. The Earl laughed heartily as his son set him down. The affection which both the parents showed their son and daughter warmed Grace's heart. Their greeting of Truscott and Violet was no less familial. As the two passed down the long line of assembled staff with the butler at their elbow, they paused to speak with so many. Between the two of them, the Earl and Countess knew nearly every person by name, and the butler introduced new staff members. They asked about families, wanted to know particulars. Watching them, Grace realized Hugh's grey eyes were inherited from his mother, while his height and build had come from his father. And, like Hugh, the Earl's face displayed scars that only added to his threatening bearing. In spite of that, Grace saw how Lord Ayton stayed close to the Countess as they moved along the line toward the main entrance. The caress of his wife's back, when they paused to speak to someone, was matched by affectionate glances she directed toward him as he addressed a footman or a maid. Their love for each other was impossible to miss, and Grace recalled Joe saying that their story was one of second chances at love. For both of them. Backing away from the reception line while his wife was speaking to the housekeeper, the Earl turned to his son.
So, where are you hiding her?
He demanded gruffly. Grace didn't realize it until now, but she'd edged behind one of the footmen by the door. She stepped forward just as Hugh reached her.
Don't worry, my love,
he whispered, putting a hand on the small of her back.
I'm stronger, and I'll knock him down if need be.
Suddenly, the armor of protective confidence fell away. As she stood watching them approach, her heart palpitated, her chest tightened. Grace curtsied as Hugh made the introductions. The Countess handed off her gloves to her husband and took both of Grace's hands in hers. The woman's kindly grey eyes dropped to their fingers, which Grace realized had turned to blocks of ice.
"May I call you Grace?"
Hugh's mother asked.
"We have a tradition of first names in our family that goes back generations."
"Of course, my lady." She curtsied again, looking up into the warm face that handsomely reflected her age. "I'm honored." In the next instant, Grace found herself pulled into the Countess's embrace. And this wasn't a polite peck on the cheek or a cursory display of hospitality. She was held in a hug of affection, of reassurance, of welcome, of belonging.
"And you'll call me Millicent, all right?"
she whispered in her ear. Whatever semblance of control she'd been able to hold on to until that moment imploded. The knot in her throat closed tight, and Grace leaned into the mother's touch, allowing herself to be held as her tears broke free. Millicent brushed a kiss on her brow. Grace didn't trust her voice to apologize for her emotional outburst in front of everyone. A bubble had burst, and she couldn't look up or say more for fear the floodgates would open. The Countess didn't let go of her hands.
"Lion,"
Millicent said over her shoulder.
"Pray go on to the drawing room. We'll meet you there shortly."
Drawing Grace inside the door, the Countess handed her a silk handkerchief to dry her tears.
"You go too, Hugh,"
Millicent said when Grace felt the warmth of his touch on her arm.
"I promise to deliver her safely to you in a moment."
Shielded by the Countess, she smiled in embarrassment when Joe joined them, adding another wall of privacy. "I must apologize," she said to the two of them. "I've certainly failed to make a good first impression, but I was so nervous. And your reception, your kindness—"
"No more of that, child, and no more worrying about how you'll be received by us, or by Hugh's brothers and sisters, or the rest of the family."
She lifted Grace's chin until their eyes met.
When we read his letter telling us of your adventures, and of your courage, and of his love, and most of all, of his intention of marrying you, we were elated. You see, our dreams for him had finally come true. Grace, we've been praying for this day.
Do you believe me now? Jo teased, giving her arm a squeeze. She turned to her mother. We'd better go in, or Hugh will send a search party for her. Millicent smiled.
Oh, how long I've waited for this.
Never mind Hugh's attachment to her, Jo said, slipping an arm through Grace's. I've claimed her as my friend and sister.
In that case, we shall definitely keep her.
Grace had regained control of her emotions by the time the three of them made their way to the drawing room. She still needed to be introduced to his lordship, but he guessed after the Countess's reception there wasn't anything she couldn't handle. The men stood when they entered the room. Grace's heart warmed at the way Hugh's gaze immediately sought hers, and a silent message passed between them. Flanked by the two women, Grace curtsied as Hugh once again introduced her. Lord Ayton gazed at her intently for a moment.
My son tells me you're a Macpherson on your mother's side, and a Jacobite.
Drat, not again, Grace thought. She was not going to deny her family or her beliefs. Never again.
That is correct, my lord,
she said, holding her head high.
Excellent,
the Earl growled, sounding pleased.
That's about time we had another in the family.
Jo leaned over and whispered, Our Aunt Portia, Pierce's wife, is a daughter of bonny Prince Charlie. But don't tell anyone. Chapter 29. After 2 days of losing Grace to his family for talks and walks, estate tours and rides, Hugh was more than ready to ship his parents back to Hertfordshire. His father was charmed by Grace's stories of all the places she'd travelled to and the battles she'd witnessed. He couldn't get enough of her tales, and he was fascinated by her incredible memory. Hugh's mother had found a new daughter. She contrived ways of keeping Grace and Jo with her as much of the day as possible. Hugh was truly pleased with the well-deserved attention she was receiving. At the same time, he enjoyed playing the role of the irritable, ignored lover. He especially appreciated all the interest Grace gave him when he slipped into her bed each night, after everyone was asleep. But all of that changed now. Aston Mackay, the law clerk Hugh sent to Antwerp, had arrived in the borders with the British embassy officials from Brussels. Hugh had held back from telling Grace he was coming. Mackay had gone to the continent to search out information about a missing American woman. But after meeting with the two Englishmen, he'd written to Hugh again. An urgent meeting with Grace had been requested regarding an undisclosed agreement between Daniel Ware and the British government. Now they were seeking her help. As instructed, Mackay had situated the men at the George Inn. This morning, Hugh mentioned the names to his father. As a long-time member of Parliament, the Earl's knowledge of families connected with the government extended far beyond Hugh's. Stealing Grace from the clutches of Jo and his mother, Hugh led her toward his study, where the travellers were waiting. On the way, he explained to her what information he'd gathered about the two men.
Sir Rupert Elliot, a career diplomat, is serving as an envoy to the Netherlands. He's stationed in Brussels,
Hugh told her.
The other man, Captain Thomas Ravenhall, has served in many capacities since the war with Napoleon ended. Formerly an officer on Wellington's staff, he now has some vague position in the Foreign Office. His explanation to Mackay was imprecise regarding his exact responsibility at the present, but my father believes he's been employed to dig skeletons out of closets.
Lovely, she said uneasily. But what could my father possibly have had to do with them? Hugh understood her discomfort.
The only way to know is to speak with them.
He pressed a kiss on her forehead.
"But it appears they need you, and regardless of whether you can help them or not, I plan to use their influence to expedite the pardon I've sought from the Prince Regent. Both of these men are in a position to make that petition move forward."
He took Grace's cold fingers into his hand and brought them to his lips.
"Also, it's possible they can shed some light on the motivation for the attack on you."
She drew a deep breath. "Lead me to them." Grace was happy that Hugh was with her in that meeting. He was still concerned about her safety. His presence bolstered her confidence. Still, she had spent a lifetime learning how to deal with men of power, especially politicians. Sitting and listening to these two begin, Grace found that she was perfectly calm. Mackay, Hugh's clerk, was asked to wait outside because of the privileged nature of the conversation, and Captain Rivenhall hinted that Hugh's presence might be questionable as well. After receiving a deadly glare from the Viscount, however, the two men exchanged a glance and proceeded, obviously deciding it would be futile to pursue that course.
"Our deepest condolences, Miss Ware, on the death of your father,"
Sir Rupert offered solemnly.
"Dreadful business in Antwerp."
Grace had so many questions for these men regarding what had happened to the remains of her father and their servants. She wanted to know where they were buried and how these men had learned of the attack. But she followed Hugh's example. Burying her emotions deep within, she donned a mask of indifference and waited. First and foremost, she needed to know what they were after. Captain Rivenhall addressed the issue first.
"As you may already know, this past winter, Colonel Ware directed 2 letters to our representative offices in Brussels and in Westminster. The 2 missives were identical," Sir Rupert added. "The Colonel did not want any bureaucratic foolishness to hinder his message from reaching the proper authorities. He didn't want his offer to be missed. Your father's letters were not missed, Miss Ware,"
Captain Rivenhall said.
"They attracted our immediate attention." "So you knew of Colonel Ware?"
Hugh asked.
"Naturally," Rivenhall replied. "It is in the greatest interest of the Crown to keep track of the closest to Napoleon's family. The Colonel's military record was well known to us, as was his continuing service to Joseph Bonaparte, the former King of Spain and Naples. His letter drew the attention of the highest levels of our government." "Why did the Colonel contact you?"
Hugh asked. Captain Rivenhall hesitated to reply, but Sir Rupert did not.
"Colonel Ware was seeking a pardon for himself and for his daughter." "A pardon?"
Hugh asked. Rivenhall spoke up.
"Yes, he wanted an unconditional pardon along with the return of properties belonging to himself in Ireland and to his late wife's family in Scotland."
Grace stared at the men. How was it possible that her father had actively pursued this and not spoken with her about it? They said he sent the letters during the winter. She thought about the wound to his leg. It was already worsening. It wasn't for himself that he was requesting the pardon, she realized. He knew he was dying. He was doing it for her.
"What was Colonel Ware giving you in return?"
Hugh asked.
He wasn't so naive as to think the Crown would grant him a pardon without offering something of value in exchange. "You're correct," Rivenhall replied. "He had in his possession something of interest to us."
Grace thought of the diamond.
"What exactly are you looking for?"
Hugh demanded.
"A letter,"
Rivenhall replied after a long pause. A letter? Not the diamond. All along she'd thought the jewel was the cause of her father's murder.
"A letter containing what?"
he pressed. Captain Rivenhall's lips had formed a tight, thin line. His eyes searched the room for the answer he clearly didn't want to give. Grace's mind raced. Of all the correspondence she wrote out for her father, several missives had contained sensitive information regarding Bonaparte business. But nothing was as important as to warrant what her father had requested, and what the British government was willing to grant. "My father was carrying many letters and documents," Grace told him. "You must be more specific, Captain. To which letter are you referring?"
"It's a list," Rivenhall told her grudgingly. "A list of names." "Names of whom?" Hugh demanded.
Sir Rupert spoke up.
"Colonel Ware was to supply us with the code names of people working in the British government who supplied the French with sensitive information during the Peninsular Campaign." "Englishmen? Working as spies for Napoleon?" the Viscount asked. "Yes, my lord," he replied. "We now have the key to trace them to individual operatives."
Spies, Grace thought. Fighting between the nations had ceased, but many who betrayed their allegiance and worked for the enemy were still at large. In her mind's eye, the painted face of Mrs. Douglas appeared, the woman who knew everyone, who travelled in the highest circles of ministers and generals, who socialized with their wives. Grace saw her and her husband, himself a minister in the British government, in Paris at the christening of Napoleon's son. Her letter came back to Grace. Old foes are now the closest of allies. She wondered if Mrs. Douglas's name was on that list.
"The question still remains,"
Captain Rivenhall said, directing his words at Grace.
"Whether you have the document." "We came here on the slimmest chance that you have it," Sir Rupert explained. "When the bodies of the colonel and the others were found, and I beg your pardon for being so insensitive, Miss Ware, their personal belongings had been stolen. We don't know if the document was taken by those villains. We only hope you have it. This trip may have been for nothing,"
Captain Rivenhall added.
"But Sir Rupert felt that we must pursue every possibility for the security of the realm."
She had no such list. She had arrived with no letter. Grace exchanged a look with Hugh.
"And if she produces this document," he asked, "what is she getting in return?" "The pardon, of course, as agreed upon."
This was the key to her future. She pressed her sweaty palms against her skirts.
"Where is this pardon? We'd like to see it." "Well," Rivenhall replied, "we don't have it with us. The document needed to be redrawn following the unfortunate death of Colonel Ware. We expect a rider to arrive with it from Westminster at any moment. But certainly you will take us on our honour that we—" "Perhaps Miss Ware will accept your word, Captain, but I certainly do not." "My lord, you are a peer of the realm and a Lord Justice of the King's Bench, a decorated cavalry officer of the French wars. We would expect you, of anyone, to trust—" "Because of all those titles you refer to, it is my duty not to trust you."
Hugh raised himself to his full height, and Grace saw the Lord Justice emerge.
"You said that Colonel Ware sent a copy of his request to Westminster and to Brussels," he said, "and that this letter was seen at the highest levels of government." "It was," Rivenhall replied. "And what steps were taken to ensure the safety of Colonel Ware when he arrived in Antwerp? What steps were taken to see that this valuable document did not fall into the wrong hands?"
The two men stared at Hugh as if they were struck dumb.
"Men died because Colonel Ware put his trust in you. You failed to protect him," Hugh barked. "We have no reason to trust that you will even produce this pardon you promise."
So when your rider arrives, if he indeed does arrive, you produce the pardon, and Mrs. Ware will give you the list.
Chapter 30. Since the day Joe showed it to me, Grace said, pacing across the study, I thought the diamond was the reason we were attacked in Antwerp. But it was all about a list. Rays of late afternoon sunlight illuminated the room. Mackay had escorted the men back to the inn, and had not yet returned. She stopped and gazed at the intricate patterns of the Persian rug, as she considered the web of difficulties that now lay before them. The envoys had been astounded when Hugh told them that she had the document, but both Captain Rivenhall and Sir Rupert Elliot were also clearly affronted by the Viscount's refusal to trust them. Still, according to their own account, they'd set out on what might have been a wild goose chase. They'd come to Baronsford clinging to a thin hope, and now they needed to be satisfied that she had it. If only she did have the list. She looked at Hugh, sitting at his desk. How am I going to produce such a thing when they come back tomorrow? I arrived with nothing but the clothes I was wearing and that diamond.
Didn't you see that the murderers were searching the rooms at the inn when you went back upstairs? He asked.
The memory rushed back, fresh and painful as the day had happened. She turned to the window. Her father, sick and suffering, had been making plans for her. While Grace had been consumed with caring for him, Daniel Ware was setting into motion schemes to secure his only daughter's future. Yes, they were tearing the room apart, but they must not have found it. She looked back at Hugh. Mrs. Douglas didn't want the diamond. She engineered that plan to kidnap me because she thought I had the list.
Her name, or the name of someone close to her, must be on that document, he agreed. Perhaps even her husband's name.
Grace started pacing again. My father kept correspondence in his chest, but he was carrying nothing that he seemed overly concerned about. Nothing he mentioned or seemed extraordinarily protective of. In fact, every letter he had with him I'd read to him. And I had written every response at his dictation. Hugh was leaning back in his chair, his hands steepled before him. He watched every step she took, but she knew his calm demeanor was a facade. His mind was working as fiercely as hers.
Your father was an experienced military man, he began. No successful commander approaches a battle without a clear objective. He surveys the field, considers the scouting reports, applies what he knows of the strategies of the enemy, and develops his tactics. He always has a primary and a secondary tactic to employ. That was the reason Daniel Ware sent 2 identical messages to the British government.
Grace came to a stop before Hugh's desk. He feared one might be intercepted. He wanted to make certain that his letter reached the appropriate people.
Again, as an experienced commander.
Hugh paused, his gaze locked on her face.
He would only entrust the delivery of the final dispatch to his most capable officer.
His final words to me. A knot formed in her chest. What a fine officer you'd have made. Those were his very words to me on that day. Hugh pushed to his feet, his hands planted on his desk.
With your unmatchable memory, there was no need to carry a physical letter. What he knew, what was to be transcribed and delivered, he'd intended to pass on to the British through you.
Her talent, Grace's father called it. If what Hugh said was true, why couldn't she recall it? She closed her eyes and pressed her fingers to her temples. But there was so much in there. Information, names, faces. All the correspondence that she'd written out for him during the last months of his life. Too much. I don't know where to start, what to look for, she said. He never dictated any list. Nothing that he said that would lead me to such a document. Hugh came around his desk and took her by the hand.
Think of anything that might have pertained to the war. The envoy said these spies operated during the Peninsular Campaign. He was drawing on knowledge from those years.
Rivenhall and Elliot had referred to the names of British subjects, code names. A chill ran down her spine. She remembered. Her father's orders. "I know what it is," she exclaimed. "What they're looking for. I thought it was the effects of the laudanum on him. When we were sailing from America, his mind continued to wander back to his fighting days in Spain."
"What did he say?"
"He wanted me to remember his directions. It was as if I were a member of his staff. He insisted that I memorize his orders. They were encoded." Hugh laughed as he swept her into his arms.
"If Napoleon had only known the treasure of your mind, we would never have defeated him."
He pulled up a chair to the desk and sat her down, setting pen and paper before her.
"Write down what you recall."
Grace closed her eyes for a moment, trying to push the irrelevant information out of the way. The page came into sharp focus. Letters and numbers spilled out of her mind onto the paper. They made no overt sense, but she recorded the sequences exactly as they were stored in her memory. When she was finished, Hugh went to his bookshelves and returned with a thin, bound manuscript that he placed on the desk.
"A treatise on cryptography by a friend of mine who worked in the Foreign Office. It's a fascinating study."
He looked at the series of letters and numbers on the paper.
"I hope this isn't the Great Paris cipher. If it is, it could take us weeks to solve it. There are over 1,400 numbers that could substitute for words or parts of words in 1,000,000 permutations."
Grace knew of the failings of the French army's use of encoded messages. Her father had complained of it many times over the years. The Great Paris cipher had been devised as a replacement for the failed Portugal code. "It's the Portugal code," she told him. "I remember my father telling me that several times. He said so even that last day, as I went down to the street to see about our carriage and trunks." Grace had a mind for puzzles, and when it came to recognizing connections and patterns, Hugh matched her step for step. They worked through the page line by line, and an hour later they had their list. Caesar Rising, Black Tulip, Spartan Rock, Shooting Star, Red Phoenix. The list went on, 27 names in all. "Code names," Grace said. "These names mean nothing to us."
"Their people in Westminster supposedly have a secondary key, a way of linking the code names to the real people hiding behind them."
He shoved the cryptography book away.
"I don't trust them. Rivenhall and Elliot. We have no way of knowing whether one or both of them are on this list."
Grace watched him go down the names again. "Tell me what you're thinking."
"It's more than the fact that they failed to provide security for your father," Hugh explained. "Days before your father was to meet with them, he was murdered. It could be a coincidence, but I don't believe in coincidences."
"We were traveling under assumed names. They had to be watching for us."
"They were. They must have known you'd disembark in Antwerp. What do you remember about the attackers?"
Grace thought back. The cool recklessness of the killers, their relentless pursuit through the back alleys of the waterfront, the shouts as they got closer. "At least one of them spoke English." Hugh sat back.
"These two said that when they recovered the bodies. All your personal possessions had been stolen. And what did you say happened to your trunks from the ship?"
"They'd already been taken," she replied. "All 6 of them. Probably by the same men."
"Exactly. The villains who killed your father took possession of everything where that list could possibly have been hidden."
Still, Mrs. Douglas had shown up here, Grace thought. They knew for a fact that her father didn't have it.
"They didn't find it, so there was only one place that list could possibly be."
"With me?"
"When my man McKay arrived in Antwerp, they learned that you'd escaped in that crate, that you were here recuperating. They had to assume that you had the list, and they needed to get it before they were exposed."
You were certain that Mrs. Douglas wasn't working alone, Grace said.
She was notified by her partners in Antwerp, and she came here directly. The time of her arrival in the borders fits perfectly, but the one in charge couldn't trust her to succeed where they'd failed.
Captain Rivenhall told us that they had only the slimmest hope that I had the document, but Sir Rupert had insisted that they come.
And he insisted because he knew the list wasn't in Antwerp.
Hugh's scowl was dark.
He had to come here. Elliot is our man. His name is on this list.
Anger that had been building in her threatened to erupt. She had been sitting in the room, speaking with the very man who was responsible for the murder of her father and their servants.
I'll tell you something else, he added grimly. If we turn this list over to them, it will never reach London. An accident or a robbery on the road will happen. Rivenhall will be killed, and Elliot will say the list was taken.
Grace forced herself to think calmly as she read through the names again. Mrs. Douglas. If only she hadn't escaped, she said fervently. She was intimidated enough to run for her life. She might have been persuaded to cooperate in exchange for leniency.
She didn't escape,
Hugh told her. Grace looked at him as his words registered.
We captured her as she boarded the ship in Greenock. Branson went to Glasgow to fetch her.
Chapter 31. From the envoy's ease in conversing with Lord Ayton, who was present in place of his son, Grace decided that Elliot and Rivenhall must have found the older nobleman far more congenial than his hot-blooded son. She glanced around the library. Hugh's clerk, Mr. Mackay, was sitting at a table off to the side and listening attentively, pen in hand, to every word. Apparently their discomfort yesterday with disclosing the details of their mission had diminished.
As you know, your lordship, the Prince of Wales feels a kindred connection with the Stuart monarchs of the past, Sir Rupert was saying. Granting Miss Ware a pardon has never been an issue. Many of the Scottish Jacobite families have been restored to their lands and titles.
The envoy continued to talk, but Grace saw him constantly glancing at the folded document on her lap. She realized she was eyeing the letter in Captain Rivenhall's hand with the same intensity. A game of exchange was about to be played. The Earl finally interrupted.
Gentlemen, I assume what you have in your hands is a free, full, and general pardon for Miss Ware, for all treasons, rebellion, and offences whatsoever.
He stretched out his hand for the letter.
Quite so, my lord,
Captain Rivenhall replied, handing it to him.
And it includes the opportunity for Miss Ware to request a pension in the future,
Sir Rupert added.
If she so chooses.
While they waited for the Earl to read the document, the two men focused all their attention on Grace. If she and Hugh were right, and Sir Rupert Elliot was the man orchestrating the earlier attacks, he was doing an excellent job of keeping his expression natural. An implacable demeanour under pressure certainly had to be a requirement for a spy, she thought. I was asked by Lord Greysteel, she said, to pass on his apologies for the unavoidable delay of joining us. I'm sure the Viscount will be here shortly. Captain Rivenhall's gaze remained on Grace's part of the bargain, still sitting on her lap.
Miss Ware, Mr. Mackay only provided us with the cursory details, but we cannot tell you how fortunate we feel that this correspondence of your father's survived the horrifying crossing you endured.
Yes, it was fortunate for all of us that I happened to be carrying it in my reticule. As you know, Colonel Ware had complete confidence in me. During the years leading up to his passing, he entrusted me with everything of value when we travelled. Both men looked at the Earl when he shifted in his chair and then settled back again. He was clearly taking his time reading the pardon. I should tell you that I did break the seal when I arrived at Baronsford, she told them. But the list of names, the code names, meant nothing to me until you arrived looking for it. I'm quite overjoyed that I didn't dispose of it. The two men glanced at Lord Ayton. and Grace noticed that Sir Rupert's foot was beginning to tap on the floor. Captain Rivenhall's knuckles were white from the grip he had on his chair. He appeared no less impatient with how long it was taking the Earl to finish his reading. Hugh motioned to his clerk to continue recording the conversation as Mrs. Douglas began to rant about her supposed ill-treatment.
I was forcibly removed from the ship, defying all conventions of dignity and courtesy. I was thoroughly humiliated before other passengers, who looked on aghast as that twit sitting over there read out false charges against me.
You registered for that voyage under a false name, Branson commented.
Is that a crime? The woman snapped. Because of the high-ranking position of my dear departed husband, and the invaluable service he provided our nation at a time when it was most needed, service that caused him to damage his health irrevocably, I might add, I have always travelled under an assumed name. You don't know how difficult it is to constantly be celebrated for the work I was a part of. Yes, a part of. I held him up, supported him in every way. And this is what I am now subjected to, brutishly manhandled, publicly humiliated, dragged through the streets in shackles, shamed to the point that I don't know if I shall ever recover.
No shackles, my lord, Branson noted.
We use no shackles. Don't you know who I am, who my friends are? Let me tell you, the Prince Regent himself will hear of this, and when he does, the wrath of God will descend on your miserable heads. You will grovel in the depths of the filthiest prisons in the land. You will beg for my intercession with the courts, and I shall spurn you like the dogs you are.
May I speak now?
Hugh finally had enough of it. His tone was sharp enough to silence the woman momentarily.
You were taken into custody on my orders, Hugh started. You were brought here, where you will be charged with crimes related to the attempted abduction of Miss Grace Ware, and the grievous injuries sustained by my blacksmith, Mr. Darby. Your manservant has been identified as—
This is madness. If he was involved with this at all, the man acted alone. I have no connection with him. Upon my departure from Nithsdale Hall, he left my service. I've not seen him since, and have no desire to. He worked in my employ as a manservant, that's all. No, you have no reason for holding me. I demand that you release me immediately.
Hugh leaned back in his chair, studying the woman's sour expression.
The charges I've mentioned are nothing compared to what you will face when I transport you to London. The ill use you have allegedly been forced to endure will not hold a candle to the treatment you will receive on the gallows.
Whatever blood remained in her pale face drained completely away.
Let me explain to you what we already know.
Hugh pointed at the door.
Just down this hallway, Miss Ware has in her possession a letter containing more than 24 names of English subjects who provided information and assistance to Napoleon as he pursued his dreams of conquest. The British government plans to ferret out each and every spy whose treasonous efforts cost the lives of our soldiers. Your name is on that list, Mrs. Douglas, as is the name of a gentleman who has travelled here from Brussels, a friend of yours.
As Hugh looked at her, it occurred to him that if her face had not been painted so carefully, her very features would have fallen to pieces and landed in her lap.
In my library at this very moment, he continued, this friend of yours is providing testimony intended to save his neck from the hangman's noose. The gentleman has accused you of masterminding the attack in Antwerp that resulted in the murders of Colonel Ware and his servants. By the time you leave here, you will not only be facing charges of high treason, espionage, kidnapping and assault, but murder as well. I believe the courts in London will only be sorry they can hang you but once, and the Prince Regent will sign your death warrant himself.
This is all a lie, she gasped. You cannot do this, it's a lie.
Hugh motioned to Branson to go, then pushed to his feet.
Who?
She demanded, trying to keep the note of panic out of her voice.
Who is inventing such malicious lies?
You know who it is,
he replied coolly.
But perhaps you'd prefer to read for yourself Sir Rupert Elliot's testimony, as recorded by my clerk, Mr. Mackay, and witnessed by his lordship, the Honourable Earl of Ayton."
Grace felt her heart drumming a tattoo as she saw Mr. Branson come into the library and move over to stand by Hugh's other clerk. She prayed their deductions were correct, but there was still a chance that the names of both men were on the list. With the entrance of the clerk, Sir Rupert stood and stalked to the window, no longer trying to hide his impatience. "Since you gentlemen are staying in the village, perhaps you heard about the attack on the road to Barnsford last week," she said.
"No, mistress. We haven't been here long enough to hear any of the local news," Rivenhall replied, and turned to the Earl before she could continue. "My lord, we appreciate your thoroughness in this matter, but the pardon is quite clear and straightforward." "As clear and straightforward as any government document can be, Captain," Lord Ayton responded. "Then you are satisfied with it, my lord?" "Yes, this will do," he said, placing it on the table beside him.
He turned his attention to Grace.
"You were just speaking about the harrowing attempt to abduct you, Miss Ware."
Rivenhall's attention turned back to her. She could feel Sir Rupert's eyes on her as well.
"You were attacked here, Miss Ware," Rivenhall repeated.
If the man's surprise was pretended, then Grace decided he was the finest actor in Europe. "That's correct, Captain. And of course, we now know the reason for the attempted abduction is right here." She held up the folded document. Lord Ayton leaned forward.
"And Mrs. Maria Douglas, wife of the late Cabinet Minister, was behind it," he said with a shake of his head. "Difficult to believe." "You're saying that Mrs. Douglas was working for the French?" Rivenhall asked. "Have the authorities apprehended her?" "Indeed they have."
Grace knew the Earl's words were being taken as fact.
"My son was informed of Mrs. Douglas's desire to cooperate fully. She's in the Viscount's study with the bailiff right now. I believe you were with them recording her statement, Mr. Branson."
The clerk nodded, holding up a sheaf of papers.
"She's admitted her involvement," Rivenhall exclaimed.
"The timing of your visit here is quite fortuitous, Captain," Grace said, turning casually to look for Sir Rupert. He was still looking on from the window.
"You'll have the opportunity to hear the sworn statement Mrs. Douglas has agreed to give in exchange for a pardon for herself," the Earl added. "She's offering solid evidence, as well as the identification of her accomplices." "This news is astounding."
Before Rivenhall could complete his sentence, the library door opened. Grace and the others stood as Hugh and Mrs. Douglas entered, flanked by 2 footmen. The woman's pale face took in everyone in the room, before fixing a look of cold fury on the man behind Grace. Before she could even turn, the room erupted. As the hand closed on her arm like a band of steel, Grace cursed herself for allowing Sir Rupert to get behind her. How many times had her father told her of the value of flanking the foe when a diversion engages their attention elsewhere? Grace felt the knife blade pressed to her throat as she was jerked backward.
"Let her go!"
Hugh shouted. The entire room became a moving tableau. Hugh and Lord Ayton charged across the library toward them as Rivenhall stood stock still, a stunned look on his face. Mrs. Douglas's expression of fury was replaced with wide-eyed surprise. Mackay had half risen from his chair, upsetting the inkstand, and the papers in Branson's hand spread out on the floor around him. Sir Rupert yanked her away from the 2 men.
"You're a fool, Maria," he spat. "Stay where you are, Greysteel, or this one is a dead woman."
Hugh's face darkened with rage. Grace felt the keen edge of the blade against her skin. This wasn't happening. She had survived Antwerp, the arduous journey in darkness, the fevers, the attack on the lane, just to have it end now. It had taken her a lifetime to find Hugh, and now she was to be wrested from his arms. If this blackguard took her from here, Grace knew he would kill her with as little hesitation as they'd killed her father and the others. After all she'd lost and now gained, after finding love, now death would claim her?
"What are you doing?" Rivenhall shouted. "Put the knife down! Release her!"
Elliot ignored the orders and moved toward the door.
"You can't escape," Lord Ayton growled. "I can, and I shall," Elliot snapped. "Greysteele, the two of you will escort us to the carriage that brought us here. Miss Ware and I shall leave unmolested, and no one will follow us. If I so much as see a hay cart in pursuit of us, she will die." "This is madness, Elliot," Rivenhall said. "This must stop now."
Hugh inched closer.
"You will not be leaving here. You don't seriously think I'd allow you to take her out of here?"
Fight. The words of her father rang in her ears. Always fight. Never allow yourself to become the prey. Fight. She was no weak and passive victim. She would rather die here in Hugh's arms than in the darkness of a shuttered carriage, only to have her body tossed out along the road. Smashing her heel down as hard as she could on her attacker's booted foot, Grace ducked to the side, feeling the blade nick her jaw as she dropped down. That was all she needed. Grace felt her arm break free, and she stumbled out of the way as Hugh flew at Elliot. The massive fist that crashed into the envoy's face drove him back toward the wall. Before he could right himself, more blows rained down on him. The knife lay at Grace's feet, and she picked it up as she backed away. Hugh pounded Elliot with both hands, snapping his head back with every lashing blow. The man's knees collapsed beneath him, and he sagged unconscious to the floor. Hugh was standing over him as the two footmen rushed to help. Across the room, Mrs. Douglas sank into a chair. Lord Ayton was watching Captain Rivenhall warily, but the man stood in a state of shock. Hugh rushed over and took Grace into his arms.
"You're hurt?"
"No, I'm fine." His worried eyes scanned her face and neck for injuries. He wasn't believing her.
"He cut you. The edge of the knife—"
"It was nothing, truly." She had to take his cheeks in her hands and force him to look into her eyes to get his attention. "It's over, Hugh. You saved me." He caressed her face, his thumb running across the place where she'd felt the knife press against her skin.
"My brave fighter, my warrior. This is twice now where your fearlessness has shone through. I can't tell you how proud you make me."
"You're giving me too much credit." She smiled up at him. "Each time you were the one who saved my life."
"I could not have done it without you."
His arms tightened around her. His lips brushed against her hair. She heard him take a deep breath.
"Your courage, so impressive. Facing Elliot, I knew you wouldn't stand and do nothing. I feared for your safety, but I was certain you would dive into the fight."
Grace understood his fears, and she was relieved that he saw her as herself, and not vulnerable as Amelia had been. What they had was a different path, fraught with new challenges and trials. "And I was sure that you'd finish whatever I started."
"We are a match, you and I,"
he whispered against her lips.
"You complete me."
Grace pressed her lips against his, overwhelmed with the rush of emotion. He was her love, her partner, and soon to be her husband. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. He was hers, and she was his. Forever. The following day, Captain Rivenhall met with Grace and Hugh before he departed for London.
"I cannot tell you how sorry I am for our failure to secure the safety of your party when you landed in Antwerp," he told Grace. "The Foreign Office has been operating under the assumption that the list would be comprised of military officers. We were focusing on men Colonel Ware might have become aware of during his time in the Peninsular Campaign. We didn't expect the danger to come from within. Frightening that the treachery of Sir Rupert Elliot and Mrs. Douglas could have gone undetected," Hugh said. "When Westminster hears this news, a tidal wave will sweep through the Foreign Office. This list will undoubtedly produce a number of shocks."
Rivenhall turned to Grace.
On behalf of the Crown, I can't thank you enough for all you've done. Your father's sacrifice will be remembered."
"About the source of the names," Grace said, having thought about it last night. "I believe my father may have come across this list recently. As you know, he had been working in the service of Napoleon's brother in America. I don't know how he got it, but he obviously didn't know the true identities of these people, or he wouldn't have addressed one of the letters to the envoy in Brussels."
"Are you saying it's possible this list was delivered with Joseph Bonaparte's knowledge?"
"I cannot say. I can tell you that King Joseph, or Count Sevilius as he is known now, wants nothing to do with those still loyal to his brother. He has been cutting political ties on every side. Perhaps you heard rumors that he was offered the throne of Mexico, but that he refused it."
"Yes, we heard that,"
Rivenhall replied. "It's true," Grace affirmed. "He is withdrawing from politics. He only wants his family to live free of any further turmoil. The government of America has offered him just such a sanctuary." Grace had learned so much in her months in King Joseph's company. He didn't share his brother's ambitions. "My father's remains. What happened to him?"
"Oh, yes. By the time I found out about the Colonel's demise, Queen Julie's people had already learned of the murder and had taken possession of the bodies. Your father is buried in Brussels, Miss Ware."
"I'm glad," she said softly, hoping that since they hadn't arrived as expected, Queen Julie would have gone out looking for them.
"That was another reason why I was convinced the list was gone," Rivenhall added. "We thought that whoever was responsible for the attack in Antwerp had the list. Beyond that, we assumed Queen Julie had recovered it, and it was lost to us in any case." "Only Elliot knew the truth," Hugh said. "That's why he wrote to Mrs. Douglas, alerting her to come to the borders. And insisted that we come here as well," Rivenhall added.
"What will become of these two?" Grace asked. "And the others on that list?" Hugh and the captain exchanged a look.
"I think it's safe to say neither one will ever bother you again, Miss Ware," Rivenhall told her. "Sir Rupert and Mrs. Douglas will be tried and punished for their crimes. They have a great deal to answer for."
Chapter 32. 1 week later. The sky outside the open windows was a shade lighter, and Grace knew the dawn was about to break. Gently she lifted Hugh's arm from around her waist and slipped from his embrace. He stirred slightly, and she felt the temptation to curl back into his warmth. There was so much on her mind. The rest of the Pennington siblings, Gregory, Phoebe, and Millie, were arriving today, but Grace no longer felt reticent about meeting them. She looked forward to getting to know them before the rest of the family and their guests started to trickle in. This year the annual summer ball was to be preceded by a wedding. Grace looked over her shoulder at the groom's tranquil face. He was just the same during the waking hours, while the tumultuous demands of planning and choosing and preparing were going on around him. Calm, happy, satisfied, and clever about stealing Grace away when his mother and Jo were looking the other way. Like the scent of the early roses drifting up from the gardens, a feeling of happiness wafted on the soft breeze of her life. Our wedding, she thought, only a week away. Her father's face came into her mind, and with it came that pang of missing him. How he would have wished to see the day. How much she wished she could tell him how well he'd succeeded in everything he set out to do for her. Pulling a quilt around her, Grace padded across the floor to the window and gazed out at the fields beginning to glisten with dew. A pale sliver of a moon had dropped low in the sky, and her mind turned to the letter she'd received yesterday. Queen Julie wrote that she felt great pain at the loss of Grace's father. He was a fine man and a loyal soldier. It had been her honor to see that he received the rites of a proper burial. She only wished that Grace had been there. The Queen told her that she'd already written to share the tragic news with her husband in America, and that he too would be grieved at the loss.
Finally, Queen Julie addressed the matter of the diamond. "The stone is yours, ma chérie. No doubt your father intended it for your start in life, or, as you tell me you're about to marry, for your dowry. Enjoy it, sweetness. I know you will put it to the best of uses." Grace knew exactly what she was going to do with it. That diamond would fund a fine expansion of the Tower House.
"You're up early."
Hugh's voice was a warm whisper in her ear. Grace's breath hitched in her chest as she felt his warmth close around her. "I couldn't sleep. I have so much on my mind. But you promised me a ride at dawn. If we're going to slip away before your mother and sister awaken, we'll need to go soon." Last night he'd suggested that the two of them escape for a couple of hours before the commotion began anew. His hands gently pulled the quilt from her shoulders, and Grace felt his naked body press against her own from behind.
"Perhaps a ride right here before we slip away."
Grace felt his teeth scrape over the sensitive skin behind her ear, and she shivered with excitement. One hand cupped her breast, while the other moved down over her stomach and slid into her sex. She leaned her head back against him as his teeth nibbled her earlobe. "You already know that I can't refuse you." She smiled. The play of his fingers in and out of her flesh had her body humming to the most tantalizing song. She leaned to one side and dug her fingers in his hair, kissing him deeply. He turned her toward the mirror standing by the wall, allowing Grace to look at their reflection as he entered her. She watched through a thick haze of passion how one expert hand caressed her breast, while the other continued to coax the pleasures within her. He moved with exquisitely timed strokes, sliding into her again and again, and Grace stared with utter disbelief at the image of two people rising together on undulating waves of passion, before finally coming apart in an explosion of ecstasy. Moments later, still breathless, still wrapped in his arms, she gazed out the window at the sunlight advancing across the fields and chasing away the remaining shadows of night.
"And now," he whispered in her ear, "we go for the ride I actually promised."
The sun was a bright orange ball behind them when they reached the ruin of a church. Grace was surprised to see the half-dozen men waiting, but she was shocked to see the inflated balloon rising above the securely tethered gondola. Truscott, Darby, and several grooms were standing by it, and turned as one to greet them.
"Fine work,"
Hugh called out, jumping from his horse and helping Grace dismount.
"Did it take the whole night to fill the envelope?" "Most of it, my lord," Darby said. "As you predicted, positioning the opening to take the gas took some doing."
Truscott pointed to the long rope running from the ruined church steeple to a tripod of timbers sunk into the turf some distance away.
"Darby's idea of rigging this line and hoisting the bag up to it was brilliant. Once the men got the bloody thing up and in position, it filled quickly as a sheep's bladder."
Grace's eye took in the vessel. The varnished material of the envelope glistened in the morning sun, and the blue cloudless sky beckoned. The idea of rising above the earth, disconnected from the world and humanity, to go where few people had ever gone, thrilled her beyond measure. It felt like an eon ago since she promised to go aloft with him, but she never expected to be so excited at the prospect of flying. Until now. "It's magnificent," she whispered. Hugh took her hand in his.
"So, are you ready?"
Truscott came up and joined them.
"You don't need to do this, Miss Grace."
"I believe I do, Mr. Truscott."
"Your fiancé's last flight went off in a stiffer breeze than we have this morning, and every villager and farmer for 20 miles about was quite entertained. But the rest of us, after riding pell-mell 10 miles on the other side of Barnesford, only got there in time to witness him dragged like a stone over walls and hedges for another half-mile. We thought he was a dead man."
"Not this time," she said. "Last autumn, he tells me, he didn't have the help of our excellent Mr. Darby, who has fashioned a valve that will allow him to control our altitude and our descent." Truscott walked with them as they moved toward the balloon.
Remember, Hugh, it's only a week before your wedding, and if anything were to happen to you, but more importantly to her, the Earl will have all of our heads on poles on the ramparts. That's after your mother has us skinned alive."
"I'll take good care of him," she said, smiling. They dragged an empty chest to the gondola, and Hugh helped her climb in. As those on the ground got ready to release the ropes, Grace braced herself against the side and looked around her. Thick lines and rope netting rose from the sides of the gondola, securing it to the balloon above them, a flying ship. She thought of the last time she'd been in this basket, exhausted by her run through the murky alleyways of Antwerp, stunned and torn inside at the sight of her father's murdered body, afraid for her own life, ripped from everything she'd ever known and propelled into an unknown future. Grace closed her eyes and ran her hands over the wicker walls and the rawhide lacing. She let her fingers trace the woven patterns, recalling the darkness and gradually diminishing hope of ever breathing fresh air, or seeing daylight, or breaking out of what she'd come to accept as her coffin. Hugh's arm stole around her.
"Shall we?"
She smiled up at him and nodded. As the ropes were released, Darby saluted them and the others let out a shout. The basket rose smoothly, and in a moment the ruined church and the hill and the fields grew smaller and more distant. They were sailing toward the sun, the balloon rising higher over cottages and ponds and meadows. Animals in their enclosures looked like toy figures. All around the world was a rolling patchwork quilt of green and earth tones. A river snaked along through meadows and forests. She put her arms tight around Hugh, and he leaned down and kissed her. At one time, this basket had been a casket, a vehicle of darkness and misery and death. No longer. It was now a soaring bird, carrying Grace and the man she loved into a crystal-clear future of light and life and joy.
"Look,"
Hugh said, pointing. In the distance, beyond a broad green forest, ringed with a lake of sparkling waters, a fairy tale castle rose